Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. Heavenly flames that burn. What the hell? Muttered Laxus, cracking the bones of his neck as he tilted his head down towards the demon below. I just arrived and there's already someone troublesome to fight? Well, whatever, I suppose this is what I came here to do anyway. Laxus Driar, spoke the demon, the lightning that had struck him yet to have faded away. So you weren't at another battlefield? Afraid not. Glancing at the conditions of his three apprentices, Laxus let how he really felt about the situation show on his face. Still, now that I'm here, I don't think I'll be letting you go quietly. Not after what you did to my friends. Laxus. Fried shouted up at him, his focus diverted away from the demon. Watch out. He uses dash. Fool. Don't look away. Fried was already rushing to turn his head back, just managing to see how close the demon had suddenly gotten. A hand was already reaching out at him, ready to pierce through him in one swift move. It never made it. Faster than the demon could react, Laxus was there, lightning exploding off his body as he took physical form once more and grabbing the demon's wrist. No time was wasted, a large crack being heard as the demon tried to pull back. The moment Laxus released his grip, the demon sped away, trying to make a small gap between them while cradling a motionless hand. Laxus was faster, turning to lightning the second the demon took a step in retreat and passing him before he even realized. Trying to turn his head in time, the demon was too slow to stop the elbow that rammed into the side of his head, sending him tumbling away into a swarm of demons. Don't lose focus, Laxus stated, Fried knowing those words were meant for him and not the demon. This is a battlefield. The only ones that can afford to do that are those that are strong enough that those around them can't hope to even take advantage of that distraction. I understand. I'll gather the others and we can back you. Dash. No. Laxus's reply was short and to the point, the man already looking like he was bored with having to explain it. Don't take this the wrong way, but against him? You lot aren't strong enough. Handle the small fry and keep them away from me so I can fight freely. That's the best job you can do right now. Fried nodded. It hurt, knowing that he was being dismissed as unnecessary for the fight, but he couldn't hold it against Laxus. Laxus had fought people on this level of strength before and knew what it took to fight them. And after having fought the demon, he already knew that he and the others weren't enough to help. You did a good job, he heard Laxus call after him, the man's eyes locked on where he had sent the demon tumbling into. Well done for lasting so long against him. I'll take it from here, don't worry. Taking the first step forward, Laxus shifted into lightning, darting faster than Fried could see into the midst of the demons and ripping apart all that lay between him and his opponent with ease. With rapid shifts between his human form and his elemental form, he slipped through gaps that should have been impossible to get through, immediately electrifying all that tried to stop him whenever he got the chance. Might as well ask, stated Laxus as he blasted the last of the demons nearby away, almost all of them dead. What's your name? The demon scoffed as he got to his feet, letting his broken hand hang limp as the winds picked up around them both. Tempester. One of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. A big wig, huh? Got to be with a title like that. Let's see how long it takes to put you in the ground where you belong. Protector of the Fairies. Wave after wave surged forward, the ever-flowing tide of water coming from the trident Araniro held impossible for Yuzo to stop. Her arrows were precision weapons, and Araniro didn't seem willing to allow her a chance to aim. Creating a blade and using the Getchuga Tenshou was possible, but it wasn't on the same level that the rest of her family could use it at. And against all this water, it was unlikely to make much of a dent in it. What could she do? If it was Karen, she'd boil all the water away. If it was Ichigo, he would likely blast it all away from what she had seen of him. If it was her father, he'd likely try a mix of the two. None of these were available to her. And to make matters worse, her power, the Wraith, was still acting up. She couldn't understand why she couldn't summon up the power she normally used. Instead, it was like an endless swarm had opened up in her mind every time she tried to use her power, and she couldn't help but shut off the connection from risk of being caught by Araniro's attacks in her distraction. That left only one technique left. Her Vollständig. Only as far as she knew, the best she'd be able to do would be to increase the power of her arrows. Normally she would use the Wraith in combination with it. Volstandig always increased a Shrift's power tremendously upon and during activation. But with how much her Shrift was acting up, it might not be wise to even risk using Volstandig. Any problems would simply end up being translated upwards, the issues increasing and likely to cause her own death. But with the look of how this was going, she might not have a choice. As it stood, she'd likely die if she didn't try anything new, and she had no way to know if anyone would be coming to help her. The only one she could rely on right now was herself and her own power. Reluctantly removing the ring, she was caught off guard when a wave of water smashed into her from her blind side, causing the ring to go tumbling down below as it slipped from her grasp. If it had been any other time she might have cried. But right now? She was just angry. The water that tried to hit her while she was defenseless was blown away as her Volstandig took shape, the wings stealing the magic from all the water that dared brush against them. Volstandig huh? Araniro tilted his head slightly, water still pouring from the trident even as he pushed the tips of it into the ground to lean against. I heard about this from Sail Aporo. A form that puts a Quincy's power to the max, comparable to a Shinigami's Bankai or a Hollow's Resurrection. If I had that power, could I become a hybrid, I wonder? I already possess 2/3 of what's necessary. She wasn't sure if she was meant to have heard that last part, but she did anyway, the pressure coming from the hollow increasing rapidly as if it had come up with an answer. I've got it. I'll find out right now. If my body doesn't agree with you, I'll just spit you back up afterwards. Reaching for the glove on his hand, Araniro ripped it off in one swift movement, revealing a tentacle-like appendage in the place of his left arm. Devour, Gloatin area. The lower half of Araniro's body morphed as tentacles burst out through the bottom half of his body, growing in size with every passing second. They all fused into one large mass, raising Araniro high on top of it as he towered over everyone nearby. 2 large eyes could be seen on the mass along with pairs of teeth, but they didn't match. It was almost like it was merely an amalgamation of many different pieces into one body. Any hollows nearby found themselves subjected to a fate she wouldn't wish on anyway as they were suddenly ripped from the ground and pulled into the mass, feeding the massive horrifying creation and adding more distortions to the mass. What are you? Yuzu found herself muttering fearfully. Whatever transformation she had expected when Araniro said about a resurrection, she had never anticipated something like this. This couldn't even be described as a beast, to be kind. This was nothing short of a hungry monster, wishing to devour anything and everything. Without thinking, she had already fired an arrow. In her haste she missed, the giant mass starting to move towards her. Despite its large size, it moved quickly, swallowing up any hollows that were unfortunate enough to get caught in the way. She watched as a few of the rune knights nearby got swept up in it, prompting her to let out a rain of arrows down at Araniro in an attempt to slow him down. Most of them missed. She couldn't understand it. Hurrying to draw another arrow, doing her best to ignore the ever-increasing amount of blood on her fingers, she froze when she found her aim involuntary shaking. Was she missing, because of fear? Now don't run! Exclaimed Araniro, laughing in sick amusement at all the death he was causing. Despite being afraid, Yuzu couldn't stand it. Not when he was laughing at all those people dying, including his own allies. If she couldn't stop her body from shaking, she'd have to compromise. Energy poured forth into the arrow knocked ready, its size increasing as it reached her normal limit of compression and forced the arrow to expand. A bit more and she'd barely be able to get a solid grasp on the arrow. Araniro realized the threat the moment she began to release the arrow, his tentacles all rising in response as red beams of light burst into existence at each end. 20 quickly charged Ceros met the single arrow, causing it to all detonate in the area between the two. The smoke hadn't had a chance to clear when tentacles shot forward, smashing into Yuzu before she could even move and immediately tightening around her limbs. Got you, Araniro said joyfully, and then Yuzu knew no more as she was pulled forward and swallowed into the mass before her. Protector of the Fairies. What's the matter? Taunted Grimjo as he deflected Ishine's blade with his own. Don't turn away. Ishine flinched as both blades met one another, holding his ground as best as he could from being caught in that moment of weakness. Even now his mind was started to wander again, and from the shows of fire not too far away it was likely Karen was feeling the same way. She was blasting off flames like she didn't even care about conserving magic anymore, and he would have been of the same mind if he wasn't aware of his position as a general. But even so, he really wanted to just abandon this fight here and now and search for his other daughter to prove that what he was sensing from her was a lie. Or rather, what he wasn't sensing from her. Unfortunately, even if he was willing to run off and check where she had been, most likely near that large mass of a monster nearby that he had sensed her being roughly close to, he doubted this hollow in front of him would give him that chance. And worse was that he couldn't break away easily too. Not when the hollow was this strong. Considering it had a Zanpakuta too, he was extremely hesitant at using his Bankai on the very likely chance that this hollow had a Bankai of some kind too. A spike in magical power quickly drew his attention completely back the fight in front of him, the hollow trying to fire a Zero right into his face. He barely shifted to the side as the beam tore through the space in the air, quickly bringing up a knee and slamming it into the hollow's gut. Taking advantage of the moment of weakness, he pushed forward with his blade, knocking the hollow's own blade to one side and quickly bringing his right back across the hollow's chest. There was far more resistance than there should have been, his Zanpakuta barely managing to cut all the way across. It was shallow, nowhere close to being life-threatening, but at least it had set the hollow on edge. The moment distance was made between the two, he sliced his hand across in Jetsu, letting the blood fall across the blade and send out a giant wave of flame-like energy. The energy washed over the hollow only to be sent scattering a moment later when the hollow fired a Zero at the ground, overpowering his own attack to keep himself safe. "You're not bad," stated Ishine, warily sparing a glance over to the monster in the distance. "Grimjo was it?" "That's right. You better not forget that name. It'll be one of the last you ever remember." "I see." Raising a finger, Ishine pointed at the monster in the distance. "And who is that exactly?" "That guy." Grimjo glanced towards the distance, raising a hand to his eyes to shield them from the sun. "Ah, Araniro? Yeah, he's a real pain to deal with, but at least he's dash." He never finished speaking, a foot slamming into his head and sending him rolling backwards. Coming to a stop in a crouch, Grimjo waved his sword at Ishine angrily, shouting at him. "Hey! What the hell? I was talking. Never take your whole focus off the enemy." "Screw you. I was answering your question." "Exactly. But if you continue to fall for such deceptions, that's fine with me. Makes my job easier." "Oh, does it?" Grimjo growled as he stood back up, his sword held by his side ready. "I'm the 5th strongest of the Espada after our boss." "How exactly do you rank? Why don't you guess?" Before Grimjo could answer, Ishine was on him again, slashing down with his sword coated in energy. "Getchuga Tenshou." The energy tore apart the ground, leaving where Grimjo had been a wreck. The hollow himself, however, was more than fine, appearing right behind Ishine and slashing his sword sideways at him. Narrowly brining his blade back round in time, Ishine just managed to deflect it before being forced onto the defensive, quick strikes stopping him from getting a swing off in return. An opening appeared and his hand was already reaching out to take advantage of it only to get grabbed, Grimjo throwing him into the crowds of hollows nearby. Magic flew off him in waves, keeping the hollows around him at bay as he leaped to his feet. They all backed off quickly as Grimjo rushed at him, keeping up the perimeter but not daring to step further into the ring. He didn't blame them. They'd likely end up killed in an instant if they did. "Why are you even doing this?" Ishine asked, deflecting a blow that was aimed at his neck before retaliating with his own strike. "Are you really fighting to gain something? To wipe us out? Or for another reason?" "Reason?" Grimjo smirked, laughing as he sped up and threw himself more into the fight. "I don't need anything silly like that. Whatever the boss wants to do, I'll follow only because of 2 reasons. I'm weaker than he is and I love fighting. I love it, with every beat of my missing heart. I want to be the strongest. I want to be so strong that no one can beat me. And with this war, I'll really find out how strong I truly am and how far I can go." "I see. So your desires are much more simple-minded." Coating his blade in energy, Ishine let off a large Getchuga Tenshou right in front of him, sending Grimjo flying back. The hollow was already recovering the moment after it hit, but he was ready, appearing right above Grimjo thanks to Shunpo. Before the hollow could do anything, he dropped down on him, slamming him towards the ground and causing the ground to collapse inwards slightly. He was already kicking back upwards the moment he finished landed, blood being thrown forward onto his blade and sending forth a wave of flames down at the hollow. Simple-minded. Grimjo scoffed, spitting out blood and raising his palm to catch it in a zero forming. So what? It drives me just as far as your desires do. Gran Ray Zero. That's dash. Ishine brought up his blade just in time, the cracking unstable Zero firing and ripping right through his own attack and enveloping him in energy. Only the blade in front of him and the energy pouring off it kept him safe, splitting most of the Zero around him. Still, he hadn't expected to see that technique. It was the same one he had seen Ichigo's friend, Shinji, use. And it was just as strong as the one he had seen too. All he heard as warning when the energy faded was a booming sound, his instincts taking control and forcing him to dodge. He still wasn't fast enough, a sword slashing through his right side and leaving a gash across it, the clothes that covered it quickly being stained red with blood. One hand had already dropped down to the injury, glowing a bright green as his skill with Kaido took over. With one hand free to wield Injutsu, he swiped back at his attacker, a wave of energy flying off his blade and hitting nothing but air. Laughing triumphantly as he lunged at him from behind, Ishine quickly trying to turn round to block, both were frozen still when a massive burst of magical power spread across the entire battlefield, bordering on a level few had ever felt before. Despite knowing how dangerous it was, both fighters averted their gaze from one another, and they weren't the only ones. Almost all the fights taking place had paused for a brief moment, even the Minos Grandes pausing in their firing of Zeros to stare at the source of the energy. And then slowly, it happened. The space distorted. It wasn't like how the hollow had appeared, ripping out of the Garganta like a tear in space. With this, space bent, the giant form of an armored man stepping through. It seems I arrived just in time, stated the Celestial Spirit King to himself as he stared across the devastating scene of the battlefield. Have no fear, mages of Ishgar. You can regroup safely while I hold this army at bay. Protector of the Fairies. Hey leader, said Bambietta, a mocking smile across her face. What's wrong? Scared? Uriah scoffed, taking his glasses off to wipe them. Hardly. Unfortunately, a problem has occurred in our plan. Someone noticed us, didn't they? Stated Bazby, flecking his wrist as faint blue flames danced across his skin. Where are they? Want me to deal with them? No need. I'll handle this. Is that wise? Asked Kang, glancing in the direction they needed to head in. We're not that far from our goal. Maybe another hour with how fast we're going. Someone else should stay to hold them off, especially since our information talks about Ichigo Kurosaka being present where we need to go. You'll manage. Manage? It took you to keep him in check from what I remember you saying during the Grand Magic Games, and he even tricked you with his switch. Besides, His Majesty did say you would be the best person to deal with him. Plans change. Besides, you can't deal with this. Go ahead. Uriah Ishida is right, spoke the last of the ground, his voice void of emotion and sounding like it wasn't even human. Calculations show that there is a 43% chance that we will actually be forced to engage Ichigo Kurosaki in battle. There is a 96% chance that if that happens, one of us can hold him at bay before he takes us seriously. We can succeed during that gap. Easy for you to say, BG9, muttered Bazby, running a hand through his mohawk. Who's taking chance? We'll need some form of command chain in order to actually listen to orders. Of course, stated Bambietta as she pressed a hand against her chest, I would be the obvious dash. You're in charge, Bazby, interrupted Uriah, ignoring the looks of outrage Bambietta threw him. Do as you see fit. Roger that, Ishida. Disappearing with a burst of Hyrenkyaku, the others following after him with different degrees of enthusiasm, Uriah turned to face the distance that they had come from, his eyes locked on the sky. His hand rose, a bow of energy already forming in his hands as he began the motions to draw and shape an arrow. As if sensing his attack, the winds above in the sky shifted ever so slightly, the only sign that something was wrong up there. To most at least. His eyes saw them clearly. But instead of firing, he ducked down instead, an arrow so thin it could barely be called a projectile flying over his head. He stood back up to his full height on the air as the arrow continued past behind him, a small sound of an explosion being heard in the distance. So I was right. I didn't think those two girls were the only people keeping an eye on me. What can I say? Said the Aeolus form of Ichigo with a shrug, the massive metal bow he wielded being held by his side. I just couldn't help but watch. I mean, what would have happened if you had shot at those two innocent little kids? As a king, I never would have been able to handle it when I knew I could stop you. Only because of that you were drawn out, just as I wanted. Was I? There was another shrug. You say you've drawn me out, like it was all part of your plan. But don't forget there are two minds at play here. Lifting the bow back up, not drawing an arrow but not leaving it unready for battle either, the Aeolus form of Ichigo smirked as the massive wave of energy that gathered at his right shoulder continued to grow. You've easily fallen into my plan too. Oh? Asked Uriah, pushing the bridge of his glasses further up his nose. How so? Easy. You've sent your guards away, and with the words you left them I doubt they'll come back anytime soon even if we get a bit rough. I see. So you've already forgotten that I was the one who beat you last time. Sure, but it's easy to beat someone who isn't even interested in winning. After all, you couldn't stop me in that time. Uriah couldn't hide the twitch of annoyance that he made. Ah, hit a nerve did I? Well then, why don't we play a little game right now? Holding out his left hand, energy was drawn from the large wave at his shoulder, shaping into one of the thinnest arrows Uriah had ever seen. It was more of large needle, maybe a bit thicker, and certainly nowhere near the normal standard for arrows. But at the same time, he could sense the overwhelming power from that single projectile. It had been his warning as the shot fired beforehand, and it was only because of that power that he truly was on guard. This was a level of ether nano manipulation only made possible by one who could do nothing without this single skill, a level that few could even hope to match. In response, Uriah raised his own bow, the light that made it solidifying until it gained a material form. Like the one the Aeolus form of Ichigo held, this was a large bow too. The only difference between the two was that the one the Aeolus form of Ichigo held was made as sturdy as possible to handle such powerful arrows, even if they were tiny in size. His was made to be perfectly balanced, allowing him to hit his enemies no matter how far away they were. Come on then, stated Uriah, watching as the two girls above raced away after his allies. I'll show you how long I really need to deal with someone like you. Protector of the Fairies. Safely protected by the cocoon of blade fragments that surrounded him, Byakuya kneeled down beside the form of the dying demon, Silver struggling to breath from the fully formed swords sticking through his chest. Man, Silver muttered, glancing down at his cracked armor and the missing nameplate. I really liked this. Had it custom made and all. I'm sorry, stated Byakuya sadly. If you had never been found by that demon, you never would have been forced to suffer the fate of dying twice. Silver scoffed, a burst of pain being felt with each breath he took. Not your fault. You couldn't have known. How could you? You didn't even know about me until now. Even so, if I had been more insistent in my actions rather than sticking to the law all the time, perhaps I would have struck out at Tartaros before now. Perhaps you could have been allowed to rest. Perhaps. Silver glanced back upwards from his lying position, a small frown crossing his face as he noticed the lack of sky above them. I know it's a pain but... would you mind? Byakuya obliged him, the blade fragments above them moving to reveal a large open sky. Ah. Just as beautiful as I always remembered it. I don't think I've had the time to look up from my suffering for so long now. Finally, after so long, I can feel his grip on me weakening. I truly will die now. You said demons can be revived dash. Not me. I'm not a full demon really. I'm like a fragment. Of course something much worse will follow me, so I hope you're ready for that. I'm weak really compared to the real deal. You aren't weak. You were strong enough to make me use my Bankai. Only because my power countered yours, replied Silver happily. Make sure everyone knows. The threat's out there. Beware the four kings of Tartaros. And, there's something else too. Byakuya frowned. Something else? You didn't hint at this earlier. I couldn't, Silver admitted, coughing painfully as he felt himself getting weaker. His demon body could only sustain him for so long from death like this. But my words are my own now. No one is listening in. Beware the Alvarez Empire's leader. Spriggan. I managed to work it out. There's something there in that country. Some secret they are hiding. And it has to be related to that man. Find him. And stop him. I will. Don't worry. Really? That's good. It looked like a weight had been lifted from the human-turned-demon, Silver smiling without a care. Looking at the man one last time, Byakuya couldn't help ask the question on his mind before he would lost the chance forever. You're Gray's father, right? From Fairy Tale. Gray. Silver's smile grew a little bit more, his eyes shining fondly. Ah yes, my pride and joy. My wife. Strange. I can't really remember her name that much. Probably a side effect from dying once. But I remember Gray. My son. My flesh and blood. The one, who will, defeat. E.N.D. Silver's eyes stayed open but they no longer shone anymore, all the life draining from them as Silver stopped breathing. Byakuya wasn't one to feel sorry for his opponents, but just this once he'd make an exception. You helped us, Byakuya stated, grabbing the demon dash, no. The man's body. This was not a demon anymore. Holding Silver in his arms, Byakuya let his Bankai expand outwards, the magic sentient enough to know only to target the demons right now. Deadly blade fragments slid through gaps in the guards of everyone, cutting down only the demons as Byakuya turned away from the battlefield, quickly shunpoing away to deposit Silver's body. And then he'd return for another push to force these demons back from their home. Protector of the Fairies. Look at all this! Exclaimed Zara, kicking her feet as she leaned back on the massive shoulder that was her seat. Honestly, can humans do nothing without help? They were unfortunately ambushed, explained the Celestial Spirit King calmly, glancing around the battlefield that had all but frozen with his presence. Hollows are deadly creatures, and the Gargantes they use are a very dangerous form of space magic. No wonder they managed to appear right in the center of the army. Zara scoffed, using the momentum from the swing of her feet to throw herself into the air, floating around him with ease. They should have managed to rally back together then. Honestly, we both know they'll eventually come to fear you again, and knowing your stupid heart you'll repeat the past and lock yourself away once more. I do what I believe is best, explained the giant. This is not the time to discuss this, however. We have company to deal with. If you would. Yeah, I know. Zara shot back to his side, taking a seat by the Celestial Spirit King's neck and grabbing a small part of the armor he wore to grip onto. Go ahead. My power is yours, not that you even need to use more than a fraction of it. Thank you, Zara. Raising a hand, the Celestial Spirit King knocked on the air with the back of his palm, the space rippling. And then it glowed, the space distorting as a massive cannon started to extend out of the space. He repeated the process on his other side, another massive cannon slowly exiting the space behind him. When they finally extended the full way out, they held themselves there in the air, pulses of air being expelled from the bottoms of the cannons to keep them floating in the air. I bring you gifts, those who fight for Ishgar. He didn't have to raise his voice much for the sound to travel, especially in the silence that had been created momentarily with his arrival. A form of reinforcements from the Queen and the Fiori War Council. Jupiter cannons, muttered Ashine in shock, Grimjoe picking up on the significance of those words. Hold on, you mean you had some of those in reserve? That's playing dirty. Take control of the targeting systems, Zara, commanded the Celestial Spirit King, the spirit only he could see giving him a salute as he reached for the massive sword strapped to his back. In one swift move the blade was drawn, the metal brought back to its former glory. He wasted no time in rushing forward, two massive blasts of magical energy firing past him into some of the largest crowds of hollows. And with that the fragile peace between both armies that his arrival had created broke, the fighting resuming with a frenzy. Hollows were far more desperate to devour those in front of them, while the mages and rune knights desperately tried to push back towards the cannons, hoping to secure their position. As the cannons continued their sequence of firing and charging, hollows rushed towards them, intending to take advantage of the lack of guards present around the cannons. They suddenly found themselves all being pushed back as a crackling Zero tore through their ranks, Shinji smirking through his mask as he landed in the air in front of them all. "What's this? We went through all the trouble of showing up and someone already beat us to it? Man, that's just unfair." "Agreed," replied Mest, appearing on the ground with his scythe slung over his shoulders. "But the heroes are always the ones to arrive last. So by that statement, we can still be the ones to save the day." 2 would not be enough to deter the hollows normally. But it was as waves of ice and fire bit into the back of the ranks of those attacking, Toshiro and Karen both using their bankais to tear through the ranks of hollows threatening to take out their new source of hope. Zeros began to charge at the nearby Minos Grandes, attacks that had previously thrown terror and confusion into an already crazy mess. But they weren't allowed to fire this time, the Celestial Spirit King flying across the distance towards them despite the size of the battlefield present and slashing out with the massive sword he wielded. Space distorted as he swung, the attack extending out far further than what the sword's reach should have allowed. Every Minos in the arc of his swing found themselves cut down, the Celestial Spirit King only showing slight strain from such a powerful attack. Hollows below him tried to leap at him, but his giant size provided no weakness to him as he dodged, spinning around as he used his cloak as a shield that none but the strongest of the hollows attacking could even mark, let alone penetrate. "Stop him!" screamed a hollow, the Celestial Spirit King briefly turning to see the form of a large winged hollow rushing at him. He brought up his cape to block the slash of the hollow's wings, only to be slightly surprised when the wings cut a hole through the material and lunged at his chest. Taking advantage of his large size, the Celestial Spirit King took a step back, creating a large gap between him and the hollow attacking him for him to bring his sword down on it. His sword slammed into something, but it wasn't the hollow itself. At the last moment, the wings and large arms detached, leaving the hollow with its base limbs and a tail as it rushed towards him even faster. The pink energy coming off its tail expanded, forming a sword just as large as his own as it lunged at him with it. It failed to connect, one hand slamming down on top of the hollow and crushing it against the ground. It had already began to turn to dust as he removed his hand, the pink energy fading away completely once more. "Can she do nothing right?" asked a voice close to him, the Celestial Spirit King turning to see the large mass of tentacles that was the released form of a Arankar. "That's what I get for taking her on as my attendant." Sairachi never knew when to see that she was outmatched. "You have a familiar trace of magic. I can sense the magic of Yuzukuro Saki on you." "That Quincy?" The hollow laughed. "Oh yeah. I ate her. And she was delicious. I can already feel the increase in power. Once I'm finished digesting her, I'll become as strong as a hybrid." The hollow leaped away with its giant form, barely avoiding the downward swipe the Celestial Spirit King made with his own sword. "Spit her back up. Before I am forced to completely destroy you. Spit her back up." The hollow laughed. "And why would I do that? I am the 9th Espada, Araniro Arururi. I devour everything. That little hope you are trying to bring, I'll devour it too." Every tentacle the hollow had rose, hundreds of Zeros charging from them all and all forming a variety of colors like a rainbow. "I've eaten hundreds of hollows. Thousands even. Which means my abilities are limitless. I have the power of all those hollows, and they are all mine to use too. Taste the power of over 500 Zeros." "So sad," muttered the Celestial Spirit King as he raised his own blade with both hands. "Subjugation by force. I'll show you a true strike from one who has taken in the lives of others." At first nothing happened. And then light began to shine, glowing from everywhere in specks of light that were drawn into the blade itself. 88 summoners, all immortalized in the stars as a dedication to their sacrifices. Behold, a power that embodies them. "You won't make it." All the Zeros fired off, combining together as they fired to form one massive beam the size of the Celestial Spirit King himself. And yet in response the Celestial Spirit King showed no fear, allowing the light to finish gathering. Galaxia Blade. Rather than swinging the blade, instead the blade remained where it was. The light burst outwards from the blade, the very space distorting as all the Zeros fired found their own form being disrupted, breaking apart without a single bit of the energy harming anyone. The light didn't stop there, however, continuing out all around the Celestial Spirit King and turning many of the hollows to stone as it passed over them. Araniro was no exception, the hollow desperately turning to run as he saw what was happening to his fellow kind. But it was too late. As fast as he could move, he was not fast enough to outrun the light. All it took was a single touch and immediately his massive form began to freeze up, stone creeping over it all. No. I won't be destroyed by the likes of you. Forcefully separating himself from the mass beneath him, completely aware of what such an action meant, Araniro threw himself forward, skidding along the ground as his large body behind him finished turning to stone. He desperately tried to crawl away, looking for something to quickly devour to gain strength from before a sword slammed down right in front of him. Galaxia Blade would not have killed you, stated the Celestial Spirit King, looking down at the hollow in disgust. So many of my summoners were kind people, not wanting to harm others. This attack is the embodiment of that wish, an attack that turns all those I perceive as my enemy to stone, not dead and yet no longer a threat. A power to allow for redemption, not that it is needed for some of you. Shaking his head, the Celestial Spirit King glanced at the body mass that Araniro had discarded. Your magical power is almost nothing now. You shed almost all of it to escape my blast, leaving behind the powers you stole in order to save your own worthless life. I find it fitting that one such as yourself, a being that becomes strong by devouring the powers of others, should die alone and powerless. I won't. Araniro's final words were cut off as the Celestial Spirit King dragged his blade across the ground quickly, cleaving through the hollow in one blow. Turning towards the large mass that had been Araniro's full power, he grabbed it with one hand, quickly preparing to regroup with the mages retreating backwards. With the mass frozen, the process of digestion would have been halted, and even the deconstruction of the mass itself would have been stopped until the spell ended. He would recover the girl within once the fighting was done. It was the least he could do after all Zera had put her through, and it only took a few moments to reach his destination. The Rune Knights are regrouping, Zera reported to him, taking the chance to speak as he placed the stone mass down behind their own lines. At this point it'll be dangerous to fire the Jupiter cannons close to our own troops. Should I switch to firing at the back of the lines of incoming hollows? Focus on the Minos Grandes, the Celestial Spirit King commanded, already watching as the remaining forces of hollows regrouped as best as a swarm could. I can't rush through the lines too much if I want to continue fighting until the barrier comes down. We need to be conservative when necessary against such an army, and I already used a lot of energy with Galaxia Blade. You choice. Be ready. There's more coming. I know, he stated, blocking a bright red Zero from Aminos in the distance with the flat side of his sword. We've only just begun. Protector of the Fairies. Is this it? Asked Basby, glancing at the Quincy behind him. We traveled about as far as we're meant to right. How the hell should I know, stated Bambietta in annoyance, her arms crossed across her chest. That idiot probably forgot that we're tracking this place's exact location by his ability to pinpoint Ichigo Kurosaka's position. Without him, we're a bit lost. We are here, spoke the Quincy known as BG9, tilting his head down towards the ground. Accuracy of recorded data puts us at the position stated with an 85% chance of a match. The place where the Shield Fiori plans to generate is being powered from here. What I want to know is who even got us the information about that thing, pointed out Basby, sighing as he pressed his hands against the back of his head. I mean His Majesty just went and told Uriah to take a squad and destroy it. Who told His Majesty though? One of the twins. King shrugged. Who else? But we shouldn't waste time talking. Every second wasted means another second that we might be discovered during, if we haven't been found already. We need to move quickly and find the entrance inside. That'll take too long, stated Basby, frowning as he gazed across the landscape. It's right below us, right? Let's take a shortcut then. Turning towards Bambietta, he spoke only 3 words. Blow it away. The girl needed no invitation to start, the wide smile that grew on her face revealing her sadistic tendencies for the world to see. The bullets of energy formed all around and fired downwards, pelting the ground rapidly and exploding upon impact. Is this really the best solution? Asked King, staring at the ground in disbelief as it was torn apart in massive explosions. With this, they will know we're here for sure. Who cares? Exclaimed Bambietta, continuing to fire down into the earth. I get to blow shit up, so I'm all for this plan. Besides, we don't need to do anything but destroy their power supply for this so-called barrier. Once that's done, we can leg it if we really are outmatched somehow. What I'm worried about though is their response. Do you really think they will let us simply break into their base of operations? No response detected. King stared at BG9 in disbelief, unable to accept what the Quincy had said as fact. Sorry, what? No response. Not any. From the data I have just gathered, none. All detected magical signatures detected nearby have remained steady and level. Steady and level, huh? So that means they are either all so confident that our attack isn't phasing them and they are ready to rebel us, or that they aren't even paying attention to us, instead continuing with their work. Not all of them, muttered Bazby, noticing the odd shape of the landscape nearby in the distance. Hey Bambietta. You recognize that thing over there? Pausing in her volley of destruction, Bambietta reluctantly turned a scowling face towards where Bazby was looking, only for her face to return to its joyful state. There's no doubt that we're in the right place now. Really? That's definitely the same airship I saw in the distance at the Magic Council's base. If that's here, and not at any of the battlefields, they must really be up to something here. We can't afford to leave it lying about. It's practically asking to be destroyed. You finish up here and lead the charge. Destroy everything in sight. I'll go and take down as much of that ship as I can to make sure it stays crippled. Not waiting for a reply, Bazby sped off towards it, leaving the other Quincy behind to continue making their way in from above. Pausing above the airship perched on the ground, he debated the best way to do this. He could go in and destroy it from the inside out, targeting the most important parts he could find. Or he could burn the whole thing down from out here. Out of the two, he liked the latter plan more. Let's start with a small burst, he muttered happily as he raised a single finger, blue flames spiraling around it. Bringing the finger down and pointing at the ship, he smirked as he fired the flames forward. Burner Finger 1. The flames shot forward towards the airship. Before making it, however, they hit a green portal instead, disappearing and suddenly reappearing as one portal closed and another opened in rapid succession. Dodging his own flames, Bazby sent a glare down at the one who had repelled his attacks, an odd double-bladed weapon in her hands. And just who the hell are you? That's my line, pointed out the green-haired woman, spinning her weapon with one hand. Leave. These are the orders of the prince. We won't show you any mercy if you refuse. The prince, huh? Sorry miss, but we follow our own king. And our own pesky prince, you could say too. You're going to have to make me leave. So be it. As the last explosion from Bambietta ended, the ground broke in a way to reveal a large opening into a cavern deep down in the earth. The three Quincy rushed downwards towards the base within. King only had a moment to watch as Bambietta and BG9 were suddenly repelled, a streak of light speeding up with them. He didn't bother going back to his allies to check up on them as he rushed in, more than aware of how skilled each of them was. Scowling at the light bruise she had gotten from the punch that had hit her, her blood not having been active with how unexpected the attack had been, she turned to face the man standing before her and BG9. So you wanted a rematch, did you? Mist Ogden shrugged, lifting the large weapon off his shoulders and readying it. She almost thought it was another construct he had made out of light until she noticed how solid it was. It wasn't anything elegant. If anything, it was nothing more than a large pole with chunks of metal attached to all parts of it. But even so, it was a weapon, and any weapon was dangerous if the user was skilled enough. The question left was simply how skilled was he with it, and how much had he changed in only a few days. Protector of the Fairies. Fire Dragon's Roar. Sending the roaring inferno forward, Natsu only managed to get a glimpse as Quilge avoided the blast, quickly shutting off the flames to avoid wasting energy. The wings of his fire drive beat rapidly as they pushed him away from where he was, narrowly avoiding the arrow that slammed into the ground where he had been. Rather than allowing Quilge come to him, like the man would ever do that even though he used a blade, he took the initiative, flying towards Quilge as fast as he could. But while the wings he had were fast, Quilge was faster thanks to Hiran Kyaku. It was difficult to keep up, that Natsu could admit. At short range he was fast enough to react, but crossing a larger distance at such speeds was much harder. And when his opponent was someone who could fight from range, and he himself was more of a close-range fighter, the odds really got taken away from his favor. The man was stronger than before too. Not massively, which was a relief to be honest, but still stronger. Quilge must have been holding back against him when they last fought, especially considering how much weaker he had been then. It was a testament to his growth that his fire drive was now effective to some degree, and he didn't even know how strong his Heavenly Flame Dragon mode might be. He didn't want to rely on it too much yet though. Even if he beat Quilge, there might be another enemy right around the corner, one that is even stronger. If he can't win with his fire drive, if he was to exhaust himself during his fight, he'd never beat the next guy. "Aren't you going to fight me seriously yet?" asked Quilge from a distance, making slashes with his sword in quick succession. Immediately Natsu broke into a frenzy, rushing to avoid the lines of light that shot towards him. He knew better than to be hit by them. One touch and they'd try and wrap around him, trapping him in a jail as the Quincy put it. So far he had only been caught once, and only slightly. A bar had hit his arm and almost pulled it out of its socket as he tried to rip it free, only its incomplete state allowing him to force his arm through the gap. A second too slow though and he would have been trapped there since, when locked in place, the bars seemed to stay there until Quilge himself dismissed them. "Maybe if you stopped running away, you'd find out how serious I am. And let you fire off a secret art at close range." Quilge scoffed, swiping with his sword and firing a massive arrow forward. "As if," he added, sending a volley of smaller arrows at Natsu when he darted around the large one, ignoring the destruction it caused as it hit the edge of the cage that contained them both. "I know perfectly well how dangerous such techniques can be. So you're scared, huh?" Natsu taunted, brining one hand behind his back as the flames intensified along that arm. "Take this then," he shouted, swinging his arm up and over, the flames rushing forward in the arc that he swung through. "Fire Dragon's overhead slash. Is that really the best name you can come up with?" Dodging the arc with a simple sidestep, Quilge let his momentum naturally bring him into a fencing stance, energy condensing at the point of his blade. "Get serious so I can crush you already." Stabbing forward with the blade, an arrow with a cross-shaped arrowhead cut through the air, slamming into Natsu's chest as he tried to dodge. From the point of impact, the arrowhead extended outwards, forming a small set of bars around Natsu. Quilge didn't let up for a second, tracing out more bars in the air and sending them flying forward to join the arrow's weaker ones. They made it just in time as the bonds holding Natsu shattered under the strain of his magic and, unlike the bars from the arrow, Theseus' ones were the real deal. A second later and the world around Natsu burnt, flames firing off in every direction and completely destroying the cell that had formed around him. His fire drive had already been stripped from him completely, the flames he used now far too wild to be contained like his previous ones could be. Natsu didn't fall either, his palms facing downwards as small but powerful bursts of flames kept him steady. Heavenly Flame Dragon Mode, release. "Oh? So you finally decided to take me seriously, did you? It took you a while." Natsu didn't say anything to begin with, instead settling an unflinching gaze on the man that was his enemy. "This almost killed you last time, at a time when I was weaker. You shouldn't have pressed me so hard. Because of that, I can't guarantee there'll be anything left of you." Who's arrogant and dash, Quilge was forcefully cut off as a fist slammed into his chest, blood being spit up from his throat as the force sent him flying backwards. His body didn't stop till it slammed against the bars of the cage that held them both, holding strong against his body's momentum and causing a loud crack to be heard. Holding up a fist of roaring flames, his hair swept back by the powerful winds cycling around his whole body, Natsu let the energy dim slightly as he settled back into a ready stance in the air. When it became apparent that Quilge wasn't going to recover quickly, he took the next move, bringing a palm back as flames intensified around it and back off his elbow. Heavenly Flame Dragon's gentle palm. Groaning as he pushed himself forward, Quilge showed no sign of fear at the flame vortex being sent towards him. Raising two fingers up in front of him, he dragged them across the air, leaving trails of blue energy in their wake. Before they had a chance to vanish, he repeated the process, the next two lines perpendicular to the first set. Right before the flames could hit, the lines of energy all extended, forming large bars of energy with extra bars crisscrossing between the main four. Safe behind the temporary shield, the flames that brushed the space around him causing beads of sweat to form across his skin, Quilge quickly wrapped strings of energy around his chest, pushing the broken bone back into place and holding it there. It was nothing more than a patch job currently, but so long as he still had energy then it wouldn't get worse. Still, that claim could not be mere arrogance anymore. He had been using blood venet when he had been hit, and even with the impressive defensive power of it he still broke a rib. A glance at the bars in front of him told him all he needed to know about their condition, and before they could break he was gone, a burst of Hirin Kyaku hiding him temporarily from view. As he came to a stop though, his sword at the ready, Natsu was nowhere to be seen. Flickers of his gaze both to the sides and up and below left only one place, and his sword quickly moved to intercept the strike from behind him. The metal met a fist of flames before cracking, blue energy quickly moving to mend the magic-made weapon before it could completely break. Immediately Natsu retreated backwards, the flames that had been used for offensive purposes now being used to alter his direction and avoid any follow-up strike. At the same time Natsu lowered his other arm as low as he could, letting the flames from his feet disappear completely as he fell. Quilge quickly acted as the arm swung back upwards, moving his sword downwards and tracing out a single bar in the air. While unable to stop the flames that rushed towards him, the bar did split them down around him, a burst of Hirin Kyaku taking him above and along the flames as he chased after Natsu before he could recover. His sword swung down as quickly as he could swing it, his blood already changing to the offensive variant, but he still missed, the flames expelling from Natsu's hands pushing him out of the way at the last moment. Tilting one palm, Natsu spun himself back around, twisting his other fist till it was on a collision course directly with Quilge's chest. With one hit he sent Quilge flying once more, not as far as before but still far enough to create a large gap between the two. Before he could move against however, bars sprung up around him. Natsu swore as he looked for a way out, cursing the fact that he had missed them. Clutching his chest slightly as he leaned forward, Quilge smiled triumphantly as he reinforced the strength of the bars. Then, with a swipe of his sword, the bars started to move. Striking out with both hands, Natsu pressed them against the walls to his left and right, his feet hitting the bottom wall while he tilted his head forward so his back took the ceiling. Flames burst off from everywhere, pushing against the crushing forces in an attempt to break free. "It's no use," Quilge declared, spreading his arms out wide in victory. "You may have broken the bars of my jail before, but now I have had time to strengthen them to their full strength. You won't be able to break out. Not ever. Don't count me out yet." Natsu's grip on all the walls vanished as he pulled his body in as tight as he could, all the flames that he had released being pulled in with him and wrapping around his body until all that could be seen was a sphere of flames. Dragonslayer's secret art. Immediately Quilge understood the threat of what was about to happen, slashing out with his sword to form more bars as the ones already created hit the flame barrier and halted from the force pushing back against them. Heavenly Flames, Mode Barrier. Immediately the flames intensified even further, Quilge feeling the force of them as the wind picked up immensely around his jail. With one final swing, he applied the last of the additional bars to the jail. It was too late. Repel. The entire barrier shot outwards, expanding in all directions as they shattered every single bit of power in their way. Quilge only had time to activate his blood venet as he tried to escape, Hirin Kyaku only just getting out of the main blast zone before the flames caught up to him. It was like a supernova had gone off in the cage they were both in, consuming over half the space and even threatening to expand further. Finally, the flames began to pull back in, control forcefully being placed on them by Natsu as he directed them all back to his palm and slowly dispersed them. A burned figure fell from the sky as the flames pulled away, Quilge crashing down against the ground with burns all over his body. He hadn't felt this much pain since the last time he had fought this pest, and this attack was far stronger than the breath attack that had been used against him back then. Reaching out painfully with one hand, he tightened his grip on the sword he had dropped in the fall and used it as a crutch as he forced himself to his feet. Already he was being forced to rely on Ransutenge even more. While internally he was still fine, with the exception of a broken rib or two, his muscles were screaming in pain, his flesh singed black in some areas where he took the brunt of the blast. Not even blood venet was enough to stop it all. I made a mistake choosing to fight you alone, Quilge muttered as he felt the cage he had originally created around the two of them start to weaken and crack. You never would have used that spell at that level of strength otherwise in case you sucked your own allies into it. What a frightening power, a barrier of flames which only exists to expand out and consume the attack and the attacker. You brought this on yourself, Natsu stated, half his attention still fixed on trying to get his flames under control. I told you. I can't guarantee there'll be anything left of you. That wasn't a boast. When I fight an enemy with this mode, an enemy that has to be beaten no matter what in a situation of life and death, I can't afford to hold back. I see that, replied Quilge, spitting out some blood as he shakily grabbed his gloved hand. I thought I had the correct prediction prepared of your abilities after seeing you fight those other dragon slayers. It is apparent to me now, however, that I should never have relied on such a battle to make an estimation of your strength. As much as I hate to say it, your power is great. Quilge smirked, setting Natsu on edge as he brought the last of his power back to the state it was before he used his secret art. But because of that you will now have to face the true power of a Quincy. I hadn't wanted to use this power, but I had been more than prepared to use it if necessary. With one quick pull, the glove on Quilge's hand was pulled off, light bursting out all around the man and almost forcing Natsu to one knee from the pressure it emitted. Volstandig. Protector of the Fairies. Till the end. This is what you held back when we first fought, wasn't it? Preparing his guard, Natsu couldn't hide his shock when the light cleared. The form Quilge's Volstandig was infitted with his power, the jail. The wings were almost like rows of bars pushed together, while the five-pointed star that acted as a halo was similar in make. What shocked him, however, was the fact energy was being drawn upwards into the man from the ground, healing his injuries and giving his skin a faint blue shine to it as the magic went to work. What? Regeneration. Close, Quilge explained arrogantly, letting his old sword vanish completely as he conjured up a new one from the raw ether nano around him. The blade created was grand enough to make the other blade look like a cheap piece of junk, grand jewels decorating the curved hilt of the blade, while the blade itself seemed to even shine with the raw energy coating its surface. Volstandig is the full embodiment of a Quincy's shrift, a true release of the desires in our souls. But with this power also comes a power to subjugate magic itself, allowing us to break down objects into the ether nano they are comprised of for our own purposes. It's only natural that we can use this form to take in that energy and use it to speed up our ability to heal, or even perform medical marvels that would be otherwise impossible. Is that the case, huh? So all I need to do is make sure I don't leave you in any state that allows you to be able to recover from. Speeding forward, Natsu brought his fist right at where Quilge had been. It would have hit, if not for the increased speed from Quilge as his wings began to beat with his movements, turning a previously fast Hiran Kyaku into something that was almost impossible to track by normal means. With his speed though, Natsu wasn't deterred much, instantly firing the flames down from his hands and feet as he gave chase. Seeing Natsu still keeping up with him, Quilge altered his tactics, creating a wall of bars in front of him to slow the Dragon Slayer down. Unlike before though, where he had been forced to trace the main lines out individually, all he did was swipe across the air, the energy present there obeying his command and forming a 10-meter wide barrier of bars. Natsu quickly redirected himself at the last second, rushing to the left side as he tried to make up the lost ground on catching up to Quilge. That moment was exactly what Quilge needed as he raised his sword, bringing it perpendicular to his body as he drew the blade back. Energy was drawn into the blade at a rapid rate, forming a large arrow around the blade itself, the arrowhead formed with a cross pattern like a few of the arrows of before. With one thrust, the arrow was sent flying forward, crossing the distance between the two in the blink of an eye. At the very last moment Natsu saw it coming, increasing the thrust from his flames as he hurried to dodge without losing momentum. Dodging any other way than forward in some way would involve countering his current speed and, with how little time he had, he'd never dodge if he did that. His legs shot up closer to his body as the flames increased, the arrow skidding across the skin of his knees as it passed and leaving them a bloody mess as the arrow shredded away all the skin on the surface. Passing the last of the bars that had blocked his path, Natsu grabbed the end bar as he passed, using it to spin round and keep his speed as he rocketed towards Quilge. What he didn't expect was to come face to face with another arrow in the brief time it had taken to turn, flames increasing from his right hand in reflex and pushing him out of the way just in time. He could feel the blood on his cheek from where the arrow had sliced past, barely catching him. And he could see another arrow was already almost finished being prepared by Quilge up ahead. They were dangerous. If he hadn't dodged that last one, it would have gone straight through his head. Firing off even more flames from his hands and feet, Natsu spun out of the path of the latest arrow and shot forward as fast as he could, the flames around him coating his whole body in a cocoon of flames. Heavenly Flame Dragon's unstoppable rush. He slammed into his target before realizing his mistake, a few bars right in front of him in the tiny space that existed between him and Quilge. That quick? They had sprung up at the last moment, and now he was about to pay the price as the flames around his body from the spin weakened. Pushing back quickly from the bars only bought him a few brief extra moments, allowing him time to bring his arms together in front of his body in a cross shape before Quilge struck, the flames forming a brief barrier in front of him. The arrow slammed right into the flames and sent him flying, the arrow shattered but still carrying the force of the blast through to him. Without realizing, he found himself crashing down into the ground far away from where he had begun fighting, looking around in shock as he noticed all the rune knights around him. The rune knight that was offering his help was brutally cut off as multiple arrows slammed into his body, causing him to fall at Natsu's feet as the Quincy on the other side of him continued their relentless charge. Leaping to his feet, Natsu easily caught the sabers some of the Quincy wielded and sent a quick wave of flames out at them, slowing their advance down ever so slightly. He paid for that lax in concentration however, Quilge shamelessly taking advantage of the opening and firing an arrow straight into Natsu's leg. Letting out a roar of pain involuntary, Natsu threw an arm out upwards at where the arrow had come from, an uncontrollable wave of flames firing upwards as a blaze and lighting up the sky. Quilge quickly formed a shield of bars in front of him at the last moment, forcing the flames to part around him even as the hastily constructed bars shook from the strain. All units! Quilge shouted, drawing the attention of all Quincy nearby. Concentrate fire on the Dragon Slayer and all those around him. Bombard him with as many arrows as you can fire. Hundreds of voices cried out in acknowledgement, and Natsu only had a brief moment to watch as almost all the Quincy he could see raised their bows towards him, some even ignoring the enemies they were fighting and getting cut down as a result. The blue glows of their arrows snapped him out of his shock, knowing he only had a moment to stop them. Flames burst out from both palms in increasing amounts as he spread his arms out wide to his sides, generating more and more flames for him to use as he struggled to keep them under control. He had a pretty good idea what Quilge wanted here. The guy probably expected that he wouldn't use the same secret art if it would catch his own allies in the blast too. And he was right, there was no way he would use that spell right now. But he would regret assuming that his secret arts could only be used in one way. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Natsu muttered, the flames spreading out as a wall in front of all the rune knights that would be caught in the line of fire too. He could barely restrain them from spreading out of the cone shape he was forming with them, so he would have to act fast. Heavenly Flames, Mode Barrier. On his command, the flames rose higher and higher, spreading upwards as a large wall just as the barrage of arrows were released. Hundreds of arrows filled the sky, rushing through the air and slamming right into the wall of flames. Not a single one of them was strong enough to penetrate the barrier, all being completely devoured by the inferno that was his magic. Knowing he wouldn't be able to hold the barrier for much longer in this form, and more than aware of the threat right beyond it, Natsu activated the second part of the spell. Repel. The wall of flames fired forward, becoming more like an unstoppable wave of fire that swallowed all the Quincy in its path hole. He was already in the process of getting the flames back under his control once more when Quilge appeared right before him, stabbing his sword straight towards him. His body had immediately began to move on reflex the moment the man had appeared, but there wasn't enough time to completely dodge, the sword missing his heart but still stabbing straight through his shoulder without resistance. Got you, Quilge stated with a smirk, the energy on his sword firing off the tip and bending back round Natsu, locking all his limbs in place with bars of light. Glaring in anger, Natsu spat at him, struggling to move his hand to direct the flames already present. Now, don't be so hasty. If you lose yourself in your anger, you might just wipe out those behind you. Natsu froze, his eyes snapping towards the flames he had created. That moment of anger had sent them right towards the two of them and, while he would be fine, no one else would. Not Quilge, and not the men and women behind him. Flicking his wrist at the last moment, the flames shot upwards, the roaring inferno lighting up the sky as they spread upwards and started to die down. "That's far better," Quilge stated, pulling his sword out swiftly before gesturing in the air with his other hand to bind Natsu in more bars, locking his arms and legs firmly to the ground. Forcing the bars to bend, Quilge forced Natsu to his knees, making him bow before him. Quilge's smirk quickly grew more vicious as he raised a foot, slamming it down against Natsu's head and slamming the Dragon Slayer as far down as the fixed bars would let him. The bars immediately forced Natsu's head back up, letting Quilge get some satisfaction as the Dragon Slayer spat out blood onto the ground. "I have to admit," said Quilge as he kicked Natsu again, this time against his wounded shoulder, "I was worried there for a brief moment. But you see, your mistake here was having fought me once before with that mode. You were weaker then, but I still got a glimpse of the kind of jump in power you show when using that mode. And you know what? Something bothered me when we fought earlier today. The jump that had pushed you so high was much smaller." Raising his blade, Quilge dug it down into Natsu's leg, not satisfied at all when all he heard was a grunt in retaliation. "But then I realized it. Why, these flames were slightly different. You pretend you can control them better, but that is a lie. In 3 months there is only so much one can do, and the very nature of these flames resists your attempts to make them behave. So what did you do? Why, it's simple." Grabbing Natsu's head by the chin, he forced the Dragon Slayer to meet his own triumphant eyes. "You reduced the power." Seeing the shock in his opponent's eyes, Quilge continued, finding pleasure from unraveling Natsu's techniques before his eyes. "By reducing the amount of flames you produce, you can keep them perfectly under control. And it does work. But the true power of this mode of yours is not the strength of the flames, no, that's not it. It's the quantity. The sheer volume of fire that spreads out and devours everything in its path, both friend and foe alike. But then," Quilge continued on, "you showed your secret art. And I saw the one you used during the Grand Magic Games too. I wonder though if they can really be called secret arts, since in the end all you are doing is utilizing the true power of this mode and letting the flames run wild. However, because of this, you are predictable." Brining up his sword again, Quilge slashed across Natsu's chest, getting a more favorable response this time around. "2 variables are needed for you to perform a secret art. The first, time. Time because, in order to use these techniques, you need a larger quantity of flames than the amount you try to limit yourself to. So in order to wield the secret art, you need to produce more and more flames. The second is control in 2 stages. The first to hold the flames in while you gather them all so that they can be fired safely. The latter stage is once fired. If left alone, those flames could do more harm than good, so you need to safely remove them from the battlefield. But," Quilge added, "that leaves you in a dilemma, doesn't it? You don't have to do the latter. You could just leave them as they are and use that to fuel another secret art whenever you want. But if you do that, then your general attacks might increase in power and start running wild, causing fire to spread beyond where you want it. However, if you try and draw them all back in, you have to use all your focus on that task. And that leaves you exposed, as I thought you would be." "You talk a lot," Natsu muttered, a knowing smirk on his face. Flames immediately burst out from all sides before the bars tightened, forcing Natsu to cut them off to stop the pain. "That's better. Behave. Besides, my jail is not so weak in Volstandig to break under a little bit of strain like this. Get away from him." Quilge raised an eyebrow as he turned his attention to the voice, raising his sword in a guard as he caught the claws from the human-bird hybrid attacking him. The woman immediately was cloaked in a flash of light as her body changed, turning into a human-cat hybrid this time. Pushing off from the blade, the woman flipped over Quilge, slashing down with the sharp claws now on her hands. Quilge merely sighed though, his blood not even having trouble as he stopped her attacks. "Pathetic. This is all your reinforcements can do. Listen. Get away." Natsu's warning came too late, Quilge already having moved to the offensive. Taking his free hand, Quilge slammed it into Listena's chest, causing her to gasp in pain as the wind was forcefully expelled from her body. The blade came next, tearing across her body in a flash. Only the agility she gained from her cat attributes caused her to move part of her body back in time, a cut that would have cleaved her in half instead leaving a deep slash across her chest. Breathing heavily as she clutched her chest, Lysina winced from the pain as her form changed, becoming a human-fox hybrid with 9 tails spreading out from her lower back. Sharp canines showed as she growled, bending down till she was in a crouch with her hands ready to reach towards the ground. Again. Ah, pests are truly annoying. And so is the one thinking he can sneak up on me like you tried. Raising his sword above his head, Quilge caught Elfman's giant fist against his blade, the massive strength Elfman had from his beast form causing Quilge's legs to shake slightly from the strain. Before Quilge could launch a counter-attack like he did to her, Lysina charged, leaping up through the air as her tails spun. All 9 coiled around each other as she slammed it down, Quilge choosing to dodge rather than deal with the raw physical strength it showed as it hit the ground. Shaking off the earth that had crumbled beneath it, Lysina kept charging as she tried to force Quilge back, each tail becoming a limb that shot out at Quilge as she drew within range. Watching his sister with great reluctance, Elfman ignored Natsu's protests to ignore him as he gripped the bars holding Natsu in place, using all the strength he possessed in an attempt to break them. "Leave me," Natsu ordered Elfman, the large man in beast form shaking his head in turn. "Don't you go for me. Lysina can't fight him alone. She'll die. Why is she even here? If I help her, the outcome will be the same," Elfman reluctantly admitted. "As for why we are here, we came to help. It took a while but we managed to make it and join the fighting." Then Lysina saw those flames and realized something was up, and you know how she gets. If you know that, then help her. You can't give up just because you don't think it will change anything. It won't. Straining his large muscles, Elfman tried to put even more strength into his arms, the bars bending with only a few cracks appearing along them. "We saw the amount of magic you were using. We felt it. And because of that I know we don't stand a chance against him. Not without you. She's bait." Fixing a glare at where he had seen the two fly off to, Natsu pushed against the bars himself with a newfound urgency. "Hurry up. Help me get these things off. Before he realizes what you two are up to and kills you both." "Too late." Quilge's voice came from behind them, shocking the two that they had managed to lose sight of him during the battle. Elfman could only look on in fear as he turned his head, seeing the struggling body of his sister bound with bars, held up by her throat. Now then, what to do now? Elfman saw red, ignoring Natsu's warnings as he lunged at Quilge. At the last moment Quilge released his grip on Lysina, throwing her in front of him and forcing Elfman to stop his attack lest he hit his own sister. Reaching out with his hand that had been a fist, Elfman grabbed Lysina before seeing what her body had hidden behind, Quilge aiming an arrow on the edge of his sword at them both. "Goodbye." The arrow shot forward, Elfman just managing to turn his body at the last second so that Lysina was held out of reach. Instead of hitting them both, the arrow settled for slamming right into Elfman's stomach, exiting out the other side and leaving a small hole through his chest. "Elfman." Lysina's call was weak as she fell to the ground, Elfman losing his grip on her as he felt himself, landing head first in the ground in pain. Ignoring the larger man, Quilge walked over to Lysina, raising his sword and positioning it right in front of her face. "Do you like her?" Quilge asked sadistically, aiming a smirk at Natsu. "Tell me, is she important to you? You get away from her." "Oh, that's a yes. Should have kept your mouth shut." Quilge stabbed forward, Natsu screaming out for him to stop. And to both their surprise, he did. Clutching Quilge's arm with all the strength he could muster, Elfman glared at the man who dared to try and harm his little sister. "Get away from her." Despite his best efforts however, he couldn't force Quilge back, only able to hold his sword arm in place as it struggled to continue to press forward. Quilge raised an eyebrow of the sight, tracing bars in the air with his free hand that began to bind Elfman. "Impressive strength. I'm surprised you can overpower me like this, but then strength is really all you have going for you, to be perfectly honest. I wonder how long you can stand under the strain of my jail though as it crushes you." The bars began to close in, Elfman grunting in pain as he used his large body to try and press back against the bars trying to crush him. Throughout it all, he never let go, holding on to Quilge like his life depended on it. "I said Get away from my sister. Those are but words. You lack the power to actually enforce them, which makes them as worthless as you are. Now if you would, I've grown tired of your filthy hand touching me. The bars tightened around Elfman's arm, causing him to cry out in pain as his grip was forcefully loosened. With a smirk, Quilge continued what he had intended to do, stabbing forward with his blade. It didn't reach. He froze for a moment, looking at the blade in shock. His arm was outstretched and no one was holding him back, and he hadn't missed his target. But the blade itself was gone, molten metal all that remained as it dripped onto the ground from the edge of the hilt. A moment later and that itself vanished, breaking back down from its material form into particles of ether nano. His head barely turned in time to see Natsu's attack, his blood changing rapidly to the defensive variant as a fire-coated fist slammed into his face and sent him reeling back. That was impossible. He looked towards Natsu and froze once more. The bars that had held him in place were in shambles, the majority broken and those that remained barely holding their state together as they melted. Fire leaked from both edges of Natsu's mouth as he growled, resembling a demon more than a dragon as he glared at him. Get away from them. That was the only warning Quilge got before Natsu was right before him, fire expelling out from behind and in far greater amounts than before. He could almost hear the cries of fear as some of the rune knights nearby almost got caught up in the blaze before he was sent flying, skidding back through the crowds of Quincy behind him. Coming to a halt, he immediately rolled out of the way, Natsu's fist slamming down where his head had been. Natsu only growled as he missed his target, his other hand aimed away from Quilge as he fired flames from it, directing himself rapidly towards Quilge. He could hear the cries from the Quincy caught in the blast his movements made, but he ignored them, pushing them deep down as he focused on one sole matter: defeating the man before him that dared to harm his friends. Flames spiraled off his fist, far more than what could be safely contained, and he lunged, the flames spiraling outwards as he hit, leaving a torrent of destruction wherever they touched. Quilge was no exception, a series of dark marks left across his chest from the pattern the attack created through its spirals of flames. Seeing the damage that had been done to him, even with his blood venae activate, Quilge felt something he rarely felt from people. Only His Majesty could make him feel this feeling normally. Fear. Fear that, if he crossed this person, he would die. He could feel it now, the danger Natsu possessed far more potent than before. He was using Volstandig, and yet this Dragon Slayer was overpowering him and could even break out of the bars that had restrained him, bars that had been some of his strongest. Another wave of fear came over him again as he saw Natsu raise a hand towards him, flames barely contained within the closed fist. The fact Natsu had already placed his other hand behind him and open was a sign of what was about to happen. This was the stance for one of his secret arts. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Heavenly Flames, Mode Burner, Launch. The vortex of flames fired forward, Quilge not even having time to construct more than a small layer of bars as a barrier. They didn't hold, shattering as the flames continued to tear forward. It was only sheer luck that he happened to make it to the edge of the blast in time. If he had been caught in the center, he might not have survived. How had Natsu done it though? These secret arts were meant to take time to set up. As he came out of the flames though, he got his answer, Natsu far further away than he had been when he fired the blast. So that was it. This secret art could be said to be the exception to the rule because its power came from the flames being expelled forward, not being shaped. Rather, the time-consuming process was to create flames behind him to act as stabilizers, something Natsu clearly hadn't bothered waiting for here. This distance gave him an opportunity. The five-pointed star over his head glowed brightly as he activated Sclavere. Using the energy all around him, he drew it all in, healing the wounds that would have otherwise stayed and gathering energy into the new sword he was creating. On its edge formed a new arrow, this one being packed with all the strength he could gather and more. With how afraid he was, he would need a very powerful arrow to take down his opponent. He couldn't see Natsu, but he didn't need to. His ability to sense magic was accurate even through all this mess. Raising his blade perpendicular to his body, he gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, stabbing forward. He was right to fire it when he did, Natsu appearing right in its path as it shot through the air. At such a large distance he was more than aware that it could have been dodged, but he had also been right in assuming that Natsu would be simply charging at him. His arrow wouldn't miss like this. It didn't, but that didn't mean it hit either. Instead Natsu fired out flames right in front of him from his mouth, the breath attack shattering the arrow and continuing on towards Quilge. The Quincy easily dodged the attack only to lose sight of Natsu, the Dragon Slayer missing from his view. A fist suddenly slammed into him from behind, sending him flying away once more. Heading right up into the sky, Quilge recovered quickly and spun round, seeing Natsu on the ground with both hands held upwards, clasped together. All the flames that he had created before and hadn't withdrawn drew towards him, spiraling around his hands and extending upwards into a massive blade of flames. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Natsu muttered, bringing the sword down behind him as fire burst from his feet. Quilge realized immediately what he planned to do, abandoning his sword as he held out both hands. Hundreds of bars were quickly traced into existence, all forming around him and overlapping many times over. One layer would not be enough, no matter how powerful the bars were. He needed the power only many layers of defense could give him. Heavenly flames! Natsu shouted as he sped upwards, the flames begging to be released as the form they were packed in struggled to stay together. Mode Sword. With his jail finished, Quilge poured all the energy he could gather into them to strengthen them as much as he could. If he was hit by that, he'd never survive. He couldn't allow himself to be hit. Natsu swung as he reached the barrier, the massive blade of flames, a construct that towered over them all 10 times over, impacting against the bars. The bars held strong, not cracking in the slightest with how much power was packed into them and how densely they were pressed against their other layers. And then the first layer was breached. Quilge felt himself freeze one final time, understanding why now he had felt such fear. His jail was extremely hard to break, and the amount of power he was using currently was able to create a jail that, while temporary, should not be able to be broken unless the individual was so much stronger than he was. These flames were no exception. They weren't breaking his bars, and yet they were breaking through. They were melting. Bars of energy were melting, as impossible as the idea sounded even to him. The flames weren't being stopped for more than a few moments, continuously applying pressure to his jail and moving that little bit closer. He couldn't leave without dispelling the whole jail, and he'd never make it away in time if he did do that. Feeling this magic too, he knew why he had felt so afraid. It was the power shown that matched up the reports His Majesty had shown them for reference if they ever ended up fighting some of the individuals from any of the other armies. Potential threats that should be treated warily. Burn! Natsu shouted, the blade finally breaking through the last of the bars. Quilge couldn't escape as the flames exploded towards him. There was no way out. There was no escape. So instead he laughed. Laughed at the ridiculousness of the situation he had been forced into and at how low the chances had been of him fighting this enemy, even as his body was burnt away till not a shred remained. In the midst of the flames, however, he still had another time to say a few last words to the one that was killing him. You really do live up to your name, END. Protector of the Fairies. There's a lot of noise happening out there, stated Hibiki worriedly, gazing briefly at the archive screen he had set up to show him the battles outside. Are you sure we shouldn't send more help? While I trust Mist Ogden and Nozomi to hold them at bay, there is a limit to how long they can do this for. Nozomi's stuck on the defensive, for example, to protect the Genesis, and Mist Ogden's stuck being double-teamed, with an enemy which seems to be very similar, if not the same, to the one who beat him last time. They will have to deal with it themselves, explained Kisuke as he ducked out of view of the archive screen on his end, fiddling with some wiring to make sure the error he was getting was quickly fixed. We're hard-pressed as it is to handle the systems. Something's up with the barrier according to Juoshiro. It's a variation of the one he was trying to employ, so we're stuck having to adapt the systems to cope with it. A variation? Hibiki frowned. There was only one of them capable of making such quick adjustments. It's Mavis, isn't it? No idea what the girl is up to, but the simulations I've been running show it to be far stronger than the one we would have used, with all the same functionality too. Power output has increased too. If I didn't know any better, then I'd say Ichigo had plugged himself into the system and is funneling more magic to speed up the charge rate. I wondered why he wasn't fighting with the others. Well, there's that. But we also need him to protect the main reactor. You probably got a glance at it too. One of them slipped into our base, and is still in here as we speak, trying to find us. We're lucky he only breached the upper level, but soon enough he'll find the right tunnel down and we'll be forced into fighting in a place we really don't want to fight in. We need to stop him, Hibiki muttered as he scanned through all the sensors littered around the many tunnels used to disorient and delay the enemy. Can you spare a few minutes and try and finish him at full strength? Kisuk shook his head. I'm needed here constantly in order to fix any problems the instant they appear. Speaking of which, Kisuk ducked out of the view of the screen once more, the sound of sparks being heard briefly in the background. Kisuk returned a moment later, sighing as he brushed off some of the dust on his hands from the old wiring. Sorry, this place has some really old stuff. If we had more time I would have upgraded it all to systems more of my liking. It's what you get though when you use a place that hasn't been touched in years. What about Juushiro? Or if Ichigo was to rush to him and dash? The enemy won't be one who would go down quietly. And if we try and beat him quickly, we'll need to use enough power to take him down quickly, and that might damage the base in some way, from a potential cave-in to severed power lines. Glancing at the corner of the screen, Kisuk smirked, gesturing with one hand for Hibiki to notice himself. Why don't we just rely on our little guests? They seem to be already on it. Little guests. Hibiki glanced at the screen, noticing the appearance of another set of new signatures. An enemy? No, he recognized these ones. Bringing up the camera just in time, he managed to catch sight of two blurs shooting downwards, the winds leaving trails behind them from the speed they were going at. Wait, was that Dash? The Sky Slayers, Wendy Marvel, and Kelia Blendy. I barely even picked up their approach. They don't emit much magic when traveling in the air unlike the Quincy do. Guess that's the difference between using a way to fly and those that are held up by the sky. If we leave it to those two, they should be able to stop this Quincy, whoever he is. Are you so sure? I mean, what if he's too strong? Not much we can do about that. They have to win, else we'll be forced to take action. I'll leave the matter to them on the assumption that their power is enough. If I'm proven wrong, well, things may get a bit messy. Protector of the Fairies. So who are you two meant to be? Asked King, keeping a tight grip on his claws as he faced the two girls that had just attacked him. The attack had hurt more than he liked to admit, even with his blood venae fully activate, but what else could he expect from those in Dragon Force and God Oversoul? Neither was a weak opponent in this form. Reinforcements. Were you following us ever since we left the rest of our army and yours behind? You betcha, Kelia said happily, a wide smile across her face. You suck at hide and seek. Or is it tag? Yeah, it's probably the latter. Though doesn't this mean you're it now? King sighed, turning to the younger of the two. Is she always like this? Not always. Wendy muttered quietly. She's saner normally, and technically this is an improvement from her first time at using his power. I see. That's a pain. King lunged forward without warning, the sharp claw attachments to his hands that he used as weapons cutting through the air where they two Sky Slayers had been floating in. Appearing on both sides without a single sign of the air being disrupted, the two struck out in sync, hitting metal as King pulled his claws back in time. Hearing the cracking sound of metal, he quickly backed away, reinforcing the weapon with magic to fix it as he weighed up his options. On one hand, he could fight these two until they exhausted themselves. The fact they were already using their full power was a bonus to that plan, and in order to have followed them for so long the girls must have been using it non-stop. There was one issue with that, however. They were Sky Slayers. Both only had to eat air to recover, so it was highly likely that they wouldn't run out of magic anytime soon. If anything, it might even be the case that he would run out first if they took turns to fight him while the other recovered. The other choice was to go all out and use Volstandig. While powerful, they were still kids, with far less battle experience. He could take advantage of that with the closed power gap and obtain victory. However, if he got that serious, what if he drew the other mages out of hiding while he was weakened from the battle? With the options he had, it might be best to instead abandon his chance to win and focus on moving further into the base while pretending to fall back. He didn't have to beat them to win. Happy with his plan, he hid any signs that would give him away from his face and instead focused as if he would be fighting them seriously. His shrift activated and suddenly his skin was as hard as iron, his blood only further strengthening it. So long as it was up, he doubted these girls could harm him. Now all he had to do was. He never managed to finish that train of thought when the ceiling above caved in, rocks falling everywhere and slamming against him from above. His defense was perfect, not a single one causing him harm, but it still wasn't a pleasant feeling either. He took one eye away from the two girls for a moment to see what had fallen down with the earth. It had certainly looked human, but who the hell was it? Struggling out of the debris, Mist Ogden stretched out his arms, wincing as he felt the pain from the previous blasts. "That hurt like hell, you know," he muttered upwards, staring directly at Bambietta. The Quincy only smirked, resting her hands against her hips. "Not bad, moron. You actually learned a thing or two from our last fight. Weakening your original meteor spell and dividing it up into multiple layers is probably the only reason you didn't come close to death like last time. You were quick to reapply it too. I'm impressed. I don't know if I want that to be a compliment or not." Grabbing his spear that had fallen with him, the weapon far too chunky for his liking, Mist Ogden quickly spun it a few times to make sure he was still operating close enough to his best. His eyes left her for a brief moment as he caught sight of Wendy and Kelia, widening in surprise. "Wendy? What are you doing here?" "Behind you." Wendy rushed forward even as she cried out her warning, trying to intercept King before he could strike Mist Ogden. In the end her assistance was unnecessary, Mist Ogden quickly spinning on his heels and bringing the spear he wielded up to block the Quincy's claws. The moment he turned his back, Bambietta fired, pellets of energy raining down towards him. Wendy didn't waste time in waiting to find out what they did. If this woman had broken through the ground to send Mist Ogden down here, then it meant she couldn't let those pellets hit. Bending the wind around her, a barrier sprung up in the hole, the pellets impacting and exploding against it harmlessly. "What the hell?" muttered Bambietta in shock, actually taking the moment to look at her hand as she generated a small pellet in it to observe. "I hit that right? Why didn't it explode?" Mist Ogden was equally as shocked before noticing the wind itself. The wind wasn't formed from magic. Rather, Wendy manipulated the air to block the blast with wind. Bambietta's power could only explode what her magic could be inserted into, but you can't just insert energy into the sky and make it detonate. It was a force of nature in itself. "Wendy. Kelia. With me." Grabbing King, Mist Ogden threw him upwards, Wendy making the barrier disappear at the last moment. Mist Ogden shot up right after the Quincy, his meteor spell glowing brightly as he became a beam of light to most eyes. Wendy and Kelia rapidly followed up behind him, the wind parting to allow them passage upwards before all three stood in the air before the three Quincy. "Sorry to ask you to this," started Mist Ogden, "but I need you two to handle Bambietta over there. Keep her contained as best as you can, and do not allow yourself to take hits from her magic. Anything she inserts her magic into becomes a bomb, so don't think your Dragon Force and God Oversoul will completely protect you." "Leave it to us," Kelia said happily with a salute, grabbing Wendy's arm as she dragged her close to the other Quincy. "The power of love can conquer all." "Please stop talking," Wendy begged, to not avail, Kelia releasing her as she charged towards Bambietta and let out a burst of wind. Reluctantly following after her friend to make sure she was okay, Wendy gave a faint wave to Mist Ogden as she left before joining the fray. 2 against 1, BG9 stated, observing Mist Ogden from the same position he had been in for a while now as he watched him fight Bambietta. "Your odds have not changed. With the data I have gathered on your current skills, I have determined that your chance of survival has dropped to less than 5%. "Really? You're going to count me out so quickly? I still have my legendary spell to use too." "That statement is only 50% accurate. You can use it." "You will not. It cannot be altered so easily like your meteor spell was. Chance of detonating from the explode is 100%. Just lower my chances, why don't you?" Mist Ogden muttered, tightening his grip on his spear. "But I'll like to see you try and kill me off so quickly if you really think I'm out of luck. I'm not so easily beaten. Should we just rush him?" asked King quietly, BG9 easily picking up what had been as quiet as a whisper. "Fight normally," BG9 replied, loud enough that Mistoggen managed to hear too. His odds change little either way. And this way we get more data. Data doesn't matter much on a target that's dead, King hissed, tightening his fists. But fine, we'll do it your way. You lead then. BG-9 needed no prompting, raising its right arm from within its cloak. Mistoggen had been prepared for many things. A long minigun wasn't one of them. He had heard rumors of this kind of weapon appearing for new gun magic users, but few actually got used since it burned through magic in seconds. If a Quincy was the one firing it, however, a type of mage that specialized in using outside energy with their own to make arrows, he somehow knew that this wouldn't be like the stories. Seeing the beginning of the large barrel's spin, Mistoggen swore as he sped upward, narrowly dodging the swarm of arrows that was launched at his previous position. BG-9 quickly adjusted his aim upwards towards him, not allowing him a second's rest as he kept out of the way of that gun's spread. That gun really did fire fast. It was one thing to hear about it, but seeing it was a totally different reality. Still, such a weapon would be unwieldy at close range. It was a weapon designed to pin him down after all, so once he got past the barrel of the gun, then he was home free. Before he could even begin to make a move, however, King shot up in front of his path, slashing with his claws. Quickly countering with his spear, the movements clunky despite his best attempts, he blocked the edge of them on his weapon. He had no time for a counter-attack, however, BG-9 turning his gun at them both and continuing to fire. He could only watch in shock as he darted out of the way as the Quincy's own ally was hit by the blast of arrows. Ignoring the friendly fire that had taken place, Mistoggen shot downwards, one eye watching as BG-9 began to pull his gun downwards to catch him in the gun's spread. He was faster, getting right past the gun's barrel as he spun his spear round, aiming the point at BG-9 and stabbing forward. It took far too long. His spear's thrust almost made it before BG-9 disappeared, reappearing behind him with a burst of Hyrenkyaku. Mistoggen didn't have to be a genius to tell what that feeling pressing against his back was either. His meteor spell exploded outwards in a blast of light, blinding all looking at him. BG-9 fired, but the delay was just enough time to get away from the gun's barrel and shift his spear to attack once more. He was too slow again. This time it wasn't because the enemy dodged, but because the other enemy was there to block. King held the spear back with his arm, the limb not being pierced by the metal either. What made things worse that there was not even a single bit of damage on him from BG-9's attack. How the hell had he survived completely unharmed? My data never lies, BG-9 stated arrogantly, watching the struggle between flesh and spear as he brought his gun back up. Mistoggen immediately backed away before it could be pointed in his face, his free hand held palm out towards them. Blasts of light shot forward as rays, all of which were immediately shot down by the sheer volume of arrows BG-9 released with just a moment of fire. "Give it up," stated King. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be. All we want is the destruction of the mechanisms responsible for constructing the barrier you plan to deploy." There is no point trying to persuade him, cut in BG-9 before Mistoggen could even give an answer. "My data is absolute on this matter. He will not stop fighting us. He's but a slave to another's will, just so he doesn't have to remember his own will." "He's right," came the voice, Mistoggen hastily holding back a flinch at the sound. "Come now, Mistoggen, you can't win." The name was said so mockingly, so insulting, that Mistoggen almost wanted to argue with the man there and then. But he couldn't afford the distraction. "Well, at least you've got that part straight. I wouldn't appreciate you dying when this is my body." It wasn't that man's body anymore though. It was his. That man had his chance, and he ruined it. He heard a scoff from the man, the annoyance easily felt through the mental link between the two. "You couldn't hide anything in a shared mind. I'll concede that you do have a right there, but I am the original owner. I have the bigger claim currently, though I am tempted to see how this all plays out. You do understand that if you use my power, if you let me use it, we can beat both of them easily. I've already analyzed their strengths and weaknesses." A wave of amusement flickered across the body, Jalal obviously having found something of interest. "Why don't you just weaken these restraints and I'll let you in on a few? Sound fair?" "I don't need you," Mistoggen muttered into his mind, gripping his spear tightly as he backed away from the two Quincy. King gave chase, slashing at him rapidly with his twin claws while BG9 laid down a set of covering fire. There was not much space to run, but if he was fast enough he could probably break through the arrows without sustaining much damage if he moved quickly enough. I still have my other trump card after all. The spear. Jalal scoffed. That plan that woman threw up is suicide. You'd trust your life in her hands. Yes. Because we're the same, give or take a few small differences. I trust her, and she trusts me. That's all there is to it to know this will be enough to work. You're a fool, but I'll watch as an observer and judge it. Not that I can do much else right now. If this fails, you know where to find me. The voice retreated back into the far reaches of his mind, but Mistoggen knew he was still there, still watching. If that was the case, he might as well make it a good show. Spinning the spear, Mistoggen slammed the base against the guard King made, ready to block his spear before he even got 3/4 of the way to him. It wasn't easy using this weapon. If anything, it was more difficult than fighting barehanded. But then, it had to be this way. There was no other option for this to work. Using the distraction King had on focusing with his guard, Mistoggen shot upwards, ignoring the brief pain some of the arrows caused as they hit and bounced off his meteor spell. BG9 wasn't willing to allow him to escape the trap so easily, moving his gun with him to try and keep him in the gun's spread of arrows. But as fast as BG9 could turn, he was still faster. Immediately reversing his direction downwards, he all but slid under the gun's arrows in the air, letting gravity work with him as he rushed back at BG9 once more. King shot into his path, preparing his claws. In response he simply grabbed his spear, aiming it downwards and forcing King to switch to a guard at the last second. Even if he could stop the spear with nothing but his flesh normally, there was no way the Quincy would try the same trick twice if gravity was also working against him. Speeding past, Mistoggen pulled to a break and shot forward, lunging with his spear. He almost managed to reach BG9 only for the spear to fall short, a few centimeters away the moment his arm extended fully out. BG9 easily dodged the spear in that next moment, Mistoggen's balance unease as he drew his spear back quickly. King shot down at him from above, but he ignored the Quincy, dodging him and speeding back upwards. He waited until he was at the right height before stopping, looking at his enemy diagonally below him. It is already decided, claimed BG9, holding his gun out to one side as he spoke. As I saw when you first fought Bambietta, and as I see now, that spear is nothing but a burden to you. You want to try and use a weapon to take out an enemy with a physical injury? While a clever idea, especially when we factor in your speed, you are unable to properly wield such a weapon. One cannot become a master of a weapon overnight. They cannot even become proficient with it in that time. Perhaps if you had more time you could have been a threat, but the chance is slim with a weapon such as that. Is that the case, huh? Bending down slightly, Mistoggen altered his grip on the spear until he was holding it with one hand down in his crouch, as if ready to sprint in a race. Why don't we try this then? What he's planning? Muttered King in confusion. He's going to throw that thing. That unwieldy spear. I see, BG9 stated, his voice confident as if he had worked exactly what was about to happen. And with the amount of simulations the Quincy could run, King was pretty sure BG9 did know what was going to happen. That's the purpose of all those weights and extensions. They're meant to weight it down for a throw like this, where he positions himself above us to allow gravity to work with his strike. An impressive idea. But one that is not good enough. Pulling the cloak completely from his body, BG9 revealed a completely artificial form, Mistoggen pausing for a moment in shock as he stared at it with wide eyes. Hatches on the body opened up to reveal small stud-like projectiles, smoke coming off them as they started to protrude from their holders. Why don't I show you how low your chances are? My strike against yours. I see. Mistoggen grinned to himself as he tightened his grip on the spear. Why don't we see who breaks first then? BG9 needed to incentive to start, firing all the missiles at once. They shot through the air towards Mistoggen, the man showing no fear as he shot straight towards them. Ones that he passed immediately looped around, all of them homing on him and intending to completely obliterate them. Waiting until they were all close enough, he shot back up, letting the missiles crash against one another and create a massive explosion. King saw it first as it cleared, Mistoggen high above them holding his spear tightly with one hand. Golden light shone from it, the heavenly body magic Mistoggen used being funneled into the weapon. There was something wrong, King knew it. Even though the spear would be more powerful like this, why only do it now? Was it only something that could be used when thrown? Or was it something else? I know, stated BG9 before King could even open his mouth. A trap. My sensors say that he should have been able to do this long before. But even so, this spear will not travel fast enough. I have taken into account the weight of the spear, the direction of the wind, the resistance it will meet as it forces its way down, all of it has been analyzed and the outcomes have been decided. Raising his gun, BG9 waited, ready to fire. This is the easier solution to deal with him. The moment he fails, he will be exposed. Victory is ours. I'm believing in you here, Nozomi, Mistoggen muttered, holding the spear ready to be thrown. Let's believe in this. His arm began to swing it down, his hand preparing to release the spear. There was only one thing left to do. One thing that he had been told to do when this moment appeared. This is it, said Nozomi as she showed him the weapon. He couldn't help but frown at the sight of it. He didn't care if it wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing weapon, stuff like that came after functionality, but this didn't even seem to fill the requirements he would need it for. But how to say that in such a way that wouldn't insult Nozomi's work? It's intentional, Nozomi stated, looking at him as if she had read his mind. We don't have enough time for you to learn to use a spear before the fighting begins again, not with the time we have left. And there is a possibility people will try and attack his place. So with that in mind, I choose the best method to create a weapon for you that is both strong now and strong later. So what do I have to do? It's simple. Fight them with this. This clunky weapon that is slow, heavy, a danger to even use. Use this set excuse for a spear. And then prepare to throw it. That's all this spear really would have going for it, the weights finding some use there even if they will also cause an increased surface area for air resistance to push back against. But then what? Even with that, it won't be enough. Nozomi nodded. Of course it won't be. When that happens, say the spear's name. Remember it because it's the key to this all. Its name is Orion. The spear shot forward, changing. All the metal that had surrounded it detached, the command being heard loud and clear to reveal what they could only perceive as a flash of light, speeding down towards them like a shooting star. BG9 had only just started to process it when the spear finished its flight, piercing right through the Quincy's head and coming back out the other side. The Quincy stood there for a moment before falling, King bursting into action as he moved away from the spear. It was a good thing too as it immediately redirected at the end of its flight, shooting back up the way it came and coming to a stop in Mistoggen's outstretched hand. What Mistoggen was holding now could only be described as a magnificent weapon. The spear was made of a material similar to gold in color, shining brightly with the heavenly body magic being channeled through it. And unlike the previous form, this was a proper spear, the perfect length and size for Mistoggen to use. Mistoggen held back a smirk as he saw one of the Quincy fall, giving his spear a glance. It was exactly as Nozomi had said. The moment the name was said, the weapon would cast off what was hiding its true form and move as it should do. BG9 could have predicted a lot of things, but this wasn't one of them. All the data was pointless if the spear suddenly changed and abandoned all that had slowed it down, and they hadn't had any reason to suspect that it would do in the first place. They had been completely focused on how fast they knew it could move to consider if that factor changed more significantly than they had estimated. And now the price had been paid for that. Well then, stated Mistoggen, turning to Kang. It's 1-on-1 now. I may have shown my hand but the odds are not as highly stacked against me as before. A blast of light shot upwards from behind them, Mistoggen spinning round in anticipation of another attack. When his eyes landed on the sight of the pillar of light however, stretching upwards to the sky far above them and beginning to expand outwards from that point, he knew it was safe. I take back what I said before. Now, the odds are in my favor. Your mission has failed. The barrier is finally being deployed. Protector of the Fairies. The Light of Hope. Miss Scarlet. Urza groaned as she pushed herself out of the crater that she had made when her body had hit the ground, every muscle screaming in pain as she did so. Her eyes quickly glanced towards Driscoll, and only once she was satisfied that he was currently focusing on the others did she allow her focus to waver, turning to the man who had called out to her. Quickly scanning the man up and down with her eyes, she recognized the uniform he was wearing as the one given out to the messengers in the army. They were small in number, but many of them had a form of speed magic or a method to get to and from places both quickly and safely. However, this was really pushing it. Who was foolish enough to send a normal soldier towards one of the most deadly areas of the battlefield? Unless. Report. Her voice didn't leave any room for debate. There was no time for such things, so if this man had something to tell her, then he better do it quick. General Arcadios and General Mirdi have ordered the transmission of this message to all forces, coming straight from Juoshiro Yucatake himself. The barrier has begun to be deployed. So soon. Urza couldn't help the grin that came to her face. They would no longer need to hold out for a few more days. They could stop this right here and now if they could hang on just a bit longer. How long till it reaches us? The man shook his head. I'm afraid I don't know, Miss Scarlet. All right, that's fine then. A frown crossed her face as she turned back to the fighting nearby. The barrier coming up was all well and good, but there was still a problem. Driscoll. If he escaped from this battle, he'd be even stronger the next time they fought him. If they didn't stop him now, they'd never be able to again. Do you know where Jura is? And the generals? The man nodded. All of us were ordered to memorize the feelings of certain magical powers in order to save time in reaching all of you. What do you want me to tell them? We need all the support we can get. I don't know what the state is with Jura, but if he can tell him to try and draw most of the attention of the army away from us. We need the freedom to act as we want over here. As for the generals, tell them we need reinforcements over here. Not in numbers but in quality. This man needs to be stopped. The man saluted. Yes, sir. She turned her full attention back to Driscoll as she allowed a new sword to appear in her hands, preparing to head right back into the battle. It honestly wasn't going very well. Gajiel was going as fast as he could and was doing some damage, but not nearly enough. He had claimed that he had a drive that would give him more power, but it would come at the cost of his speed, and that was not something they could rely on in a time like this. A small saving grace had been Myra's arrival, her fellow mage having flown down from the sky in her takeover form to slam a concentrated mass of dark magic right on the Quincy's face. That had been especially effective if the burn across the man's face was anything to go by, but it still wasn't enough. Despite their best efforts, Driscoll was tearing through their ranks. With every man or woman that fell, the Quincy became even stronger, and that growth showed no signs of stopping any time soon. He was a complete monster, and their forces were suffering because of it. With the hole he was tearing through in their army, he was pushing further and further in, forcing a split which would completely separate the army if it kept up, and the rest of the Quincy were already trying to take advantage of it. That was why they needed Jura. She would have loved to bring him over here to fight, hoping that his legendary spell would be enough to stop Driscoll, but they couldn't afford to do that without sacrificing thousands of lives where he was. Even now she could see the signs of him in the distance, pillars of earth extending up out of the ground at breakneck speeds in attempts to hit enemies that didn't dare fight him on land. He was the only thing keeping them in check there and stopping the Quincy's advance. If he used his legendary spell there, the whole army would likely have to concentrate towards him in an attempt to bring him down before he could do massive damage to them. There was still Natsu, but she wasn't sure what kind of state he was in. She had seen the flames in the distance, the sheer anger he felt transmitted to them all in the massive quantity and fury of them. Using so much magic, however, was not without cost, and there was no way of knowing if he would be capable of fighting an enemy this powerful right after facing his own by himself. They'd have to do all they could to end this with what they had currently and just hope for help to make it easier. Sprinting forward, she rejoined the battle, raising the blade she had summoned above her head as she jumped. The blade was massive, more like a great sword with how large the blade was, both in width and length. She had gotten it to use against armored foes, but with the power this Quincy could pour into his blood for defense, he might as well have been wearing armor. Even as her blade dug into his arm as he raised it to block, it only made it a centimeter in, the blade even cracking in the process. This wasn't enough. She quickly pressed the solace of her feet against the Quincy's arm and pushed off, pulling her blade with her just in time to dodge the swipe of the Quincy's fist, the shockwave almost throwing her off balance in the air as she flipped backwards. Light appeared in her other hand as she summoned up another blade, the one brought forth just as strong as the one she already held. Holding two large swords like these was tough, but she had the strength. Skill was almost useless in this fight in comparison to raw strength. With Driscoll's attention momentarily stuck on her, Urza charged him once more, allowing Myra to back off and try and switch to a stronger demon. Ducking under his swing, she slashed upwards with one blade, leaving a faint cut that barely bleed across the Quincy's chest. The man simply laughed at her attempts, stamping down with his foot and causing the ground beneath her to shake. Driscoll would have hit her in that moment when she stumbled if not for Gajeel appearing right beside her, firing a blast of lightning-infused iron right into the man's face. It only served to make the Quincy angrier, but the momentary blindness was enough time to dodge the swing, pulling back once more before he could launch another attack. The overwhelming feeling of dread that burst into existence around them was the sign Myra was ready to fight again too, now clad in a new takeover. She looked far more sinister than her normal self, and was taller too. Her hair had gone completely wild, becoming more like a mane down her back, while horns extended out from the side of her head. Covering her body was a large dark but revealing overcoat, showing a lot of her cleavage as it traveled down to her knees. At the top it extended back up into a wide collar, the sleeves meanwhile left short at the gauntlets on her hands. Tattoos stretched up her legs like leggings, looking similar to motifs found on long skin-tight trousers. On her lower half was what resembled a bikini bottom, only matching the tattoos as if it was another marking. A massive cape fell behind her, hanging around her whole body, while flames hid her feet from view, reaching up behind her back as if they hungered to devour everything. Gajeel. When you get the chance, attack with everything you've got, Urza ordered, the Dragon Slayer nodding obediently as his listened. Don't worry about speed. If we can hit him with enough power, speed will no longer become a factor. Shooting a glance at the soldiers nearby, she raised her voice. All forces hold out. She shouted as she requipped the cloak she had been given before the fighting first began. Now was the time to be a symbol to make sure they didn't lose any more ground. Push forward and keep up our control on the area. We only have to hold out a bit longer. Fight to live. The attempts seemed to be working, the soldiers all around them putting up more of a fight now that there was something to hope for on its way. But it would still be worthless if Driscoll continued his reign of chaos. Infinite blades, Urza muttered quietly, the whole area's filling with many beams of light, massive swords appearing in the air. This was her entire armory of weapons that were meant to crush armored foes, from swords to axes to massive hammers. The number only reached 50, but it would have to be enough. No other sword could do enough damage to this Quincy when his blood was defending him. Driscoll frowned at all the weapons, caution taking root as he formed a massive arrow of energy between his hands. Wielding it just like he had all the others, he threw it at them, the javelin arrow slicing through the air and missing them by a hair. It had almost been too fast to dodge, but she had just managed to send a command to one of her swords in time, the blade crashing into the arrow and redirecting it a tiny bit. The weapon itself was nothing more than shards, but such was the cost to avoid such an attack. Myra charged, the flames spreading across the ground behind her as she moved at the high speed only her demon takeover could allow her to move at. Driscoll was slow on the uptake, the fist from Myra's demon form slamming against him and sending him back a few steps. This was Myra's strongest takeover, Satan Soul, Citri. Flight, speed, strength, like all her other forms it possessed them all and then went further in those attributes. This was Myra at her strongest, just like this was her at her strongest with her infinite blades. Not wanting to give the Quincy time to rest, Urza charged in with Myra, the latter taking the lead with her faster speed. Slamming into the Quincy with another fist, this time with flames cloaking it, she tried to perform the same feat as before. This time Driscoll only moved a single step, immediately retaliating. His blood instantly switched to the defensive variant the second he saw movement, barely making it in time before 5 giant blades crashed against his back. 3 sliced, 2 stabbed, all 5 only left minor cuts when faced with the Quincy's tough skin. Either way, it meant Driscoll's punch was far weaker when it hit Myra. It still sent her reeling backwards, but her demon form was hard enough to negate a lot of the damage. Even so though, she saw Myra wincing. Something must have broken. This was getting far worse if his attack power was raising so high even when he wasn't even using his offensive blood. Would he eventually get so strong that they would become unable to harm him at all, even when he wouldn't use his blood? Her eyes caught sight of the Quincy clutching his chest briefly too, her eyes widening as she realized what he was doing. He was in pain. It wasn't much, but it was a far better reaction than he had shown ever before. As he moved his hand away, she saw the burn clearly. His blood had been activated, so why was he burnt? Was it perhaps some kind of ability Myra's demon form had? A secret nature of the flames that allowed them to bypass the Quincy's blood? She wasn't entirely sure on how demons and their magic worked, but the evidence was clear. Myra had hurt him with her fire. Looking at her friend, she saw she had come to the same conclusion that she had. This would be their best chance, and they couldn't waste it. Rushing in, she swung with the two swords she had, pouring her energy into the blades to try and strengthen the blow. Having had enough of their actions, Driscoll lunged at them, clenching his fist as a shield of energy appeared around it. With a single punch he shattered the two blades that it connected against, but there were still plenty more. All the swords around him struck, from slashes to stabs from above, they came from all directions to leave nothing to chance. Still having enough time to react with his level of speed, Driscoll spun and snapped out with his fist, the energy coating it being expelled forward in a blast that sent all the blades in its direction flying, but he couldn't stop them all. They all dug in as much as before, Driscoll's blood activate as he stopped the blades in their tracks. He immediately came face to face with Myra as she appeared in front of him, slamming her hands against his chest and funneling the flames she could create forward. The Quincy roared in pain for a moment before he snapped up with his knee, Myra being caught unaware and sent reeling backwards before falling down to one knee. The moment she dropped, Gajiel stuck, switching to his lightning iron drive the second he had seen her begin to fall. Lightning Iron Dragon's spike shot. He cried out, the spikes on his shoulders firing forward and smashing against Driscoll's skin. Most of them shattered on impact, but a few did manage to dig in, forcing Driscoll to try to step back. The result caused him even more pain as the swords behind him pressed against him, trying to hold him in place. Frozen where he stood, Myra took advantage of his condition once more as she funneled all the flames she had into her right fist. Driscoll could only scream when it connected, the flames tearing across his body and turning the front half of his skin burnt black as they swallowed him. Sighing in relief, Myra tried to step away only for a hand to shot out of the flames, grabbing her by the throat and lifting her from the ground. "That hurt you, bitch," Driscoll said with a snarl, tightening his grip to force a painful whimper from her. Urza didn't even think, charging in and leaping at the Quincy's arm with a pair of swords that had flown to her aid. They both shattered as she hit the man's arm, his blood still too powerful. There was no time to dodge when he swung Myra at her, sending both of them flying as he released his grip on her friend. Gajiel tried to hit him while his back was turned, having already left his drive to allow for faster movement, but his punch was easily caught as Driscoll spun back around, already having waited for him to do just that and was acting too fast for him to avoid. Gripping Gajiel's fist in his hand, Driscoll pressed down more, causing Gajiel to cry out in pain as the bones cracked under the pressure, the iron that shielded Gajiel's skin not even managing to slow Driscoll down. Pathetic. All of you. Spinning back round, Driscoll threw Gajiel towards the others, immediately forming a javelin arrow between his hands and throwing it. Seeing it approaching, Urza tried to try and move in time to intercept it, prepared to use her own body as a shield if necessary. The arrow impacted against them and exploded, the energy tearing apart the surrounding area in the process. Laughing at the deaths he had caused, Driscoll turned around only to freeze, the magical power behind him skyrocketing. As he turned around, he saw it. The entire area around the three had been completely obliterated, but the area they three of them laid in was perfectly fine, protected by 3 pillars of golden light, rings of seals surrounding them. Right in the center of them, he saw the source of the magical power, a 4th mage staring at him with barely controlled fury. "Oh, I know you," mocked Driscoll, a smirk coming to his face. "Makarofdriar. Do you like what I've done to your precious children?" "Master." Myra looked at him in shock. "What are you?" I thought I sensed some more familiar magic. So you came here too. I don't blame you for that, Myra. With what's changed, I can see now that I was in the wrong to try and hide my family away. Master. Be careful, Urza warned. His power grows stronger the more he kills. I've already been informed of the situation. Makarov shook his head in disgust, his opinion on the matter clear for all to see. Such a horrific power. I'm ashamed to be a mage when magic can also produce a power like this. Or is that just how twisted this Quincy is and magic is responding to that? Driscoll simply continued to smirk. Who cares, old man? I just do what I want and kill those in my way. If they can't stop me, then they were too weak to do so, which means their lives were completely meaningless. Those that can't fight back might as well be crushed under my boot like vermin, he declared as he began forming a javelin arrow between his hands again. You did well to block this once. But let's see you block it again. Stop, Driscoll. Pausing, Driscoll turned his attention to the man had called him. The Quincy was old, brown hair swept back along with a full well-kept mustache and a pair of thin-framed glasses. We have no time left. Huh? What the hell are you talking about, you old geezer? Exactly as I said. Look. Driscoll followed Robert's gaze, seeing the spread of golden light in the distance, moving rapidly towards them. Do you understand now? Unfortunately, not enough of the army is skilled enough to push through in time to make it through, and even if we do push through, we will be severely lacking numbers. Not all the Sternritter are here, don't forget, and neither is His Majesty. If we enter that cage, we will be abandoned, His Majesty's power unable to reach us easily. Is that what you want? Driscoll scoffed, letting the javelin fade as he turned away. Fine then, let's go. I hate retreating, but if that's what we need to do, then that's what we'll do. Master, Urza muttered quietly, desperation in her voice. You can't let him escape. If he does. I know, Makarov replied to her quietly. He has to be killed, right? No matter the cost. Urza nodded, Makarov sighing in response to it before placing a hand on her shoulder. You were a wonderful person to watch grow up. All of you were. Even you, Gajil, even if you weren't there for as long as the others. Master. Myra whispered fearfully. Why are you saying this? You aren't Dash. Goodbye, my children. Makarov shot out of the barrier he had created, his size growing to giant proportions as he reached forward. Caught unaware, Driscoll was powerless to dodge as the hand wrapped around him, Robert barely avoiding the swipe as he disappeared with a burst of Hyrenkyaku. Raising his arm, Makarov swung forward, sending Driscoll flying forward and crashing into the ground far away. With the long strides Makarov took, he had caught up in only a few seconds, a giant fist raised which was slammed right down into the tiny crater that had been made from Driscoll's body. He didn't stop there, his other fist coming down as the first rose, each subsequent hit widening the crater as shockwaves traveled across the ground from the force of his attacks. Almost the instant he broke off his assault, Driscoll shot upwards, slamming a fist against Makarov's chin and knocking him backwards onto his back. Shrinking down to his normal small form, he rolled out of the way of the massive javelin Driscoll threw at him, the ground shattered under the blast. Extending an arm out, the limb turning gigantic at the fist, Makarov swung forward, knocking Driscoll back further as it slammed against the Quincy. Letting his fist retract back, Makarov took a moment to examine the blood on his knuckles, the skin ripped apart. I see, Makarov muttered to himself as he glanced back at Driscoll. Your skin is tougher than it looks. Driscoll laughed from his position, bringing down his raised guard as he smirked arrogantly at the Fairy Tale Guild master. I'd say you're not too bad myself, but you're not going to be enough. Holding up his hand, Driscoll allowed a massive blade of pure energy to form. It was completely unstable, already falling apart, but it didn't stop the Quincy from swinging it to his side, cutting apart all the nearby Quincy on his side. He simply laughed as he saw the outrage on Makarov's face, letting the sword vanish as he spread his arms out wide. That's more like it. Give me more. Make me invincible. Are you a fool? Asked Robert, the Quincy appearing behind Driscoll and landing softly on the ground. Don't go sprouting off such nonsense. A claim of invincibility is invalid so long as His Majesty exists. Oh, give me enough time, Driscoll stated, reeking of arrogance. If I kill enough, even His Majesty won't be stronger than I am. It only took a second after Driscoll finished speaking for Robert to have his weapon, a small handgun, aimed right between his eyes. Do you care to repeat that? Need I remind you who gave you everything you have? His Majesty can be lenient to those that produce results, but even his generosity has a limit to it. Do not forget that he is the strongest of us all, and that your power, the overkill, is but scraps compared to his own. Driscoll snarled at the man before swiping out with a fist, Robert swiftly backing away out of the other Quincy's range. Very well, I'll leave you to this pointless fight. I should point out for the sake of our status as allies that he sent you out of the range of this barrier for a reason, hoping you wouldn't kill your own allies, the only ones left able to be killed, for more strength. He obviously didn't understand your character too much, but be warned. He is no longer bound to watch his strikes either when surrounded by all enemies. Robert vanished just in time, avoiding the gigantic fist of Makarov's as he returned to his large size. Taking to the air, Driscoll backed away, forming two massive arrows on top of each other between his hands. Holding one in each hand, he threw the first, the arrow slicing through the air and slamming against Makarov's chest. Even with all the power he had put behind it though, it was not enough to pierce Makarov's skin, instead leaving a dark mark as the main sign of injury. The source of this newfound strength came from the intense light bursting out of Makarov from all angles, light so intense that it caused the very ground to crumble and the air to shake. Aiming the second arrow, Driscoll threw it straight at the place the first arrow had hit, hoping that the defense would be weaker for an easy kill. Makarov's arm swung right down into its path, smashing the arrow to bits at the cost of injury to his own hand. The large limb continued right down at Driscoll, the Quincy narrowly dodging it in midair before sending a wave of condensed energy from his fist at the Titan before him. Makarov changed sizes before it could hit, his smaller form easily maneuvering out of the way in time. Flipping through the air, Makarov braced himself as he hit the ground, immediately raising his index and middle fingers and pressing them against his forehead. Sweep away the darkness. Makarov called out, swiping forward with both hands. A large magic circle formed before him, firing forth hundreds of rays of light, all homing in on the Quincy before him. Bringing up his arms in defense, Driscoll shrugged off all the damage, his blood working up to its full potential. Immediately switching as he began to attack, he was caught off ground at the fact Makarov had lunged at him, one hand held back like a whip as his arm expanded to massive sizes. He scoffed, forming his arrow anyway and gripping it with one hand. Throwing it forward, it shot towards Makarov before breaking apart right before it hit him, Makarov's other hand held to one side with two fingers extended outwards. Driscoll didn't have time to even think about the fact his magic had been dispelled, the large fist slamming into him, coated in that same destructive light as before. He felt it tearing at his flesh as it hit, the light penetrating everywhere it could as it attempted to crush him entirely. But it wasn't enough. Coming to a stop as he skidding along the ground, Driscoll's feet digging into the ground to hold him in place, he threw his body back up and threw the javelin he had immediately formed in the space of that time. With no way to dodge in time, Makarov did the only option available to him. He swung his arms in front of him, a hastily constructed barrier appearing around him. One pillar god. The barrier shattered on impact with the arrow, taking it with it as both broke down into varying flashes of light. Breathing heavily, Makarov took the chance to rest, clutching his chest with one hand as he struggled to stand. Driscoll didn't make any moves either, likely believing it was some form of trap. Or maybe he was recovering too. Makarov honestly didn't know, but he was glad for the brief reprieve regardless. What was apparent was how strong this Quincy was. Urza had been right, he could not be allowed to live. Not when he would become strong and threaten the lives of his children. He didn't like killing, he never had and never would, but in this war where it was unavoidable he would put aside that for now. The problem was how to beat him. His Titan magic gave him superior strength and power, allowing him to take many hits when combined with his giant wraith spell, but it wasn't enough. Not when he would burn through all his magic if he kept his giant wraith spell going. His smaller form however meant he could move more freely. He was a smaller target, and he could also act quicker in exchange for lacking much in the way of physical strength. A solid hit too would disable him. His age normally was something he was proud of, but at times like this he wished he was younger, still in his prime. What he could do like this though was use his Titan magic in smaller bursts, and combine his giant Wraith spell to the expanded limbs. The spell was designed to take his magic and shape it into light so intense it destroyed all around it, and it was one of his strongest techniques that he had available. Then there was his maximum defense seal spells. However, with how fast the attacks were coming in, he was unlikely to even manage to pull off anything stronger than his Three-Pillar God's spell, and even that might not be enough if the Quincy in front of him continued to get stronger. And it wasn't like he could use his dispelling magic too much or the Quincy would stick to just pure physical power, and if he decided to go all out on that he would last only as long as his magic could hold out for. He sighed. There really was no choice. He'd have to use the one spell he knew would work in order to win. However, it would take at least 3 seconds to charge, and that time would be more than enough for his opponent to recognize the spell. And if that happened, his opponent would try to kill him before he could activate it and escape. Sparing a glance behind him, he smiled as he saw how far the barrier was to being complete. Just a few more minutes and it would be complete and his children would be safe. Turning back, he released his grip from his chest, rapidly swiping out with his hands as seals sprouted up all around him. Driscoll immediately reacted, creating a massive javelin and throwing it right at him. The time it took to reach him, however, was more than enough time. Three-Pillar Gods. For a brief moment he was afraid it would break through. But his spell held strong, forcing the arrow to break first. He wasted no time in strengthening the spell, creating more layers within and building upon the old ones. The Quincy obviously knew he was up for something but seemed almost curious that he hadn't attacked back, pausing to look at what he was doing with a javelin arrow in one hand. That suited him just fine. 7-Pillar Gods. The barrier sprung up all around him, shielding him in a 7-layer shield with many seals rotating around the sphere. It was the strongest barrier he had, capable of stopping some of the strongest attacks he had ever faced in his long life bar a few. The only weaknesses that could be said about it was the time it took and the size of the field, only able to shield a small area in exchange for the great defensive power it possessed. Now would be the biggest test of it in his life. To see if it could last just 3 seconds against this man. Holding his hands together, Makarov willed the light to appear between his two palms. I'll count to 3. That is all the time you have to flee. That was a lie, and it seemed the Quincy in front of him knew it. No matter how fast this Quincy tried to run, this light would chase him down. This was light that struck down all those that he saw as enemies, and this whole army was standing in that category. They weren't his focus, however. All this energy would be poured down on this one man. He couldn't even take the risk of him being left somehow conscious and able to recover. He had to be obliterated completely, and if that meant narrowing the spell's focus, then so be it. Realizing the danger clearly, Driscoll charged forward, throwing the arrow he held with everything he had. The energy within the arrow began to spill out even as it flew through the air, the act of overcharging it making it extremely volatile, and it only took the lightest touch against the barriers in front of him to shatter the first 3 layers. Makarov couldn't hold back his shock that it had managed to breach 3 layers so quickly, but he couldn't stop now. The man wouldn't retreat because he stopped the spell, no, he would charge at him to make sure the threat was never present again. 1. Fists pounded against his barrier, shattering the 4th layer on impact. Each layer was stronger than the last, but even that fact wasn't enough to delay Driscoll, shattering the next 2 with just a few hits. 2. Driscoll's hand smashed through the last barrier, grabbing Makarov by the throat and slamming him against the ground. His other hand shot down, slamming through Makarov's chest, interrupting the gathering light and grabbing the man's heart in the process. "You're going to die, old man," Driscoll taunted, giving the heart an experimental squeeze and causing Makarov to cry out in pain. "You lost. Your little plan to use fairy law failed. Any last words before I put you in the ground where you belong?" "A few," Makarov managed to say, struggling to speak with the hand clenched around his throat. "Did you know that fairy law is incomplete?" "What?" "It's true. I didn't realize, myself, until my own grandson used it." The words all came out slowly, Makarov barely able to get any oxygen in at all with the grip the Quincy had on his neck. A single squeeze would be all that it took to kill him, but Driscoll didn't want him dying without being broken mentally first too. And that meant he would win. He fused it, took it, and made it whole, with his magic. I realized, it's more than just a ball of light. Are you done? You failed. Your little spell was stopped, and later on I'll kill those 3 just to spit on your dead body. Ha! I haven't failed. A small magic circle burst to life over Makarov's left eye, the symbol of fairy tale in the center of it with 2 additions added to the symbol. One extended from the opening in the left of the symbol, looping back round the top of the symbol. The second simply appeared below the main mark, 3 points extending off near the end like a wing. I didn't realize, long ago. I already knew how to fuse it. I magic. Driscoll crushed the heart in his hands, doing the same with the master's neck. And yet the moment after he did so, the light refused to fade, only intensifying further. Even when faced with death, Makarov smiled, knowing he had won. Knowing that his children would be safe from this man. Fairy law had already had enough time to charge, and now not even his death could stop it. Not when it carried his will with it to save his family. It was a shame. He had so wanted to show Laxus where Lumen Histoire had been in the guild. But not all desires could be realized. He would have liked to at least have learned of what truly had happened to Lumen Histoire, but it was times like this where he would have to leave things in the hands of his family. Smiling even as his vision faded, he couldn't help but think of the happy times. He had regrets, but his life wasn't full of them. If anything, it had been a good life. A happy life. It would have been nice if his children had never had to experience such a war, but he would believe in them and that they would survive to see that happier tomorrow. It was the only path he wanted for them, to not have to suffer. And as the 3rd master of fairy tale died, fairy law invoked, the light completely destroying Driscoll to the very last piece, leaving not even a speck of dust behind where he stood. All that was left was a large crater where they had fought, and the still body of a very old man. Protector of the fairies. Laxus. Fried couldn't help but be shocked at the sudden turn of events. The demon swarm was continuing to push against their own forces, no fear present in the simple minds of many of them about the closing barrier that would trap them inside with vastly outnumbered odds. That wasn't what shocked him, however. It was how easily Laxus was being beaten by back the demon he faced, and how the flow of the battle between the two had completely shifted only a few moments ago. Laxus had completely stopped acting, frozen in shock with a hand clutching his chest. And even after being hit by one of the demon's attacks, he hadn't snapped out of it. "What's wrong?" asked Tempester, confused at the sudden turn of events. "You're stronger than this. Why are you hesitating?" Laxus didn't answer, still frozen where he had been thrown to. His head slowly turned towards the distance, looking behind him at something far away that couldn't be seen. "Gramps," he whispered quietly, unable to stop the burning sensation he felt, both in his chest and on his guild mark. Only one was really physical, and he didn't have to be a genius to understand what was happening to his guild mark. He wouldn't be surprised if everyone had felt something, but he was feeling it far more. Like once before, he could feel the pieces of a puzzle click into place, and the last time that had happened was when his grandfather had been an inch away from death. That pain in his heart was quickly swallowed up by another emotion, Tempester being caught completely off guard when he slammed right into the demon. The demon hadn't even been knocked back a meter when he slammed against him once more, appearing behind him in a flash of lightning. Darting from all directions, he let his pain and sorrow translate into his blows, turning it into raw fury. With one final punch, he sent the demon flying back, this time letting him go as he brought his head back. Lightning Dragon's Roar. The massive torrent of lightning shot through the air, intense blasts of wind from 3 tornadoes around Tempester barely managing to redirect the blast a bit further upwards. Landing on the ground, Tempester brought an arm back, lightning all around it, before Laxus appeared right before him, grabbing his lightning-coated arm and slicing down with his other hand. Tempester felt the pain as his arm was torn from his body, the intense lightning ripping apart the skin in its way in Laxus's fury. This was bad. There was little he could do, and Tempester knew it. So long as Hell's Core existed, he wouldn't die permanently, but there would be a cost. One Master Zeref would disapprove of. Looking at his foe, however, Laxus devouring the lightning on his severed arm with an unquenchable thirst, he realized that there was little he could do to stop this from happening. He was unlikely to survive this without dying here. Please forgive me, Master Zeref. With those words he charged in, small tornadoes appearing in his path and launching him upwards, allowing him to sail through the air as he lunged into the army of humans before him. Laxus chased after him, grabbing him mid-flight and slamming him against the ground. The barrier was almost up now, his body by the inside edge of it, so he could settle for that small victory. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Laxus raised his fist back, all his anger being pooled into that single closed fist. Lightning burst off it and shot upwards, unable to be completely contained as it crackled in the air. Roaring thunder. With one hit he tore a hole right through Tempestur's body, and with it the demon died. The second that happened, things took a turn from the worst. The foul energy poured out from the wound where blood should have flowed from, spiraling upwards in an uncontrollable fashion and spreading out like a plague. Laxus accidentally breathed in a bit of the strange black mist before he felt his insides tearing apart, spitting out blood in pain as he clutched his chest. The moment the mist touched the barrier too, cracks began to form. They were small, barely able to counteract the barrier, but they were there, weakening it. And the demons on the other side knew it as they rushed at those cracks as the barrier fully closed, the only possible openings that could be seen now that the humans were sealed away from them. The anger that Laxus felt faded away to fear. If a hole was made in the barrier, the demons would spill through in massive numbers. What made things worse was that the men around him were dropping like flies, the black mist killing them just like it was trying to do with him. And it showed no signs of stopping, more and more of the stuff pouring from the demon's dead body. What was this stuff? No, that didn't matter. Not in the face of the threat is posed. He didn't even understand why he was doing this, but he did so anyway. He was already opening his mouth wide, drawing all the energy in as if it was lightning. It was the most painful thing he had ever felt, his body taking in the foreign energy and trying to break it down into something he could process. Bit by bit, piece by piece, he drew it all in, even as he fell to his knees and was forced to use his hands to keep himself upright, he kept devouring all of it in sight. Only when it was finally over did he stop, falling to the ground as everything went dark. Protector of the Fairies. We're falling back. Called out Bazby, arriving at the sides of the two other Quincy nearby. A blast of green light shot towards him from the distance, but he easily deflected it with a large blast of fire, the beam not nearly as powerful at this range as it had been closer up. King nodded as he disengaged from his opponent, Bambietta doing the same with hers by firing a massive explosion forward towards the two girls. Immediately all three Quincy rushed off, putting on burst of Hiran Kyaku as they tried to get away in time. Leaving so soon. King's attempts to spin round in midair failed, a fist slamming against him and sending him crashing to the ground below. Immediately a force landed on top of him, a large blade at his throat. Drawing the second one from its sheath, Ichigo placed it over the man's neck, the look in his eyes daring the Quincy around him to try and make a move. If he thought taking a hostage would stop them, he was sorely mistaken. The show of comradeship he immediately became witness to was merely Bambietta firing a blast downwards, the ground where he and King were being destroyed in the process. "You idiot!" screamed King at her, panting heavily as he appeared at the sides of the Quincy. "What were you thinking? Don't blame her. It got him away from you, didn't it?" pointed out Bazby, glancing at where Ichigo had reappeared at. The smaller sword was held at his side, a faint trickle of energy gathering around the blade. "Crap, getting away just got a hell of a lot tougher. Where's Uriah when you need him?" "That Four Eyes is always way too slow," Bambietta declared in annoyance, trying to hide her own nervousness as she subtly reached for the energy in the air to form a weapon she could use. "We need to keep moving. It's likely the others are trying to catch him. They already have." Wendy and Kelia swiftly appeared before them, flying through the air with grace as they came to a stop. Mist Ogden meanwhile simply appeared in a beam of light, slowing down to come to a stop behind Ichigo, his spear held in one hand ready. With assistance behind him, Ichigo swung with the smaller blade, the energy from the blade's arc hesitantly remaining in its path for a brief moment. The larger sword of Zanjutsu rushed to meet the line only to go flying back, along with Ichigo's hand in the process. The second arrow, aimed directly at Ichigo's heart, was deflected by the smaller blade, no more incoming. The distraction was enough to draw all eyes towards Ichigo from his side in worry while the Quincy made their escape, disappearing into the distance. "Should we chase after them?" asked Mistogin, Ichigo shaking his head as he flexed a newly regenerated hand. "We don't know where that shot came from. Ishida is likely to be hiding around him somewhere, and going in blind could get us shot to pieces." Reaching his hand out behind him, Ichigo opened it wide as the large blade of Zanjutsu flew through the air, gripping its hilt as it passed before swinging it back down into its sheath. "Good work at stopping them, you three. Though what are you two doing here?" Ichigo took the chance to glare at the two girls, Wendy looking at Kelia nervously while the older girl raised her hand excitedly. "Oh, pick me. I know. Ichigo sighed, sheathing his other blade as he brought a hand to his face. "Never mind, I don't want to know. Go see Hibiki and get him to send a message to your friends at least. They must be worried about where you two went, and I refused to be blamed for this. Mistogin, you mind following me?" Mistogin's response was a simple nod, following after Ichigo as they separated from Wendy and Kelia. "Is there a problem, sir?" he asked, noticing how they were heading away from the base. "Are we actually going after them? They have nowhere to run. They're like trapped rats. But if I was Waiwak, I wouldn't send some of my best troops behind enemy lines without some form of extraction set up. Uriu is too valuable to him to afford losing, and some of the others might be too. I can't really tell from what little we know about most of them so far." "That's where you come in," Ichigo continued, crossing his arms. "I need you to follow them. I'd go myself, but Uriu would sense me a mile coming. He's got this uncanny ability to sense my presence, you see. I can vaguely sense him, but it's muted heavily, and it isn't very good at long range." "He can sense you? Not in the traditional sense, I assume." "Yeah, that's right. I fooled him once with my cloak only because he was fooled by my Edala's self, but that trick isn't available to us now. Besides, this power is something different, which is likely what makes him valuable to Waiwak." "And what makes me valuable?" "I'm sorry. My power, Mistogin. It would be a boon for him to have. That much I know. I assume it's the same with Uriu. Can you do it? Can you track them, staying under the radar and doing what's necessary?" Mistogin steadied himself, nodding confidently. "Leave it to me, sir. I'll keep on their tail." "Good." Pausing as he glanced in the distance, Ichigo reached into the pauldron and pulled out the cloak within. "Take this. It'll protect you more than your other one did. I can't use magic with it on without giving away my position, but you might be able to use some small stuff and still remain undetected. This was designed to hide Ukin, who couldn't completely vanish from the senses of most people, not to hide strong mages. Try not to damage it too much." "Are you sure? Won't you need this too?" Ichigo shrugged. "I'll manage. Be careful." "I will. Do not fear, I will ensure that I make sure they don't escape undetected." Pulling the cloak around himself, Mistogin completely faded away from Ichigo's senses as he looked at the man in front of him, even though the faint glow of meteor shone underneath it. Immediately he was off, heading after the Quincy, who had already managed to get a significant head start. Letting out a sigh as Mistogin left, Ichigo bent back down, taking a seat in the air as he rested his hands behind him. "Well, Mavis? Is the barrier all okay? All functions running smoothly?" "Wait. There's some damage. It's already being repaired, but it's odd." It's what, Mavis?" "Magic barrier particles." Those 3 words were enough to force Ichigo back to his feet, glancing in the direction Mavis was staring into. "That way. Don't bother. They'll already fading. They may be able to destroy magic, but magic fights back too. There wasn't enough of them to do any lasting damage to the barrier, it seems. But we won't know until we head over there ourselves. And going alone might not be the best idea." "I see. Nozomi, you there?" The space behind him widened slightly, a head slipping through. "Figured you were hanging around. The magic in the air behind me was a bit odd. Do you need something, my prince?" Nozomi asked politely, gazing towards the direction Mistogin had gone in. "Did you want to send me too?" "No, you'll need it here. Can you grab Kisuk and tell him to prepare to set out? Tell Hibiki to get the ship ready to leave too if he can. If we stay here too long and Uriah makes it back, then Waiwak might try and make a play at forcing his way to this position. I'd rather not face him right now if I can help it. Not with the amount of knowledge we currently have about him. For now we should stay on the move around the land the barrier protects. Got it. Pulling back into her portal, Nozomi stopped right before her head was completely in, peering out again and looking towards the base. What about Wendy and Kelia? Should we? I'm not involving kids in this. They'll be involved either way. Either they come with us or they fight in the battlefield. They don't look like the kind to have killed their opponents either, so they may be more of a detriment on the battlefield than off it. They could stay as healers. Weren't they meant to do that anyway? Ichigo sighed, admitting defeat. Fine, gather them too. If the others get mad at us for basically abducting them, however, I'm saying it was your idea. And we're keeping an eye on them at all times. I'll have enough people mad at me if Wendy gets hurt, so I don't also want Tajura shouting at me if Kelia gets hurt too. Nozomi nodded, withdrawing back into her portal as it snapped shut. The odd magic disturbance Ichigo had seen vanished as she left, leaving him in silence. At least till Mavis spoke. You felt it, right? Yeah. The master. You sure he's dead? Positive. I felt the ownership of the fairy law I gave to Makarov through Prect pass on to Laxus. Makarov. Yuri's son. I saw him the moment he was born, you know? I was even his godmother. Imagine that. Me, someone not even human, charged with caring for someone's life like I would even know how. Though I suppose back then I did understand how precious a life was, even more so than now. We're going to meet Laxus after we've checked on the magic barrier particles. I want to see how he's doing. How he's coping. This won't be the first time, you know, Mavis muttered, her words harsh but spoken softly as if to be kind. Laxus might be next. Or Levi. Or Dash. Mavis. Please. Not now. One thing at a time. We need to come up with a plan. Before, when the Grand Magic Games was approaching, we Dash. Planned it all out, I know. Sighing again, Ichigo let a frown settle across his face as he remembered. We tried to be too smart though, Mavis. We tried to hold all the cards to maximize the chances of success, and it still failed. We didn't stop the dragon invasion from happening. We only stopped it from succeeding. We tried to stop the chairman, Grandoma, but ended up almost losing everyone in the process. No more elaborate plans. No more hidden tricks. We move as we see is right and make sure that the only things we don't share is what shouldn't be told. We plan and act around the situation we all see and the consequences that will face us all. That way we can get more input than just you, me, two pieces of my soul, and my Edala's self. These secret things. Am I one of them? Ichigo smiled reassuringly, placing a hand on Mavis's head. Of course. Don't worry, your secrets and past are yours alone. I had to reveal what you are somewhat, but the rest is your decision. That is fine, right? Mavis nodded. Of course. Good. Well, we better hurry back to the others. Don't want to keep them waiting. Will you tell them the truth of what you know about Uriah? Ichigo paused, considering the matter carefully for a moment. It's a risk, right? And yet you still think it's worth it. Ichigo's hand came to rest on the smaller blade of Zanjitsu, a fond smile coming to his face. Yeah, it's worth it. With what we will have to deal with, it's nice to have one ray of light shining through. Protector of the fairies. I see, said Mardgear, looking at Kyoko with faint displeasure, if the expression on his face could even been called that. Mardgear is displeased with your actions. I apologize for the failure of myself and our forces, Kyoko said politely, kneeling before the man with the respect he deserved but still avoiding completely bowing to him. That was a right she should only give Master Zeref. Our enemy was stronger than we anticipated. We suffered heavy losses fairly early on from the Devil Slayer too, and our total strength dropped once Silver fell. Despite his human nature, he was still strong enough to be one of the 9 demon gates. Mardgear heard Tempester fell in battle too. It is your failure for preventing that happening. However, it is not Mardgear's place to decide your fate on that matter. That is up to Master Ziraf himself. Of course. I understand. Good. You may leave. Kyoko wasted no time in getting out of there, leaving before Mardgear could change his mind. She would love to give him a piece of her mind, tell him what she really wanted to say, but he was stronger than her. When it came to matters with demons, strength was everything, whether it be in the form of the curse their power had or their magical power alone. Sometimes even both. A 9-demon gate trying to rebel against one of Tartarosa's 4 kings. The result was obvious. Walking down the corridors, she froze when she realized they had been shifting for some time now. That demon. He let her go only to order Cube to make sure to redirect her towards Hell's Core, the place Master Ziraf currently was. Turning back wasn't an option either, not when Mardgear was determined in her speaking to their creator. With no choice, she continued onwards, opening the doors of Hell's Core and entering inside. Ziraf briefly turned at the sound of the door opening, smiling in a way that contradicted his true feelings as he saw her. Kyoko. Did you want something? A feeling of dread washed over Kyoko and she wasted no time to dropping to both knees, bowing her head to the floor in the greatest form of respect she knew. I apologize for my failure, Master Ziraf. There was no passing this off as a joint effort with the other 9 demon gates that had been present. She had been the one in charge of the vanguard. All failure would rest on her in Ziraf's eyes. I beg your forgiveness. About Tempester. Ziraf turned away, looking at the tank the demon was slowly reforming in. It's not a problem. While I am displeased that he died, releasing the magic barrier particles his body had been sealing away inside him, he did at least cause a crippling blow to that dragon slayer. I believe he was that abomination's friend. Kyoko hid her shock well when she peered up from the ground, seeing the pure sadistic pleasure crossing her creator's face. I wish I was there to see it. To see the anguish on his face as he realized his friend is dying and he can't do anything to save him. The look immediately changed, becoming one of pure compassion now instead. I feel bad for Mavis, however. She's always been far too kind, probably what made her different to everyone else. She'll be sad with him even though in reality he means little to her. She won't admit that extra little fact though. What about Silver Master Ziraf? She couldn't help but glance at the other tanks, not seeing his form in any of them. Did he displease you in some way? I do not see him here. Silver is here. Or rather the only part important of him is here. Stepping to one side, Ziraf revealing a large tank, a gold frame around it in contrast to the silver ones on all the other tanks. Kyoko would admit that she had seen this tank many times before, and had been very curious about it. But this tank. Isn't that holding the regenerating form of Delira? Immediately she knew she had made a mistake, Ziraf's anger visible for all to say. I mean dash. To not presume to correct me, Kyoko. Remember your place. I apologize. Bowing her head back down to the ground in an attempt to escape Ziraf's wrath, her body shaking slightly from the fear, she only settled down when the pressure finally lessened. Taking the sign as a signal to look back up, she saw Ziraf returning his gaze towards the tank. There was an experiment a long time ago. The first test to discover if a human could truly become a demon. I did it once with my little brother, but the entire process had been planned out for him. I wanted to know if it could be done again. To see if I could combine human potential with a demon's power to rid them of the impurities all humans are blessed with. Yukio and Blue Note are pure examples that my methods work on a wider scale, though it still isn't perfect. More die than succeed, but those that do succeed can potentially become stronger than any artificial demon I've created given time. Tapping a hand against the glass, Ziraf watched as the human figure in it responded slightly to the stimulus. Silver was a part of that plan. I didn't give him a demon element like the others, which led to their unique abilities matching and surpassing their old powers. I tried a bit of a different approach, with the help of keys to provide me some material to work with. Silver was one such material. By bringing him back to life with Keys' power, I ensured he could die with but a single command if he tried to betray me, cleaning my hands of the matter completely. Taking a step back from the tank, Ziraf briefly nodded as he observed the figure within, deeming that the process was complete. Before then we had already taken pieces from Delira. He had a decent amount of power left, but he was far from perfect. All he had left was raw energy and size, but that was more than enough to cause chaos across the land. Many attempts at infusing humans with his power failed, and so the pieces returned here, to a specially created tank meant to revive him only once. So Silver was the only one who survived? If he really had this power all along, why was he the weakest of the 9 demon gates? He lacked both an Aetherius form and a true curse. That's because without all the pieces an Aetherius form was impossible. You cannot expect to see a complete image in a shattered mirror. The power he gained as well was just like all the others I tested, a small portion to see if the process would work. Even that small fragment was enough to boost him from a man with little power to one that almost equaled all of you. Ziref smirked as he pressed a button at the tank's control panel, the liquid inside starting to leak out, freezing everything it touched as a side effect from the long exposure to the demon within. This curse. I forgot how strong Delira was. It has been a while, yes. But now that Silver has died, the last piece has returned. Delira's old body is not necessary anymore. It was but a husk when he was sealed anyway, and since then newer forms have proven more effective. This should be one of them, and it's all thanks to the one living human who I tested on a whim. I took the essence of Delira's mind and curse and implanted them in a human child I found nearby. It destroyed almost all his memories and eroded a lot of his personality, but enough of it survived to become a different existence. And it certainly was interesting to watch unfold. Kyoko nodded in understanding as she watched the last of the liquid spill from the tank, the glass raising to reveal a young man, looking to be about 18 in human years. Black hair was spiked back, only a small strand hanging downwards on Delira's right side. Black markings covered all of Delira's right arm, encroaching onto his chest and neck while a trail reached his right eye and passed over it, leaving the pupil a bright blue while the left pupil stayed a darker shade of the color. Well then, welcome back, said Ziref as he reached out a hand towards the demon, Delira ignoring it as he climbed out himself. I have to say, it's interesting that you chose that form, Delira. But I suppose he was the most demon out of them all, even while still being alive and part human. If I had been your friend I would have called you your old name in shock. Delira. Delira clutched his head in pain, struggling to stand. That's my name. Correct. It seems you've lost some of your memories, not that there was much there in the first place after Keys and I did our tests. Still, memory lost isn't unexpected. It still happens with others that are reborn in Hell's core from time to time. My name. It's not Delira, muttered Delira quietly to himself, looking at his right hand in shock at the markings coding it. Ziref ignored Delira's ramblings, walking away now that his interest was lost. As such, he missed the next words Delira said. I'm Grey. Protector of the fairies. The consequences of their choices. And this is Master Ziref's library, Yukio explained, leading Grey through the massive room towards a large table ahead of them. It is also where Master Ziref holds most of his meetings with us. We, as in the 4 kings of Tartaros, then inform the 9 demon gates of the decisions made, though normally Mardgeir takes on that responsibility. He may have you do it today though to help familiarize yourself with the other key demons in Tartaros that you'll end up working with. All these books belong to Ziref. Master Ziref, Yukio corrected. And yes. Each book holds the magic that was used to make every demon present here. The exceptions are us kings. We have no copy because of our strength, meaning we cannot be reborn like other demons when we die. You are the exception only because Master Ziref remade you personally and brought you back piece by piece. You should be grateful for that, Delira. He wouldn't bother doing that for any demon. Not when he could create a new one instead, one that would likely surpass them too. I see. Reaching out for one of the books to take a closer look, Grey found his hand being swatted away from them with Yukio's own, the demon's other hand hanging limp at his side. Hey, what was that for? Don't touch. These are Master Ziref's books. Even we, with all our power and status, are not allowed to touch them. Simply being able to have meetings in this room is a privilege. Ah, all right. Choosing not to push his luck, Grey took his hand away from the books, instead turning his focus to the demon's limp arm, watching how Yukio had to pick it up to move it and lay it down on the table as he took a seat. "Are you okay?" "It's fine. My curse is a double-edged sword, you see. I can create an entire world to rule over, but it means I cannot last long outside of it. I'm more of a resident of that world than I am this one. It'll get better when I return to my dimension after the meeting, so I can deal with it for now. And if it truly gets bad, then Master Zeref will allow me to leave. He's understanding on the matter, you see." "Sounds like a bad trade-off for power if you ask me," Gray stated, resting his own hands across the table. He immediately withdrew them when he noticed the layer of ice slowly spreading across the table from his palms, holding them close to his chest. "Damn it, this keeps happening. You lost most of your memories, Deliara. It's not surprising that you need to relearn how to use your curse. I had the same problem when I first became a demon. I almost died a few times from being unable to enter my dimension at will. I'll admit at the start I thought it had all been a mistake. That I was going to die. But in the end I managed to pull through, and the little annoyance I have to put up with in order to hear Master Zeref is worth it." Gray simply nodding, wishing he could correct the demon about what his name really was. He hated the fact that he was being called the same name as the monster he remembered from his memories, though he knew better now on how much of it was fabricated and how much wasn't. At the very least he knew Deliara had been the one to destroy his family, but the stuff before then was inaccessible to him, and instead he merely remembered the time when he wasn't himself and was more demon, in the end causing the destruction of a town that he had thought Deliara had caused. Being alive again was a strange feeling too. His body was not the same, he had felt that the moment he had emerged from that tank, and because of that things felt different. His magic kept freezing things without his consent, and he didn't even dare try ice make magic just yet until he could find out how to gain some control of the problem. The only silver lining here was the fact that his mind felt clearer than it had been since Tenro. It made him wonder if they realized it was him in control or not. Perhaps this rebirth that had happened had meant to take in the mind of the demon side in him but failed. If he was lucky, that demon side would be dead forever, destroyed when he sacrificed his body due to his use of iced shell against the dragons. He knew the spell had failed to last for long, his consciousness still alive for that small period as ice, but the dragons must have done something to free their allies and destroy what little had remained of himself. He only could hope that Leon and his friends were still alive, even if he was currently on the opposite side of them in this war taking place. He shouldn't curse that fact, however. From what he had been told in the hours he had been back alive for, it seemed his friends were currently safe behind a barrier, one that the demon in front of him had admitted to finding it hard to bypass. While there still was the possibility that Yukio would break through it, he was at least able to find comfort in the fact that it would not be an easy task. And because of that barrier too, he might not end up meeting his friends much and being forced to fight them. And he would have to fight them if he wanted to gain the trust of those around him. He wasn't a fool. All of the demons around him considered him Deliara, but the fact he had this form would be something to be on guard about. Some of the more human ones that he had passed must have recognized him in some form or another, even if it was only in passing. Even being invited to a high-level discussion like this was merely because of his power as Deliara and the prestige that came with that name. But if he proved useless he would be cut away, that he was sure of. There was only one path here he could take to protect his friends. He'd have to pretend. He'd have to fake it. Fake every emotion and pretend with every fiber of his being that he was a real demon. And if he managed that, he'd get to hear everything. Plans of attack, strengths and weaknesses of both friend and foe alike, every bit of knowledge that Zeref shared would go straight into his ears. And with it all, he'd use it to strike a blow right in the heart of the army, permanently crippling it if he could. Deliara, are you listening? Gray snapped back to reality to see Yukio sending him an annoyed look, the demon doing his best to hold back his frustration. Sorry, missed that. The sooner you get used to your memory loss the better, Yukio grumbled, pointing with his moving hand towards the man approaching them from the far right. That's Blue Note Stinger. Like how I'm the Mist King, he's the Heavens King. Mardgear, you'll meet him soon enough, is the Underworld King. So this is Deliara, Blue Note said in disinterest. Can he fly? He's the Earth King, Blue Note, Yukio pointed out. I think the name gives it away completely. I see. Blue Note didn't even bother paying the slightest bit more attention to Gray, taking a seat at the table and waiting quietly. Yukio shrugged when Gray sent him a look, holding his hand against the side of his mouth as he spoke quietly. Sorry about him. He's a bit obsessed with that flying thing. I'd call it a curse in itself, but... Yuko trailed off, Gray turning to see what the problem was. Walking towards them was who must have been the last of these kings, Mardgeir, and with him Ziref, the man responsible for bringing him back. He was also responsible for his mental problem in the first place, meaning his actions had a part in Javia's death. Delira, Mardgeir greeting, bowing his head slightly in respect. Mardgeir welcomes you back to Cube. Your form is far more manageable than your last form. Size had a big impact back then, Ziref stated simply. And with the occasional appearance of dragons to ruin my plans, he needed a large form. With all that power focused down into this smaller body, Delira here should be far more effective than before. How do you like my library, Delira? You didn't try to touch anything, I assume. He knew. Gray swallowed up his panic before it could show. There was no proof that Ziref knew he was still himself. He just knew he tried to touch the books, that was all. It had to be. I apologize, Master Ziref, he said, making sure he sounded sincere in his apology. I didn't realize when I reached out for them that they were all so precious to you. It's fine. Yukio stopped you before you could touch any, and potentially damage them with your non-existent control of your curse. With you here though, we finally have all 4 kings, my strongest demons that currently exist. Bearing END of course. E.N.D. Ah yes, you don't know about my little brother. Ziref smiled as he settled down in his chair, the smile obviously one not aimed at them. In a world where all humans hated me, even before I became what I am today, he still loved me. A child who had yet to be corrupted by the world. So naturally when he died, I spent years learning how to bring him back. And because of that he became my greatest creation. END, the strongest demon. Unfortunately END has yet to be awaked, Mardgeir explained, Gray noticing how the demon clutched a book in his hands. Across the cover were only 3 letters. The same 3 letters that made up the name of the strongest demon. Yes, you are seeing correct. Mardgeir is charged with protecting END from all harm until he can finally be awoken once more. Leaving the matter of my brother aside for the time being, let us move on to the more pressing matters. This barrier in the way of our progress. I already tested it from above, said Blue Note as he offered the information. It remained strong without a crack, even after one of my strongest spells. Of course. I recognize the main components of it, you must realize. Fairies sphere. It's modified a bit, but it still has an incredible high resistance to any outside forces trying to break it. It's the same internally too. We can assume though, with the scale of it, that it is not being powered by the abomination. If it was, then he'd be dead in a single hour, and it's already past that time limit. Therefore it must be powered by something else. Something that has a massive output to have even created the barrier. Of course there is a limit to its capabilities. I doubt it can move the entire area to another place like the smaller version can, nor is it completely impenetrable. I've seen some of the signs of openings in the barrier, supplied Yukio. They were brief, and only used to beat back a few brave Quincy on Waiwaka's side of the barrier, but they still were present. It's possible that the strength was reduced in order to allow partial flexibility to it. Indeed. Can you enter it, or does it stop you from progressing any further? I'm afraid I can't yet, Master Ziref. And even if I can, I'm not sure I could transfer a large number of people through it. I'm not even sure how safe it would be. We'll leave that option aside for now then, but keep running tests. Borrow as many of my general demons as you need. They know to listen to all of you, so they'll do as you say. Now about numbers. How many demons did we lose? A quarter of the army? Half? You know what? It doesn't matter. I'll replenish and double the destroyed stocks in about a week. I want to look at some of my designs anyway and see if I should implement a newer variant of them. A good chunk that fell in battle are only 1-verse demons anyway, so it's not like their loss matters much. You can create that many demons that quickly. Gray blurted out, realizing what he had said a bit too late. Sorry Master Ziref, I meant no dash. Don't apology, it's only natural that you are shocked. You don't remember what I'm capable after all. Here, let me show you. Getting out of his seat, Ziref walked over to the nearest bookshelf, running a finger along the many volumes. Let's see, what's a good choice? Ah, how about some of my older works? Plucking an old-looking book from the shelf, Ziref opened it at a random page, tracing his finger along the words. Ah, this one works. A simple 2-verse demon. The dance of despair rains upon the ground and gives birth to calamity. So rise and spread chaos to fulfill your natural role in this hateful world, O child of rain. From the ground around Ziref spread shadows, the darkness within bursting upwards and wrapping around itself. A moment later and a body of darkness could be seen, vaguely humanoid with a long streak running back down its back like hair. Bright blue markings appeared across the mass of darkness, helping to make the body structure more identifiable with its arms, legs and chest. The streak of hair like shadows took on the most of the color, becoming almost completely blue with streaks of darkness in it in contrast to the rest of the body. This is a demon known as Vapor. A pretty simple one that I build on many times over. The main premise of this demon is manipulate water as a weapon. Later on I expanded on this feature to increase its power when there is a group of them. A kind of artificial unison raid if you would, a technique where many sources of magic resonate with another to increase the power tremendously. And since all creations of a version of a demon share the same power, though not necessarily the same form, they are best suited for unison raid tactics to make up for the massive difference power when compared to some of my more complex creations. All of these are demons, Gray muttered in shock, his head turning rapidly as he took in just how many bookshelves there were. There has to be thousands of books here. And if a demon could be just the work of 2 lines. I see you understand now why this place is called my library. Yes, in this room is 400 years of work and, as a result, an uncountable number of demons to have been created by me. I don't even remember the number anymore, that's how many I've made. But the last time I checked, it was something in the area of around 700,000. And that was 170 years ago. 700,000. That number was way too much. This was the power of the most feared dark mage to live? This wasn't even comparable to the legends. This surpassed them. Yes, it's quite a lot, isn't it? You should be proud though, Delira. After all, you are one of the greatest of them. Rejoice about that fact, for you get to stand above all the rest with my other greatest creations. You are a devil, a demon of demons, and are a far greatest form of existence than the one who shared your face. Far greater than someone like, oh I don't know, Grey Fullbuster. Protector of the fairies. Groaning in pain, Laxus forced his eyes to open. He kind of wished he hadn't, not with the sight of his 3 apprentices being tied up by Kadu against the tent's wall, and especially not with the sight of all these scientific devices above his chest. He immediately tried to move only to find his arms and legs being restrained, pinning him to the bed he was on. Oh, you're awake. Kisuk came into view, ignoring him for the most part as he looked and fiddled with all the devices present around Laxus. Don't try to struggle, chided Kisuk as Laxus tried to break free, finding his magic unresponsive to his commands. I'm doing some delicate scans here and I need you to stay as still as you can. If you don't, I'll just put you back into an unconscious state until I'm done. What did you do to them? Laxus snarled out. Kisuk glanced towards the 3 tied up behind him. Oh, those 3? They were getting in the way, trying to stop me from working. Even when I tied them up they were still so noisy, so I knocked them all out too. They should wake up in a few hours at most, and they shouldn't have any lasting harm done to them either. Shouldn't. A new drug I developed. Not very effective normally unless you implant it right into the bloodstream. Only just out of the test stages though, so some unexpected side effects might appear. If they grow a 3rd limb, let me know. He's messing with you, Laxus, cut in another voice, Laxus's protests catching in his throat as Ichigo came into view. Sorry about this. I left Kisuk with you when we found out about what you did, so he's making sure you're fine. If I had known he'd go this far, then perhaps I would have put off checking the barrier until later. Relax, he's fine. I'm just doing the last few scans, said Kisuk as he looked down at one of the last devices. All right, done. Grabbing the items, he carefully removed them one by one, putting them to one side for the time being in case he needed them again. Flicking his wrist, the kita that had bound Laxus vanished, allowing the Dragon Slayer to push himself up into a sitting position. There, was that so bad? My magic, Laxus pointed out, crossing his arms in frustration. Unbind it already. Unbind it. Kisuk dropped all pretense of friendliness, leaving nothing but his cold scientific side. It's not bound, and you still have magic in you. Would you mind clarifying further? Frowning, Laxus unfolded his arms and held out a palm, facing it upwards. Focusing on how he normally would channel his magic, he tried to generate a small spark. After a few moments, it became obvious to all that it wasn't going to happen. Keep doing that, Kisuk muttered, grabbing a few of the devices from before and setting them up around Laxus. Glancing at the readings, Kisuk's frown only deepened as he gestured for Laxus to increase the output. Finally, having seen enough, he pulled the devices away, signaling Laxus to stop. My, this is odd, Kisuk joked, trying to defuse some of the tension with some humor. When that failed, he settled for being serious. I'll keep it brief then. You aren't doing anything wrong, are you? You're reaching for magic like always. What do you think? Muttered Laxus in annoyance. Of course I am. I've been using magic for most of my life. I'm pretty sure I know how to reach for it. Had to check. Well then, that makes this far more complicated. Your body is trying to channel magic, that much I can confirm. The readings I'm getting show faint signals being transmitted. Not enough to form lightning, mind you, but enough to prepare the body for a transfer of energy. That's where the problem is occurring. For some reason it's failing to be drawn from your core. This is peculiar. What happened at the end of the battle, Laxus? Asked Ichigo, the older mage, frowning at the tone of voice. It was almost like he was being interrogated. From what I've been informed, your body was found near the edge of the barrier, and most of the people nearby say you were in the center of a black mist. A black mist that killed almost everyone else nearby and even managed to damage the barrier to a small degree. Is it important? His eyes flickered to the almost unnoticeable movements one of Ichigo's hands made, a finger flicking under the smaller blade's hilt. Then there was the look on Ichigo's face. He looked like he was trying to keep it blank, so that nothing would give anything away, but it wasn't effective on him. He could see the fear in Ichigo's eyes, barely there but they're all the same. Was this black mist really that scary to Ichigo? All right, yeah, I was there. It came out of one of the demons when I killed it. I can't remember its name properly, but it looked male and could create anything that falls under the designation of a calamity. Storms, lightning, lava, you name it. I think his insides looked a bit hollow too, as if he had been empty to contain all that stuff. And then? How did you stop it? I ate it. A hand subconsciously dropped down to his chest, coming to rest over where he knew the lacrima in his chest was embedded. I knew it had to be stopped, so I drew it all in like I would lightning. Ichigo wasn't bothering to hide his fear now, displaying it clearly for all to see. Laxus could barely react as Ichigo whipped the sword he was grabbing out of its sheath, holding it down across his body. The next moment it had swiped upwards, slashing across his chest. The shock completely took over him for a moment, a feeling of betrayal washing over him until he realized one crucial fact. There was no pain. He looked down at himself only to see not a single sight of blood. Had Ichigo missed? No, not at this distance. He had cut right across him, he was sure of it. Looking back at Ichigo, he saw his friend sheathing his blade, one hand held against his head in pain. A second later and his other hand had to leap upwards, covering his mouth before blood threatened to fall from it. Sorry, Ichigo muttered in pain, wincing again as more blood spilling from his throat. Give me a moment. The pain looked to slowly be subsiding from Laxus's point of view, Ichigo's regeneration likely the cause for that. Finally managing to remove his hand, Ichigo let out a sigh, letting himself collapse downwards into a sitting position as he rested his hands behind him. All right, I understand what you did now. Our next move dash. No. What the hell was that? You cut me but left no mark. And instead you start puking up blood? What did you do? I guess you could say it's part of my shrift, Ichigo admitted awkwardly. The only part that really fits me even. By using its power, and channeling it along my blade, I can absorb certain things. In this sense, I cut open a path with my blade to absorb the memories of what happened to you. Or rather I absorbed a copy of them. I'm just trying to process the last parts of it now. I didn't expect the damage done to you to be so severe that it would rebound to me though when I did that. I shouldn't underestimate what we're dealing with. And what is it that we are dealing with? Asked Kisuke firmly. You seem to know what the cause of this is. What can my sensors not pick up? They work by scanning for magic, right? Kisuke nodded. There's your answer right there. Hold on, Laxus interrupted. How is that an answer? Wait, he added, his mind finding the answer in the words. That energy wasn't magic? That's dash. Not possible. Kisuke chuckled to himself as he cut in, glancing at Laxus with interest. I agree with you on this matter too. Such a thing is unheard of. But not outside the realm of possibility. If it's not magic, then judging by what it did I can only assume it's the antithesis to it. Let's call it anti-magic for now until we learn its name. Ichigo shook his head. No need. They're known as magic barrier particles. I may have encountered them once before. At the Grand Magic Games. After I fought the dragons. The root of the events there I assume. I can't blame you for hiding this really. The presence of a power that can neutralize a magic, potentially all magic in fact, is worrying. And judging from the reaction you had too, I assume it's also like poison to us so long as we even have a scrap of magic in our bodies, and no person doesn't have that tiny spark of life in them. This does indicate how Laxus got all those internal injuries. And that stuff, muttered Laxus, fear present in his eyes. It's in me. It must be. This must be what's blocking the connection. Any magic that tried to be used is immediately being cancelled out. It must all be stuffed in your core, the place where your magic comes from. But that doesn't explain why you haven't died yet. Unless. The Dragon Slayer Lacrima, said Ichigo, coming to the same conclusion Kisuke had. If we think of it from that point of view, all the magic barrier particles he ingested must have been absorbed into his core while bypassing the lacrima itself. So while no magic is present in his core, the lacrima itself has enough energy to sustain Laxus. Kisuke frowned as he glanced closer at Laxus before shaking his head. It's a temporary solution. If his core is full of magic barrier particles, he won't be able to take in any more magic. And the lacrima in his chest can only hold for so long. It's probably the dragon nature of its origin that's helping it hold out against the opposing source, but that won't last forever. And even if it doesn't break anytime soon, Laxus here will die if nothing is done. Every person needs magic to live in some form, to the best of our knowledge at least. If he can't recover magic, he'll continue to use up the energy in the lacrima and die once it runs out. This does explain why his magic failed to work though. His attempts to reach for it must have either resulting in grabbing magic barrier particles or grabbing magic from the lacrima and having it cancelled out immediately afterwards. You've got to be able to get them out of me, begged Laxus, trying to get out of bed only to fall right to the ground. Kisuke and Ichigo were both by his side, helping him back onto the bed and setting him down. My body. I feel so weak. I'm sorry, Kisuke apologized. By asking you to test if you could use magic or not, I must have reduced the amount you had left. I'm not sure how much time you have left currently, but, with these symptoms, I'd estimate it at about a day or two. There has to be a way, protested Ichigo. What if we drain the magic barrier particles from him? You can't do that, Ichigo, stated Mavis, taking form beside them all to join in on the conversation. Release them and they'll run wild once more, and the barrier might be damaged enough that the demons beyond it will break through. Not that, muttered Laxus. We can't let that happen. I'm not worth that kind of risk. He's right, stated Kisuke, bringing a hand to his chin. What about this? These magic barrier particles. If we hit them with a large enough source of magic, they'll be destroyed in turn, right? Pretty much, explained Mavis. They have a superior advantage over magic, having been created with so much hatred towards it that they do everything they can to destroy it. But if you use enough power, then they can be overpowered and destroyed themselves. Magic equally despises their existence as they do magic's. I see. I wonder then. Glancing at the devices, Kisuk nodded at the sight of them all. I have almost everything I need here. Laxus, I should congratulate you. You're the first person I'll ever try this new experiment on. Hold on. Ichigo declared, looking between Kisuk and Laxus in worry. What are you planning, Kisuk? Do you have a plan? A rough one, yes. First, I'm going to have to give the Lacrima a boost of energy. It should convert the energy into Dragon Slayer magic like it does with all the magic that enters it, but it'll take a few hours with the magic barrier particles working against me. Normally this would only be a temporary solution and would only allow him to live, not to use magic, but it only needs to last for a while. Once that happens, we'll break down the Lacrima that contains all this energy and have it flood Laxus's system. This is where it gets a bit difficult, Kisuk admitted, looking to Laxus for his consent. This will cause a lot of damage to you and you will feel a lot of pain. You might even be permanently crippled. Even so, you have a chance to come out of it and fight again. Do you still want to do this? Laxus thought about it for just a moment before he remembered his grandfather. And then he nodded, his resolve unshakable. Do it. I don't care if I die. Not if I have a chance to keep fighting. Well said. Very well, we only need the last piece of the puzzle for this experiment. Ichigo, I'll need the Hujioku please. Ichigo froze. You need what? You heard me, said Kisuk as he started preparing some of his equipment. The Hujioku. Where did you hide it anyway? If it's nearby, just rush towards it, otherwise have Nozomi take you. Time is of the essence. Kisuk. I destroyed it. Kisuk laughed for a moment, the silence that followed it making him turn when he realized Ichigo wasn't joking. You're really serious? You really think you destroyed it? I don't think I destroyed it. I know it did. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're wrong. I couldn't destroy it with my Bankai, and you think you destroyed it when you only possessed a fake Shikai? No, you didn't destroy it. So you must have hidden it as I expected you to. Even if you didn't realize you did hide it. I did destroy it though. I stabbed Zanjutsu into it and... Ichigo's eyes widened in shock as he remembered how he had destroyed it all those years ago. I split it in half, and then the energy flashed before fading. The remains crumbled to dust afterwards, but the energy faded far too quickly. Raising a hand to his chest, Ichigo looked down at himself. I absorbed it. Or rather the old man did, hiding it away since he knew I couldn't destroy it. Hell, even he probably forgot about it with everything that happened. So that was the odd thing in your soul, muttered Mavis. I knew I wasn't the only one piggybacking around in it, but to think that was why. The amount of space that think took up could even be why every time you try and absorb something more than memories you end up in pain if you don't release it quickly afterwards. A soul can only hold so much inside itself before it starts to destabilize, something that gets accelerated when conflict is introduced. You hid it, in your soul? Laxus frowned weakly, tilting his head towards Ichigo. What exactly is this shrift of yours? The absorb. Ichigo didn't want to meet his eyes as he spoke, a wave of hurt visible in the orange-haired man. Well, it's hard to explain. Shrifts reveal one's truest desire, one's truest nature, so someone once suggested that perhaps my nature was one who selfishly wanted everything and drew it into himself. Perhaps that's not far from the truth when it comes to things I want to protect. I barely understand much about the power myself. The only parts that ever came naturally were the absorption of memories and now the absorption of the Hujioku. Everything else always feels so wrong to use. Odd, Kisuk muttered. If a shrift is your truest nature or desire, then it should feel right to use. I can't fathom why yours doesn't seem right to you. If I didn't know that you met your Edela's self after you absorbed the Hujioku, then I'd have a theory on the matter. Perhaps it's his nature conflicting with yours? You took him into your own soul, so if he had a shrift then it might interfere with you from within. He doesn't have one, stated Mavis. A shrift is born to true Quincy. His Edala's self is a Quincy only because of his Ukan status. His powers merely are meant to imitate Quincy because that is what his powers resembled. Laxus interrupted the debate with a painful cough, Kisuk turning to him and continuing to prepare his equipment. We'll continue this later and see if we can work anything out. For now Ichigo, I need you to focus on doing whatever you did to absorb the Hujioku and reversing it. I'll focus on getting Laxus ready and try and raise his chances of survival by even 1%. It would be a tremendous loss to lose a mage like him this early on in the war. Not when we've already lost Master Makarov. Laxus almost jumped right out of his bed, a hand appearing quickly to hold him down before he hurt himself. The guild. What's going to happen? Focus on surviving this first. If you do, we'll tell you about the guild and what's going to happen to Fairy Tail now. Protector of the Fairies. I see, said Wywak, looking down on the Quincy kneeling before him. So Driscoll really did die. It's odd. Because of the ceremony performed amongst myself and all my stern ritter, I should have been able to feel his soul return to me. And yet I feel nothing. The bond has been severed and his soul lost. I must ask you, exactly who did you leave Driscoll to fight when you abandoned him, Robert? The old man held back a shiver, trying not to show the fear he felt as the pressure Wywak emitted at him increased. My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. When I left him, I never believed that Driscoll would . I care little for your excuses. Who did he fight? Makarov Driar. Fairy Tail's third guild master. From the sight I saw from a distance, it looked like he used fairy law to kill Driscoll, but at the cost of his own life. Incorrect. Robert felt the full force of Wywaka's power weight down on him, his eyes peering upwards to see Wywak out of his throne. He wasn't angry, no, His Majesty never showed such emotions. It was the closest it could get, however. He was displeased. Taking a step down from the stairs around his throne, Wywak began to approach the kneeling Quincy. You say it was at the cost of his life, but Makarov Driar could have been prevented from releasing fairy law if he had been attacked sooner. If you hadn't abandoned your fellow stern ritter and joined forces, you could have defeated him before he could invoke the spell. What is more, the failure of stopping fairy law being released resulted in the loss of Driscoll's power, the overkill. Now he understood. This was what His Majesty truly was concerned about here. Driscoll had been strong, but he had never been as favored as other of the stern ritter, likely because of his attitude. The only redeeming thing about him had been his power, a shrift that constantly made him stronger with every life he took. If he had died, he should have taken the power back with his soul to His Majesty. But now it was lost, forever. Such actions must have consequences, explained Wywak, reaching out with one hand and holding it open. Even though he knew what was coming, Robert still obeyed, handing over his gun to the man towering over him. Weighing the gun in his hands, Wywak raised it upwards and placed it against Robert's face. However, I can be lenient. And you have served me well all these years. Moving the gun across Robert's face, Wywak let it rest against the Quincy's eye. This should be a fair price for your failure. Robert held back a scream as the gun fired, a blast of magic erupting from the gun's end and tearing apart his eye. Only His Majesty's exceptional control stopped the energy from going any further, merely destroying his eye and leaving him alive. Blood poured from his socket as His Majesty pulled the gun back, but he didn't dare even close it, bearing with the pain for the time being. Handing the gun back, Wywak turned away from the Quincy before him as he walked back up the steps of his throne. Your chance for redemption will be soon. While we have failed to press forward before the barrier appeared, we still might succeeded in our other objective. There are at most 6 stern ritter inside the barrier currently, and a potential 7th if all goes well. Prepare for their arrival when they find a way to break back through. Our forces may be needed to create a satisfactory distraction to ensure our enemy's focus is split. Our lines are already being reinforced, so we will be fine to press forward if a chance appears. This war is only beginning, and has yet to diverge far from acceptable parameters. Protector of the Fairies. Concentrating on the orb in his hands, Ichigo willed it to form, the energy within swirling around just like he could remember it doing. Letting the item before him finish forming, he allowed it to fall into his palms, grabbing it with one hand and holding it up to the light. That's not it, said Kisuk, repeating the same answer he had said for the past 2 hours now. He didn't even need to turn around anymore to recognize how successful Ichigo's attempts were. It's still an illusion. A real illusion, but still just an illusion. Damn it. Throwing the fake Hujioku down at the ground, it shattered into pieces, the light fading away. Why can't I get this right? This should be easy. I can bring forth my Edala's self from my soul easily enough. You're borrowing my power in situations like that though, said Mavis, fiddling with her hair as she tried to pass the time. It's not like we can shut out my presence, so it's inevitable you would grasp at my power because it's familiar for what you're trying to. You've never tried to bring out a physical object and restore its shape since your brother has no physical form, meaning all you had to do was guide him to the surface. But with this, the process is far more complicated. For all we know as well, the Hujioku might be resisting your actions in a desire to stay hidden, or perhaps your brother only could come forth so quickly because he also willed it. Have you tried asking him? Already have, muttered Ichigo as he began focusing again, blue light shining between his hands. He said he had no idea. Means he doesn't understand this power much either and how it works. I'm basically down to a game of trial and error, and I'm constantly failing. Look for something unnatural in your soul, offered Kisuk as advice, glancing up from his work over a sleeping Laxus. The Dragon Slayer had fallen asleep over an hour ago now, his strength still quite sapped. Zanjutsu, all 3 essential parts of it, are natural to you. They are power that took form from your soul. Mavis meanwhile has latched herself on, making her something that can be seen, a foreign entity that you recognize and are adapting to. Look for something like her in its wrongness. It shouldn't belong in your soul, so it should be as it was when you absorbed it. Or at least that's my belief, considering you were unaware it was there for all these years now. I'm trying. I remember exactly how it looks in my memory, but bringing it out always seems to fail. Then stop. Stop using your memory and feel out the object. Sighing, Kisuk turned around to face Ichigo. I can't even pretend to fully understand how this ability works, but with something like the Hujioku, memory is simply not enough to capture what it is. But your soul should have managed it. Don't rely on memory. Rely on the feelings within you to guide you to what you seek, not to seek something that matches a memory. Going back to trying, Ichigo closed his eyes, doing his best to clear his mind. It wasn't easy, especially when he was so used to it being filled with thoughts from many different people. His own, his Zanpakuto's, his Edala's selves, Mavis's, they were always a normal thing he could hear. And so he shut them all out, clearing all the distractions away until nothing was left. Where was he meant to look though? Find the wrongness? Find something that didn't fit? That was easier said than done when he could barely understand what was right and what wasn't in his soul. Even the 2 forms of his Zanpakuto felt different to one another, so what was meant to be right and what was meant to be wrong? Which was the answer? It really didn't help that he could barely even remember how the Hujioku once felt. What did its presence give off? How did he find something he had only seen once in his entire life? He paused when an almost inaudible melody seemed to ring through his ears, his attention quickly being drawn to the source. It was odd, but he could swear he had heard it before, almost like a lullaby he had heard as a child. He shouldn't be getting sidetracked, but even so he allowed himself to be for the moment, following the source of the sound to its source. And then he felt it. The energy he recognized. Grasping hold of it, his eyes snapped open as the blue light in his hands smashed together, giving shape to the object in his soul as it forced its way out, piece by piece. Kisuk nodded once as he felt the energy from the orb, waiting until it was finally completed until speaking, plucking it from Ichigo's hands as he did so. Fascinating. You really managed to do it. I had complete faith in you, of course, you are my student, but even so I had a few worries. Glad to see they were all for nothing. It was odd, Ichigo muttered, still looking at his hands. I felt something when I was unsure of what to do. Almost like a lullaby in my mind, drawing me towards it. It could be your power trying to help, Kisuk replied, taking a moment to pause from his intense staring of the Hujioku. It worked at least, whatever you did. I created this little beauty so I know its power better than anyone. With this, I can get to work. Reaching out with one hand, He grabbed Laxus by the shoulder, shaking him awake. "Wake up already. We're ready to proceed." Laxus yawned, not bothering to try and get up as he spotted the equipment above him with lazy eyes. "Already? You work fast." "I have to. Some experiments of mine in the past have had me being forced to complete tasks as quickly as possible if I wanted to be prepared for the following stages. Time is a factor that is not always on your side. Now that you're awake too, I'll tell you of the dangers that will follow from this procedure." Dangers? Wasn't the only danger from the procedure itself. Mostly. Glancing down at him, Kisuk stopped what he was doing to cross his arms. "Your magic core will end up being cleared up if this succeeds, but if it does it means that you will become a true dragon slayer. You won't be using the Lacrima anymore since I'll be using the Hujiaka here to bond the magic to you. Do you understand what this means? While it may not happen anytime soon, or even for years, there is a risk present if you overuse your magic." "Dragonification," Laxus muttered in shock before banishing the thought from his mind. "I don't care. Do it. I'll accept the risk." "I was hoping for that." The Hujiaka glowed brightly as Kisuk brought it down to Laxus's chest, a brief burst of pain erupting through the Dragon Slayer's nerves. "This should be a learning experience for us both. I wish you the best of luck. Let's see if you actually manage to live." "Protector of the Fairies. God damn it!" shouted Bazbi, slamming his fist against the wall and releasing a burst of flames in anger. Uriah was the only one who looked bothered by his actions, Bambietta and King feeling just as annoyed that they had been forced to retreat as he did. To make matters worse, they were trapped behind enemy lines, and their way out was out there somewhere fulfilling their second objective. "What now?" he asked angrily, not bothering trying to show any respect currently. He just wasn't in the mood for it all. "Uriah? What's our next move?" Uriah didn't answer him, his eyes looking out of the cave they were currently resting in and into the rainy weather beyond. Seeing that he was barely paying any attention to them, Bambietta nudged him with her elbow, leaning up towards his ear when that failed to get him to respond. "Hey, Four Eyes." That got his attention, a vein pulsing in annoyance on the man's head as he turned to face her. "What is it?" "Our next move." "What is it?" "You're the leader. His Majesty put you in charge. Now tell us what we're doing next." "We're already down one man, or robot if you prefer, and as much as I hate to admit it we can't beat them all with just us four. Not if we get overwhelmed. Relax. All we need to do is meet up Lloyd and he'll mimic Robert to allow us to escape. We know where our rendezvous point is for a situation like this, so all we need to do is lay low and make our way to it. If all has gone well on Lloyd's side, we should be able to meet him there a week from now at the latest. If we fail to appear on any of the 7 days from now, or he fails to, then that is when we will reach problems. If that happens we'll be forced to fight our way to the barrier's exit and break through when an opening appears. So just waiting, huh?" King frowned, glancing out the cave's entrance. "What if we're being hunted? We were allowed to flee far too easily, even if you had your sights aimed on them all to slow them down. You're able to keep up with Ichigo Kurosaka's movements, but we can't. It's obvious, of course. He let us run. He wants us to lead him to the one who alerted us to the barrier, and to see if he can find out and expose the traitors involved. He's willing to risk us escaping for that slight chance of capturing them. We can always be fought again another time in his mind, but a spy can do untold amounts of damage through the knowledge they collect." "Great," muttered Bazbi. "So we're playing right into his hands." Uriah shook his head, an amusing look in his eyes. "If anything he's playing into ours just as we play into his. We can't escape if he chases after us persistently, not with all the allies he has with him, but if he does that he loses the lead we can reveal to him. Likewise, if we meet up with Lloyd then we reveal how we have managed to spy on them and could even lose him in the process or be forced to withdraw him. Neither of us can truly succeed without the other willing to risk a bit. Besides," Uriah added, crossing his arms as he turned his gaze back towards the cave's exit, "I had a quite nice chat with our original pursuer. That Edela's version of Kurosaki is definitely a dangerous individual. I can see now why His Majesty gave someone like that such praise. I've learned a lot from merely observing him, so much so that I'll be ready when they appear. My eyes won't miss a single detail. Protector of the Fairies. Carrying the casket between themselves, Natsu, Urza, Gajeel, and Myra brought it forward, Lysina and Elfman nearby with the other members of Fairy Tail. The honor of carrying out this task had been given to them, the ones who had been closest to the site and had seen the light shining. The barrier closing in the first place had been a death sentence for their master, and his magical power vanishing had all but confirmed that fact. It was probably the fact that they didn't see him fall that made it all the more worse. The casket they carried between themselves was completely empty, not a single bit of the master inside. They hadn't even been able to recover his corpse, not with all the enemies in the way. Even if they had opened the barrier and tried to rush to his body and back, people would have died. Ordinary people that would have had nothing to do with the master. As much as they wanted to bury him properly, it was an impossible dream, one that they couldn't even think about sacrificing innocence over. Glancing around, Urza took sight of all the mages of Fairy Tail nearby. They had told Mirti to say they were temporarily leaving the battlefield and the woman hadn't even tried to stop them, instead sending messages to all the other battlefields to allow them time to grieve. She knew why. It was as clear as day. While most of the Fairy Tail mages that had gone to fight were the strongest, the majority that stayed behind were still strong in their own right. They were more powerful than the average mage, and that made them useful. It was undoubtedly what the people in charge was after, hoping the new master would be clouded by revenge and draw them all into the war. Honestly speaking, that wouldn't even be needed. After having told everyone the news, she had seen the anger and despair on their faces. They would need no prompting to charge into battle, all for the sake of avenging their fallen master. But without a guild master, they would be vulnerable to the whims of the higher-ups. The master had been able to stop them entering the war in the first place and, while a few of them ignored him, he still had been allowed to do that even in the face of such danger. The question remained on who that guild master would be. The master had not left a clear view on who he wanted this successor to be. Originally she supposed it might have been Gildarts, but he was captured, trapped behind enemy lines with the same enemy that had caused the master's death. That left only a few people capable, all of them needing to be one of their strongest. Natsu was out for a start. His mind was that of a fighter's and a mage's, not of a guild master's. He could rally people together, inspire them with his actions, but he couldn't lead them like the master could. Gajeel and many others were out too, for similar reasons as Natsu. She considered herself for a moment before banishing the thought from her mind. She knew her flaws. She was sometimes far too hard-headed and made decisions she regretted. And while she could micromanage a lot of people, she could do that best by thinking of them as weapons like her swords, not as people. It was good for battle but not good for a leader. There weren't many others strong enough to do the job though, there lay the problem. Ichigo had the strength in excess, just like Gildarts, but she was loath to choose him. He certainly would have been a decent guild master but only in his desire to protect them. In his actions, he failed, acting more as an independent unit. Even the people he took with him were all people who were strong enough that could be left to their own devices in a fight. Because of that too, she couldn't even consider most of the people who followed him. A good chunk of the group would likely end up not leaving his side, or if they did they would be almost like a puppet if he wished them to be. She didn't think he would make them act in such ways but a guild master had to be the one in charge, not having another deciding decisions for them. Wait, didn't that only leave one person left? Laxus. He might be currently traveling with Ichigo but he had grown up with Ichigo, which meant he was one of the few in that group who likely clashed with him more than anyone else. And more than that, Laxus had never been one to allow another to dictate his actions. And when it came to power, he had more than enough. He was also the only one of them to know fairy law, the ultimate trump card of Fairy Tail when faced with overwhelming odds. The question was where was he? His own grandfather had died, and yet he wasn't here at his funeral. Had he not heard? She had seen Freed, Bixlow and Evergreen here in the midst of the crowds but he was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't dead, right? She was sure if he was then it would have spread by now, especially considering his level of strength. So where was he? Wherever he was, it was too late to wait. The service had already begun. Continuing forward in time with the others, they brought the casket down into the hole behind their old destroyed guild, lowering it as carefully as they could as if a body was really inside it. It was kinder to let everyone else assume they really had recovered him rather than let him know his body was lost, even if many already knew that. Lies were sometimes kinder than truths. The rest of the service passed in the blink of an eye. The priest, one from the nearby cathedral, said a few words and then it was their turn, each saying something quietly in front of the grave for the master's ears only. She barely knew what to say when she approached the grave, and her words reflected her uncertainties with a promise to try anyway. She didn't ask any of the others what they had said. It was too private. Slowly the mages started to filter away once more, heading into the area that had been the guild in an attempt to drown their sorrows with alcohol. They didn't have much, an odd cask or two being supplied kindly by some old neighbor that remembered Makarov and them all, and seats and cups were basically gained from donations too. The cheerful atmosphere that normally surrounded their home was but a shade of its former self though, barely a word being said and even those drinking doing it so silently. "Am I late?" a voice asked her, Urza turning her head in shock to see Laxus beside her. The man sighed before walking forward himself, crouching down by the badly constructed tombstone they had made. "Yo Gramps," Laxus said quietly. "I always knew you'd hit the bucket one day." He tried to laugh it off as he used to but his voice failed him. "You just had to die, didn't you? This is exactly how you would have wanted it, sacrificing your life so that others could live. You always were far more reckless than a man of your age should have been." Gripping his fists tightly, Laxus got back to his feet. "Don't worry, Gramps. I understand what you want. I promise you, I won't let this guild die. I'll protect it to my dying breath, just like you did." Turning away, he marched right into the guild, finding the nearest table full of people and marching straight for it. A few glances were sent his way as he got close before he completely shocked them all, grabbing the table and knocking it over, the drinks resting on it spilling across the ground. Silence continued to greet him, even as heads turned his way. "It's so quiet in here," stated Laxus loudly. "Look at us all. We're being so calm for once. If Gramps could see us now then I'm sure he'd throw a fit before thinking we're planning something." Still silence continued to greet him but Laxus continued on regardless. "Are we just going to mope around all day?" Walking over to the casks nearby, Laxus grabbed a mug and filled it up. The moment it was full he downed it all, slamming it back down on the table beside him. Would Gramps call this a proper send-off? No way. He'd want us celebrating his memory rather than drowning our sorrows. He'd say something like, "I've had enough close calls over the years that you all should already be used to me coming close to death or dying," or something like that. "What exactly are you saying?" shouted out one of the nearby mages angrily. "What do you want us to do?" "Smile." "Yes." Laxus plastered on a wide smile but not a single mage there couldn't tell how fake it was. "Even if it's a lie, even if it hurts, smile. Smile and remember everything Gramps told us. Remember him scolding us. Remember him teasing us. Remember him partying as hard as us all, not even worried that he might die from old age the following year or not. Gramps is dead," continued Laxus. "And that hurts so badly. So badly that I want to tear out my own heart just to stop the pain. But what would he say if he saw me like this? He'd tell me that it's okay. He'd tell me that it's fine to be upset and to hate it all, but even when it happens we have to smile. No matter how painful, no matter how upsetting, we still need to be able to move forward. Gramps is dead, and we can't change that. But as long as we live he will still exist in our hearts. He'll still be watching over us just as he always has been, even if we can't hear his voice. He'll still be by our sides, cheering us on as he always was." Slowly, smiles started to grow on the faces of the mages. Not a single one of them was natural, but even so they tried to laugh, they tried to sing, they tried to be normal once more. Tales burst out around the groups about the master, some real laughter appearing in bursts as the silence finally broke. And through it all, Urza watched Laxus, smiling now that she had gotten the answer. The next guild master would be the one who understood what it entailed and had been preparing for it all his life. The fifth guild master would be Laxus Driar, protector of the fairies. Fairy Tales Darkness. So how does it feel? asked Ichigo, turning away from the master's grave as Laxus approached. I don't even know if I should be calling you Laxus or master here. Laxus, definitely. Otherwise it'll sound too much like you're talking about Gramps. Besides, I think we've known each other long enough to not have to worry about such titles. That's good. Still, it's odd. The fact I'm the master now? Or the fact Gramps is dead? Both. It's funny really. I never even imagined that the master would ever die. He was so old, and he had his fair share of problems too, including his heart. But I never believed he would ever die. I've imagined myself falling plenty of times, my plans failing and causing me and everyone around me to die. But even when I stood in front of the master at the Grand Magic Games, completely aware that I was far stronger than he was now, that view never changed. I could be killed, but the idea he might be was alien to me. Laxus nodded in agreement. How do you think I felt? I wanted to be the guild master one day more than anything. But not like this. Gramps was meant to be a bit older, looking like he was near death's door and yet still as lively as ever. And he'd pass on the baton with a smile on his face, saying how proud he was of me and asking me to take care of the guild. This. I never could have imagined this. Same. Glancing around, Ichigo scanned the crowds for familiar faces, failing to see the ones he was after. We're missing people. Laxus turned quickly in response, looking around for the people Ichigo meant. Shinji and Taoshiro aren't here. Shinji I can kind of understand, he barely knew the master and really only joined the guild to stick near me. He probably considered it rude to be here considering all that. But Taoshiro's lack of presence is unusual. I thought he would have wanted to say his farewells just like the rest of us. Think Levi knows? Laxus asked, looking around for the familiar head of blue hair. Ichigo simply shook his head in response, his eyes glancing at Nozomi nearby for a moment before settling back on the grave before them both. I'm sure something important is stopping them from returning. Something must have happened at the North Battlefield. It would explain why Mest has yet to return either. Not even to check in. Nozomi had a glance up there earlier when I was helping Kisuke and did manage to confirm that all three are alive and well, but perhaps something has happened to someone else and that's stopping them from leaving yet. They'll be fine. Don't worry too much, Ichigo. I suppose. Hey Mavis, you want to show yourself already? Laxus almost jumped in shock when Mavis appeared right in front of his grandfather's grave, crouched down a bit as she stared at the stone. How do you not get shocked by her appearing like that, muttered Laxus, turning his attention towards the first master of fairy tale. All right, I assume you want something first. Am I wrong? Not here. Huh. I said not here. Come on, let's head to the basement. Don't give me that look, Ichigo, Mavis added, noticing the frown Ichigo was showing. It's the best place for us three to talk, even if the original reason to go down there is gone. Anyway, follow Ichigo. Lead the way. Mavis vanished from sight once again before too many people could spot her, Ichigo sighing in frustration before waving at Laxus to follow. All right, follow me. We're heading down. Heading towards a spot on the floor where a trapdoor could be seen, all the wreckage of the rest of the guild scattered away from it, Ichigo pulled it open before gesturing Laxus to enter. Before anyone could ask questions, Ichigo slammed it shut behind him and Laxus, immediately adding a layer of bakuta to hold the doors shut from their side. Hopefully that'll deter some of the more curious guys up there. Mavis, you might as well show yourself again. I'm not speaking for you here. Mavis appeared on Ichigo's shoulder in Laxus's point of view, the girl sticking her tongue out at his friend. That's no fun. But fine, I'll tell him myself. I am the first guild master of fairy tale after all. What's this about? Laxus asked curiously, glancing down the large spiraling set of stairs. And how long has this been here? I never saw this place in the guild before. You wouldn't have. It's the place only the guild master should be allowed to go. Beyond him, the only exceptions are those who are to become guild masters and Ichigo, and the latter is only because I allow him here. This is where it all began, one could say, with me and my foolish games. Bringing a hand to her chin, Mavis closed her eyes in thought. Where to start? I guess the beginning is good. Let's start walking or we'll be here all day. Waiting till Ichigo and Laxus finally started walking, Mavis began her tale. So then, back to the start. In the year X679, there was a small child. Her name was Mavis Vermilion, the child of a pair of deceased parents and a servant of the guild, Red Lizard. She would clean the place till it was spotless, cook the food till it was fit to their standards, and repair, and sometimes even make their clothes when they became damaged. This tale almost sounds like the beginning of a fairy tale, doesn't it? I guess this next part would be the part where the story for her got better, suggested Mavis as she continued her tale. Back then, guilds fought far more than they do now, especially mage guilds. Red Lizard was attacked by a guild known as Blue Skull. While Red Lizard wasn't a weak guild by the standards back then, their major advantage had been the island of Tenro. Because of it Hold up. Interrupted Laxus. Tenro Island? But that's our guild's sacred land. Are you saying that Tenro was your birthplace? I wasn't born there, I'm afraid. And yes, it is the guild's sacred land. But before then it was merely a strategic advantage another guild used. Now where was I? Blue Skull attacking, muttered Ichigo, seeming to be ignoring the tale. Laxus didn't show much surprise at that though. He probably already knew what had happened. You can skim through the details of the battle. Laxus won't care for much of that when it's not even relevant to the tale. Mavis pouted. Fine, I'll skip that stuff. To compress the battle down then, Red Lizard was being annihilated, down to every last man, woman, and even child. Any human life on the island was to be slaughtered, in Blue Skull's attempt to seize the treasure stored in the island that made such a battle worthwhile. I still remember all the blood, Mavis muttered, almost in a haze. I had never seen blood before, or at least not in such large amounts. My creator You really should refer to them as your parents, Laxus pointed out, Mavis ignoring him as she continued. My creator had cut himself before but he had never been injured, and even then his blood was different. It wasn't red, but rather gold. To me, seeing this red blood was odd, almost like it was the unnatural thing rather than my creator. So in the midst of all this carnage, through all this bloodshed and despair, I felt fascinated. An odd emotion to feel at such a time, but we're getting off topic here. So then, did they get the treasure? Mavis nodded. I never found that out till later, but then I hadn't really been that interested in it at the time. But I'll get to that. Anyway, in the midst of all the death, another little girl was still alive. Her name was Zara, the daughter of the master of the guild. She and Mavis never got along, though poor little Mavis wished that they did. She would have liked a friend. Finding her under the rubble, Mavis pulled her free, despite her young age, and dragged her away, trying to get her to safety. And so they ran, continued Mavis. And ran, and then ran even more. They tried to escape the carnage happening behind them. Through the midst of it, Mavis tried to cheer up the girl behind her, even managing to become friends during the trial they had to endure. And then she fell. Mavis fell silent for a moment, her eyes lost watching her own memories. You see, I thought it was unfair. Was this what life meant? Happiness would be immediately taken away for humans? And life doesn't even let you catch a break even in the midst of all of that. Poor Mavis cried, said Mavis, Laxus immediately silencing her by holding out a hand. What is it? Can you stop referring to yourself in the third person? I understand you want to try and make it more like a fairy tale, and it probably helps you distance yourself from your painful past, but it's making it hard to understand when you keep switching between first and third person. Mavis looked at him oddly for a moment before chuckling, continuing as if she hadn't even heard him. As I was saying, poor Mavis cried. She had always believed in fairies, you know. But, as the legend goes, fairies don't come to crybabies. She cried and the waterworks refused to stop. She must have believed that she could never meet the fairies too as well, and that she'd be forever alone. But her pain was not to last much longer. Because then he appeared. He approached her slowly, as if not to surprise her, said Mavis. And then, when he was right behind her, he reached out. Mavis gestured with her hands as she released her hold on Ichigo's shoulder, floating in the air behind him still. Laxus frowned at what she was trying to show before he felt all curiosity vanish, realizing the shape she was making with her hands. Yes, that's right. He reached out and grabbed poor Mavis by the neck. And then, before she could even realize what was happening, he twisted, snapping her neck in one swift motion. Laxus felt sick. Hold on, wasn't this man going to rid you of your pain? He tried to kill you, not saved your. I said it wouldn't last much longer, but there can be many reasons for why that happens. Saving is one method, but killing is even quicker sometimes. The man was kind at least. He must have not liked harming children, so he made it quick. He then took her body back, I believe, and burned it with all the others to clean up the mess. That is where I truly began, explained Mavis as she grabbed Ichigo's shoulder once more to hang firm. Mavis Vermilion died on that island, completely alone, with not a single person in the world left that loved her. Hope had been granted in that tragedy for but a brief moment, and then it was ripped away, as if to taunt her and to take away the one thing she had left, which was her hope to perhaps meet the fairies she believed in. And when she died, I became Mavis Vermilion. It all clicked for Laxus. That girl's not you, he muttered in shock. You didn't escape or pretend to be dead. It was never you. But then who was that girl? No one special. Just someone I happened to watch for a few weeks. I arrived there not long before they were all killed, I think. I know my creator brought me there, but I no longer have memory of why or much before this point. I don't even remember his face, but I remember the color of his blood. It was always odd that. You could say my body was more like an Asashi, completely blank with nothing that could even resemble that of a human's. I knew I needed to blend it, but at the time I wasn't too worried. And then Mavis died and I decided to take her form. I don't really know why, Mavis admitted. Perhaps I pitied her. Perhaps I felt it was unfair and decided to make it right. Either way, I took on her form and identity. That is how I became Mavis Vermilion. Then who were you before? Lumen Histoire, Ichigo answered for her. That's both the name of her true self and the name of the magic she possesses. Mavis is merely the name the magic's consciousness decided to take on, which is why she is referred to that, just like how Nabara is referred to as Nabara, even though his true name would be Nirvana. My story! Exclaimed Mavis as she whacked Ichigo on the head. I'm telling it. Besides, Nabara doesn't even need to be mentioned here. That rotten magic, thinking he could try and grab you before I did. I'm still annoyed at him for that. Mavis. I know already. Moving on. Now then, something must have gone wrong in my adapting process, because I may have messed with my mind a little bit. I had the rough knowledge of this old Mavis from observing her, but actually changing my form seemed to cause a slight error in my magic. I accidentally created an illusion. Not a real illusion, mind you, but still an illusion. I ended up bringing back Zara. The other girl. Laxus frowned. Perhaps you felt sad that she died. I didn't know her. I didn't have enough human emotions at that time to feel so sorry for a random stranger that would I recreate them as an illusion. Before I changed, my only real emotions were nervousness, which evolved into shyness at the start, and curiosity. And yet my first act after taking Mavis's identity was to create a companion. Maybe I was just lonely. Slapping her face, Mavis knocked herself out of those thoughts before refocusing on the story. Where was I again? Ah yeah, I remember now. 7 years passed, and time moved forward in the blink of an eye. For me, it always moved so quickly, and yet sometimes slowly too. Zara and I had a lot of fun over those years though, even if I had yet to realize she was one of my own creations. But it was not long till that piece ended when they arrived and gave me an opportunity to enter the wider world. That was the time when I met Yuri and the others, Warad and Precht. It was the moment that led to me eventually leaving the island. Yuri was a nice person, Mavis said as she looked at Laxus. I can see some of you in him, and I see a lot of Makarov in him. They had come searching for the Tenro Jade UCU, the treasure that had been stolen by Blue Skull when they attacked. Stuff happened and I ended up joining them in the quest to reclaim it. They were quite nice, not pointing out to me that Zara wasn't real. Yuri later told me the truth, and when that happened Zara vanished, but it was helpful to have her by my side in the beginning. Bringing her hand to her chin, Mavis frowned as she tried to remember what happened next. We went to Harjan town if I'm remembering correctly. After getting information, our next stop was Magnolia. A lot happened there. We fought Blue Skull, lost badly and had to retreat, and it was then we met Zeref for the first time. Zeref. Laxus couldn't contain his shock, looking at her in disbelief before looking at Ichigo to see any sign that she might be lying. Ichigo didn't seem shocked at the mention of the Dark Mage's name, only awkward, as if he didn't like the fact Zeref was being mentioned in the story. We're referring to the same Zeref, right? He wasn't that bad then, muttered Mavis, Ichigo snarling at her attempts to defend him. Did you forget how much pain he caused you? Yes, but that was later. At the time, however, he was fine. He taught us all magic, and I even learned the spell that would later become the foundation for the spell, Fairy Law. The spell known as Law is a type of black magic, a spell of judgment that has drastic consequences when used too early. When we went back again to fight, we won this time, but discovered the Tenro Jade was cursed. It almost killed Yuri, but, by using Law, I saved him, in turn cursing myself. There's an old saying I remember from a book I once read. You can never hope to save someone who is cursed with a magic cursed itself. A cursed fate will still remain for one of them, and that even included an existence such as myself. She gained the contradictory curse, Ichigo muttered in anger. Anksarum black magic, the same magic used by Zeref. The curse causes you to take life the more you cherish it, and only through forgetting the meaning of a human life do you gain control over the curse. Zeref is an expert of this mindset, able to control this magic perfectly. But Mavis isn't. Ichigo's right. I couldn't control it, only suppress it. I'm not human, which means I'm capable of stuff a normal person would not be ever able to do. But my lacrima. It's one of a kind. It puts me close enough to being human that I was able to be cursed. But even so, I'm still magic. My own power kept Anksaram's curse down and I hoped that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. I killed Yuri's wife, Rita. My great-grandmother, Laxus muttered quietly. You killed her? Yes. I'm sorry, but the curse activated. She had just given birth, and you must have heard the dangers of childbirth. She was weak at the time, and the curse needed even less of my power to rob her of life. What is more was that was the first time I had ever seen a child just born. For the first time in my life I realized how truly precious life could be. The combination of the two. Well, it didn't end well. I ran the moment I realized what had happened, not stopping until I made it far away. I was like that for a year, staying away from all human contact as best as I could. The curse grasps you tightly, you see, Mavis tried to explain. But there are occasions where its grasp isn't as strong as normal. Normally it would make the cursed immortal to suffer even more. If your head was to be cut from your body, you would still live, but of course it's not fun to live as a simple head. At that point you'd be begging for death. But a few cases exist where that immortality was unable to take hold. It depends on the severity of the curse itself. Zeref was actually one of these rare cases, his immortality coming from some other source. I don't know the details of how he was cursed, but, from what he told me when he found me that year later, he had been cursed from birth. As for me, I was barely human in my form. It grasped me tightly, inflicting on me its full power, but my own power rebelled against it. After 1 year, I was finally almost free of the curse. Mavis sighed. Zeref found me as I said then. For someone so lost in the darkness, he has a far too kind heart. He had been looking for me because he was worried after hearing from me before the curse activated that I had used Law. He was the one who warned me of what might happen, since I hadn't even realized what I was suppressing, just that it was dangerous. And then he realized what I was and realized why the curse that shouldn't have been broken was about to do so, and even did break before his eyes. And of course he ended up punishing you as a result, muttered Ichigo under his breath, Mavis whacking him on the back of his head. All right, I'm sorry. But he still caused you more problems there in case you forgot. I know, and I still have a grudge against him for that. Glancing towards Laxus, Mavis continued. Do you remember what I said about trying to solve a curse with a curse? Unfortunately I forgot that. I tried to remove the curse on him, to take it into myself, wield it against him, and then allow him to die. He begged me for hours to even try, and try I did. But it went wrong. Anksaram is not kind to those who mess with his magic, and he fought back and broke the connection I tried to make. The backlash. I lost my connection to my lacrima. With the connection broken, I became nothing more than a spirit, a limited amount of magic at my disposal. Now compared to most, my supplies would have seemed gigantic, but I was used to so much more power. Mavis chuckled to herself. Ziref kept visiting Tenro for over 100 years after that when my spirit went back there. The first 10 years were spent by him apologizing over and over again. He didn't do anything but that during those years, not even sleeping or eating. He just apologized until he lost his voice and then continued the moment it restored itself from his immortality. He felt so guilty for what he had done because, when I lost my connection, I lost so much of myself. I could barely use much of my original magic, Lumen Histoire, and even my memory was fragmented. I could hardly remember who I was at first, and even as things came back I still lacked some important information. I still don't remember much before I first arrived on Tenro Island, something that he knows just as well too and hates himself for. So what's buried on Tenro? Asked Laxus. Is your grave fake there? Yep. Precht created it to fool everyone, making them believe I was dead. And during that time, he kept working on the things Ziref had brought him. My body. Your body. Laxus frowned, crossing his arms as he paused on the stairs. They were almost at the bottom anyway, so it wasn't like delaying a few seconds more would do much. Wait, you mean your body wasn't a real illusion or whatever you do normally like this? Nope. My body was my lacrima. One of a kind, a lacrima in the shape of a human, capable of processing quantities of magic far beyond any other lacrima that held a consciousness of magic. And I could grow too. I could live, just like a human if I so wished. I don't know what my creator wanted from me when he created me, but he definitely didn't want me to just have a fake form. He wanted me to be real. Is that even possible? It was unheard of. If such a creation had ever appeared, surely there should have been some recognition of it. Or even some theory about it being possible over the years. This wasn't just a consciousness of magic that had been created. With the body too, this was practically true life. How did he? I don't know. All I know is that my creator was a genius that reigned over geniuses. Precht, Kisuk, they are all intelligent individuals. Now imagine someone 100 times smarter. But anyway, Precht didn't understand at the time what he was looking at. He discovered traces of Anksaram's curse on my body and thought it was that for a while. But eventually I went and visited him. It took a lot to get there. I had been filtering off energy from the Great Tenro tree to keep myself going a lot of the time after Warod added his own touches to the tree to make it a protective barrier, but making it to Magnolia was a draining task. He was shocked when he saw me, Mavis said as she chuckled to herself. You should have seen his face. He looked like he had seen a ghost. I knew he had my body for a while, but I had no idea of how to fix my connection. Not even standing in front of it gave me any idea of how to do it. That wasn't the reason I went to see him anyway. I went because I felt guilty. Because I remembered something that I knew he had to know, now that he was the guild master. You don't have to say this, Mavis, Ichigo muttered quietly, Laxus hearing it anyway. This will hurt him, hearing this. He's the guild master. He has to know. Sighing, Ichigo headed down the last few steps, leading Laxus into the destroyed room before them. He ignored it all, even as Laxus turned around to look at it all in shock, instead holding up a hand to the doorway as he approached. The magic circle appeared like before, the seals unlocking as the doors opened for him. He didn't stop there, heading right into the room even as some of the light shone back out from it. Not wanting to be left behind, Laxus hurried after him, freezing in shock when he entered the massive room before him. He was standing on a massive long platform, stretching out into a room that resembled a bottomless void. He couldn't even see the end of it as he crouched down by the edge, peering over it. Runes ran across the platform itself and down it, adding bright golden light to the otherwise pitch-black room. Right at the end though, where a series of circles formed a protective barrier of runes around it, he felt like it looked off. Almost like something was missing. That was where Mavis's body was, explained Ichigo as the doors swung close behind them. Laxus looked at them worried for a moment before turning to Ichigo. If he wasn't worried, then that meant they would definitely open again. From what Mavis has told me, Precht ended up constructing all of this in secret down here after learning the truth, realizing she had been kept secret from the entire world. Every layer of these runes exists for that purpose, to ensure her power can never be felt by anyone. He might have done that to spit me a bit too, Mavis pointed out, considering the matter with a tilt of her head. She flipped herself off Ichigo's shoulder before landing over in the center where her body should have been. Well, not all of this was purely his work. Even sealed, my body caused a lot of this to happen. I wasn't controlling it anymore, so my magic leaked out. He sealed it within a special lacrima to lessen the effects, but it still created all this. Holding out her hands, Mavis gestured at the massive room they were in. This wasn't as big when he started. My power eroded the walls further and further, along with continuing so far down that my magic saturated it and made it into a void. Precht was smart though. He used the runes to contain the power in such a way that it all looped back on itself. Look. Before anyone could stop her, Mavis slammed her hands into Ichigo's back, sending him falling off the platform. Laxus contained his worry for a moment before realizing Ichigo wasn't coming back up, rushing to the edge and staring down into the void below. He just caught sight of Ichigo free-falling into it before he was swallowed up, disappearing completely. A moment later and Ichigo reappeared in his sight once more, falling down from above and coming to a stop when he finally used his magic. "See!" exclaimed Mavis as Ichigo got back onto the platform. "It loops back round. It helps drain some of the magic away too by keeping this running, not that it's perfect. The room is still growing, even now with just the residue energy left. It's just greatly reduced without my body here. Have to hand it to him though. He really was a genius to even manage to contain me this much. So then, what's the matter? I need to know as the guild master. You went through all the trouble of bringing me down here, but this can't be all of it. All you've told me is a chunk of your past. How does this relate to my duties as guild master? Because fairy tale is based on a lie." Laxus was caught back by the utmost seriousness Mavis was showing, the information taking a moment to actually be processed. A lie? Fairy tale's a lie. The guild itself isn't a lie, but its reason for existing is. Mavis sighed, jumping back up onto Ichigo's shoulder as she continued speaking. Why did I choose to create a guild? I'll admit I liked the idea of it and thought it would be fun, but most of all I wanted to keep an eye out for the one who would eventually become my master. I wanted to keep track of any potential Ukin and see if they had what it took. Warod was considered at one point, but I decided against it, instead settling for pushing him down the right path to the Holy Palace. But I never found another. New Ukin are rare, which is what I wanted more than anything else. I didn't want an Ukin much older than that, though Ziref would have been an exception if I hadn't met Ichigo when I did. But when I died and went to visit Precht, the guild gained a new purpose, added Mavis. Lumen Histoire is the guild's greatest secret. I'm sorry, but I can't even tell you what it is, even if you are the guild master. I can only share this part with you. On the day Precht learned the truth, Fairy Tale's purpose became a single one. To protect my body until the day I could connect to it once more, even if the members would be unaware of that task or of how long it might take. Every single mage who has the guild mark as well is under the influence of one of the most subtle pieces of body link magic to ever exist, developed by Precht himself. What? We're keys, stated Ichigo to Laxus. So long as a single member of Fairy Tale lives, this door will never open unless you know the master release code, which is lost. Mind you, now that the master is dead and never passed it on, have permission to enter by Mavis herself, who could work out the master release code if she so wished but can't be bothered to do so, or can unravel thousands upon thousands of runes all constantly altering their codes every minute. Cherish your comrades, stated Mavis. The guild is your family. Protect them at all cost. Family over the world. Lives are precious, so protect one another. No matter how you see it, it all shares the one true meaning Precht and I devised. Manipulate the love everyone has for the guild as a weapon to keep my body hidden away. So long as someone has the guild mark, I'm locked away from those who would seek me. A lie, Laxus muttered under his breath. This is what you mean? This is fairy tale's true nature. Laxus slammed his hand to the side, lightning exploding outwards from it in an attempt to get rid of some of his anger. It didn't succeed. Snarling, he turned to Ichigo. How long? How long what? Replied Ichigo, attempting to ignore the matter at hand. Laxus didn't let him though. Don't play dumb. How long have you known the truth for? How long have you been keeping this hidden from everyone? Ichigo sighed, knowing he couldn't escape answering this. About a year now, during my time in the Holy Palace. A year? Yeah, you weren't told this. Sorry. Because of the time loops and the single instant of the Holy Palace across all timelines, I ended up having those months getting repeated. That was when Mavis revealed a lot of her past to me. So you knew even as you fought for the guild? You knew even as all of us fought for the guild? That we were fighting for something that exists only to use us? If Gramps had known dash. He did know. Laxus froze at Ichigo's words, his hands falling to his sides. He knew the moment he became the guild master. Precht would have told him. Gramps knew. Laxus's voice was barely louder than a whisper, sounding as if everything he had known had suddenly been proven wrong. Why? Why didn't he say anything? He was also so happy. Makarov was kind, stated Mavis simply as an answer. He understood what was necessary, and yet still didn't like it, I believe. And from what I saw of the guild, he built on the need to make sure fairy tale mages lived and turned those words into true beliefs for the guild. He knew my body had to be protected, even if he didn't know all of the facts. Precht agreed with me to not trust the next guild master with the real truth there, and that I would correct him if truly necessary. But for Makarov, he wanted more than that. Those feelings to protect one another shouldn't be forced or faked. If the guild had to become a family, then he'd make it into a true one. He'd treat everyone as his own children and shoulder the painful burden of knowledge all by himself, all the while making those feelings everyone needed to feel into a reality and not lies. You probably think he didn't want to enter the war because of Mavis, added Ichigo. It's more likely that he believed that her body held something that would allow her to protect them. But most of all, he was far too afraid. He brought his beliefs into reality too well. He truly wanted to sacrifice everyone else in the world, to leave them to fend for themselves, so long as none of you would die. He loved everyone in the guild that much. People need to know, said Laxus, immediately stopping when he realized what he had said. Wait, no. They can't. If they do dash, then they'll feel betrayed. They'll come to hate and leave the guild, thinking the beliefs they were taught were fake. Ichigo paused in thought for a moment. Well, not everyone. I'm sure quite a few would stay, but their bonds to the guild might be damaged irreversible. This is the cost of being the guild master. To know this knowledge and decide what is best. He's right, concluded Mavis. Makarov decided to keep the secret, but you are a different person. If you truly believe that the others should know, neither me nor Ichigo will stop you. As the 5th guild master of Fairy Tail, you must take on the weight of the ones before you. The weak reasons of myself, the first, to create Fairy Tail, the second's choices of how to protect me with the guild, and the third's choice to bring life to the lies created by Precht and myself. So tell us, what is your answer, Laxus Driar, great-grandson of my old friend? What will you do? Protector of the fairies. It's no use, said Toshiro as he rejoined the others. I can't sense anything nearby. Shinji nodded, a bored look in his eyes. Same. Unfortunately, it seems like the little miss has well and truly vanished, and there isn't a trace of her left. She's got to be nearby, exclaimed Karen as she continued to scan the land around them, most of the work being done by her sensing abilities. You must have missed something, you idiot. You didn't even want to help in the first place. Of course I didn't, snapped Shinji. I don't know the girl. If she wasn't Ichigo's sister, and if Toshiro hadn't asked me to, I wouldn't be bothering about this. But if I do something, I do it right. I'm not a fan of doing a job half-heartedly and leaving the matter be. It's just not my style. This is a grave situation, came the booming voice of the Celestial Spirit King above them, the giant sitting cross-legged nearby. Zara cannot locate her either, which means she is not nearby. She is still alive, but for how long we can only guess it. Who the hell is this Zara, huh? Demanded Karen, crossing her arms at the giant before her. How does she even know my sister well enough to be able to sense her that much? This is Zara. Holding out his hand against the ground, his palm facing upwards, the celestial spirit king allowed his magic to be siphoned by his partner, the small figure of a girl appearing on his hand for them to see. She is an old ally of mine, and Yuza once had the privilege of being her temporary partner in my absence. She was the power your sister channeled when she used her power. What was it called again? The Wraith? Yes, I believe that was it. Her? She's the one who was controlling Yuzu. Calm down please, I'm sure Zara feels very sore. No I don't, interrupted Zara, glancing at her nails as she ignored the others in front of her. I admit it. I used her. You might find it wrong, but for me it was a perfectly natural thing to do. I do at least admit that I do owe her a tiny bit, which is why we are helping you. Well, it's why I'm helping you. The massive idiot behind me would probably have done it anyway without any prodding. The Celestial Spirit King's only response was to grin widely, Zara sighing at his antics. See? He's basically admitting it. You've had your fun, Zara, the Celestial Spirit King said as he gently scolded her, turning his attention back to the others once he was done. Thanks to Zara, we have a basic idea of the situation. For whatever reason, your friend, sister, random acquaintance, he added, correcting himself for each person. Well, you get who I mean. Yuzukuro Saka was taken, not killed. For that very reason, she is seen as valuable. Very valuable, in fact, if someone was willing to risk breaking her free of the stone body of the hollow she was in to get her out of here, all the while surrounded by enemies. She is perfectly safe from whoever took her precisely because they went to so much effort. But letting them take her isn't an option, added Zara. I know the scope of her power. I suppressed it for the majority of the time it's been awake because I had to make sure she only summoned my power when she used it. I even manipulated her into making sure to keep the Bankai of the ice guy over here purely so it would stop her using Volstandig. If she had, there was a good chance she'd overpower my weak bonds on her and summon up someone else. Someone else. Shinji had paused, the bored look in his eyes replaced with carefully hidden suspicion. You mean her power wasn't based on what we saw? It is, but it also isn't. A lot of what you saw her use, ability-wise, was manipulative my own power. Teleporting mainly through use of spatial magic along with some manipulative energy. The core of that power is not to wield those abilities but to channel them, done by drawing out a soul that's long since gone and having them overshadow her. Like you did. Not as bad, I'll admit. They'd be quite cooperative for the most part. I could rebel because my consciousness wasn't a dead soul but rather one in hibernation and because she had yet to realize the scope of her abilities. But if someone else already had, they'd want her. She won't just have their powers you see but their memories too. That kind of power can greatly shift the balance of information if you can extract it from even the dead. Yuza would never give anything up. Declared Karen confidently. Not for anything. Sure, I'll believe you. Until she gets given a promise she can't help but accept. And whoever has taken her will draw on that desire she has. Why do you think her shrift took this form out of all possibilities it could have taken? If you can answer that, you'll find her greatest weakness. Karen swore. Shit. Then we find her first. We can do that, right? They have to be somewhere? There's a goddamn barrier up around this place protecting us. It's not like they can run very far. I wonder, Shinji muttered. Do you think they would perhaps be trying to regroup with the others? Others? You mean you know who dash? No I don't, said Shinji as he cut Karen off. Nozomi popped by earlier to check on us, and while she left quickly after she did at least inform us that there had been an attack. Not surprising really since we expected there to be some kind of attempt if any of the armies got wind of it, but it's still hard to believe that any of the ones sent to take it out wouldn't have an escape route planned for if they failed. The barrier's generator would have been heavily defended. Not any old mage could take it down. Hell, Not any old mage could slip away from the battlefield and make it there so quickly. The two groups are one and the same, concluded the Celestial Spirit King, having come to a similar conclusion. They must both be trying to regroup before enacting their escape plan. However, without knowledge of who attacked your friends at the generator, we have no way of knowing how long this other intruder will take to reach them. If they have Yuzua, they would have to be carefully traveling, especially with light patrols covering the land. All it takes is the slightest bit of notice to have their current location blown and for us to move in, so they'd be slowed down by trying to avoid detection. The question is where they are planning to meet up, and also we have to consider how long do we have to make it there before them. Shinji. Can you ask that other guy you came with? Asked Toshiro. What was his name? He looked familiar but I can't place it properly. It's messed. He's Duranbolt's future self. Ah. Wait, what? Never mind that. I'll get on it and see if he can contact the others. Maybe they'll having more luck on their end. I doubt they would have let the other group get away willingly, so either they're too injured to chase, an answer I don't believe in, or they allowed them to escape and are following after them. So long as it's the latter, we're in luck. If not, we're out of it. That okay with all of you? Just inform me when we are ready to leave, requested the Celestial Spirit King. I will leave the Jupiter cannons here, as requested, and then I shall take us all to where we need to go. Zera will handle the details once we have a destination. On one condition. Karen glared at the giant angrily, gritting her teeth as she remembered that they would need the help of this giant if they wanted things to go smoothly. Name it. It's nothing big, do not worry. Rather, I would like to meet up with your brother again. With the state of this war currently, I need to discuss a few matters with him, as a being who is both a Nukin and a possessor of a unique type of magic such as Zera here. Deal, Karen declared, shooting a look at Shinji before he could respond or try to argue against her. That's fine, right? What do you think, Toshiro? It's honestly a fair condition, Toshiro said weakly, trying not to look at the glare he was getting from Shinji. I don't think he'd mind too much, to be honest. Very good. It's settled then. Once we have our location, we'll be there in but a few moments. That I can guarantee. Protector of the Fairies. Things look good here. Shunsui looked up in surprise at the sight of Juashiro's arrival, the white-haired man glancing around the battlefield from its edge. Far better than the conditions of the others from what I have been told. What are you doing here, Juashiro? Shunsui asked worriedly. You told me yourself that you're not anywhere near the same condition you once were in to fight. You shouldn't be here. So I should be staying back at the capital to plan out attacks without even seeing the battlefields themselves. You'll see humans, muttered Shunsui quietly. I don't want to burden you with the knowledge of the people you may have to treat merely as numbers. I'm used to it by now, Shunsui, as much as that fact worries me. I guess going to places like this is so that, when I am forced to make tough decisions that will require a sacrifice, I will be able to link some faces to those numbers, and can feel that guilt as punishment for treating their lives so carelessly. Juashiro let a smile come to his face as he shook his head. But there is time for that later. I came to see you and hear of what the Alvarez Empire is capable of. You were held hostage by them for 7 years. Did they never show you anything to judge their strength? Juashiro shook his head. I am afraid not. Perhaps they feared the results in the case I did manage to escape. It's a miracle in itself that I was kept alive for so long, but they certainly didn't want to risk much. I only met the barest few of the Spriggan 12, including unfortunately God Serena. Shunsui couldn't stop the anger that crossed his face briefly. That traitor. I hope what they offered him was worth it, because when I find him I won't let him off easily. Do not do anything rash, my old friend. As strong as you are, God Serena was still regarded as the strongest mage on the entire continent. You might be able to beat him with your Zanpakuto's abilities, but he could equally crush you despite their powers too. Clenching his fists, Shunsui composed himself once more. Yes, I'll concede that he is strong. I'll be careful if I do face him. If he's anything like Warod was, his power will be on an entirely different level. So Warod did appear here, muttered Juashiro quietly. I heard reports but I scarcely believed them. We hadn't been able to contact any of the other remaining gods of Ishgar, so I was worried, but it seems he came anyway. Why the others failed to make an appearance, however, I will never know. It was, honestly, incredible to watch. This sand wave should have wiped out almost all of us. I was powerless to try and stop it, even if I tried, just like those that did try failed to pause it for longer than a few moments. No one there would be able to create a barrier as large as we needed in time, and the ones that can in theory won't be able to make it strong enough to stop the wave before it hit. But with just one attack, Warod completely halted the spread and forced the enemy back. He even played with him for a while from the look of it before crushing him in front of the enemy army. Is he dead? The enemy? I don't know. He might have been, but Warod was immediately forced into fighting another enemy, so there's a chance the enemy was saved before the final blow could be dealt. Even against a second enemy though, Warod wasn't losing. He had yet to beat them, but he wasn't allowing them to reach us either, and when their strongest are focused on him, it allows our strongest free rein. But he retreated. What I heard confirmed that. Yes, Shunsui admitted. Something must have happened because he said he didn't have the energy to fight anymore. I was forced to join the front lines after that to keep their mages in check. There was only 2 of them, but both were dangerous, the old man that I fought more so than the woman. I don't know what kind of magic he uses, but it's diverse. Very diverse. So this is the true might of Alvarez, Juoshiro muttered to himself. I knew each of the Spriggan 12 were strong, but to think they were capable of so much that they could even keep many of our strongest here in check. Let us hope this is only because of the strength of these 2 and not the strength of their entire 12. Let's hope so. Our saving grace here is that there was only 2 of them to fight after Warod left, plus the fact the enemy couldn't launch these 2 right at our forces. We kept them in check until the barrier came up, so our losses are minimum in contrast to other places. We've lost a lot of men, but we still have just over 210,000 men. After hearing how much we lost against the Hollows, it's a godsend really. If Alvarez had more men with them, this place would be another story entirely too. It is a relief, said Juoshiro sadly. Ishine reported that the Hollows came out right in the middle of them all. 250,000, that number dropped down to 120,000 by the end of it. 130,000 men, all killed. Most of it happened before we could send the Celestial Spirit King over in time. He's the only reason I believe that the entire army wasn't wiped out once they were separated, or at least the reason that we still have over 100,000 rune knights there. What was it like at the others? The east and south battlefields. At this Juoshiro smiled again. In contrast, far better. We lost a lot of men and women, but the mages there managed to slow them down. With the Quincy I was worried for a bit, but our numbers are roughly at 180,000. It's a big loss, but it's better than against the Hollows. Zeref's endless demon army to the east was a close one at times, but they also managed to slow them down, our forces resting at 170,000. Shunsui quickly did the maths in his head. Around 320,000 killed. God. So many in just a short space of time. We'll need reinforcements at the north dash. Do not worry about that, said Juoshiro as he calmed his friend down. I have already began to plan out a redistribution of troops to add relief to areas. And now that the barrier is up, our losses will drop significantly. We cannot stop losing men, but we won't lose anywhere near this many again as long as the barrier remains. We were very lucky, I will admit that. However, would some of these reinforcements be the remainder of Fairy Tale? Shunsui shook his head in light amusement when he noticed the surprised look Juoshiro was giving him. I know you well enough to have a guess at what you might be thinking, he admitted before ridding himself of all amusement of the situation. I heard about Makaroftriar. The guild master, who wasn't meant to even be at the battlefield, went there and died, but not before taking the biggest threat to the army there down with him. Has a new guild master been selected? Or will you be enforcing official powers over them all to make them fight? Am I really that obvious in my intents? Only to me, Juoshiro. So, what's happening with them? Juoshiro sighed. They are joining in with the war. All of them this time, not just a few. I honestly will admit that it's what I wanted, but it was not my actions that drew them in. They want revenge, as anyone would guess, but the one allowing them to fight is their new guild master, Laxistriar, Makarov's grandson. So he's going to carry the guild forward from there then. Indeed. His only demand was that the guild be kept together. He's willing to make concessions if we truly need to divert mages, but that has to be cleared through him first. And he's only going to allow those he's confident that can survive on their own for the time being. And you're happy with that? Yes, Juoshiro finally admitted, carefully having considered the matter. It's better to work with someone anyway when your goals coincide than to force them to fight. Loyalty and trust is better than fear and force, not that we could spare the cost of trying to force them in the first place. Either way, I have the troops I was hoping to add on. Maybe they won't impact things massively, but any mage is better than no mage, and the fairy tale mages are stronger than the average mage too. Allowing a few conditions is far more agreeable than not having them like Makarov wanted to do. Don't forget that they can have a temper, pointed out Shunsui. They've never been ones to play by the rules, even if they have tried. If you plan to use them, make sure they're angering on the enemy. If it turns against you, the outcome would not be pleasant to deal with in the middle of a war. We couldn't afford infighting while the enemy is so close. Do not worry, my old friend. I am aware of the dangers and risks. Rest assured, I will ensure that I am careful. Protector of the Fairies. Welcome back, Warod. Warod froze, his head turning towards the voice like a child that had been found with his hand in the cookie jar. Did you have a good time? Ichibe. Were you waiting for me? The monk shrugged, continuing to sit cross-legged in his hiding spot. I noticed you sneaking out earlier. I should be scolding you for acting by yourself, but you look like you've been through enough. Warod sheepishly looked down at his own appearance, only a cloak helping to hide his modesty. So then, would you mind telling me where you went to fight and who was strong enough to kill you? So you realized what had happened to me. You're missing your clothes and lack your normal presence. Your power is vastly reduced. To put it in your words, if you were a tree normally, then you're currently a sprouting sapling, doing its best to grow now that the tree that had blocked it from reaching for the light is gone. I may have been caught off guard. I went to stop the forces from Alvarez. Why them? Ichibe asked curiously. What made you decide that was the place that would need your help the most? Warod shook his head, doubts in his eyes. I don't know if I were to be honest. I figured I had to do something, and the more I remembered about Alvarez, the more I wanted to go there. To see it with my own eyes, the place that God Serena abandoned us for. I see. And? Did you come up with an answer to the question you have about them? Warod nodded. I have. Alvarez. They are a true threat. One of their mages would have wiped out so much if I hadn't been there. And the other I fought was capable of a very dangerous form of magic. I had to focus a lot to keep her in check. I believe I could have won if we hadn't been interrupted by another. He's old, but I sensed a lot of power from him. And something else too, something far more potent about his power than the previous two I fought. It was his appearance too that forced me to retreat in this form. Ichibe gave him a small frown. You mean he was the one who killed you? With one strike. So that's why you seem wary of him. Ichibe nodded, as if agreeing with himself. I've decided. We need to keep a closer eye on them. If they have mages capable of fighting Ukin such as ourselves like this, even if you are the weakest of us four, then they are truly deserving of being recognized as a threat. I wouldn't have believed that they would have been able to force you to use your rebirth spell without having seen the results here myself. They definitely shouldn't be treated lightly. If we were to fight them, all four of us would have to go at once if they had all 12 assembled. It would take you to keep God Serena in check and to win, while the rest of us would have to team up against the 11 left until you finished. Oh come now, Warod, Ichibe said cheerfully. You think far too highly of me. Noticing the anxious expression on the man's face, Ichibe's smile dropped a bit. You want to check on the seal downstairs, don't you? I felt a little burst of magic earlier. Residual energy, but still the same signature. I won't open the lock, I just want to see for my own eyes that it's all alright. Be quick. I'll apply some extra seals around the area as a precaution, just in case of any leaks. Remember that I won't be able to allow this much more Warod. No matter what worries you have, it's far too risky. I'm sorry. I understand. Thank you, Ichib. Don't thank me, you foolish boy, Ichib muttered as he watched Warod head inside. You're the one torturing yourself by subjecting yourself to this time after time. How long will it be before you realize that there is nothing you could have done for her? There was nothing you could have done to save her. There was nothing you could have even have done to help her. Protector of the Fairies. Check the description for the links to the author.